continue this final qualifying session in Top Fuel with Justin Ashley, a man who has bounced out of the call-out, but certainly trying to advance his qualifying position. And the defending champion, Doug Coletta, will be on the racetrack as well. And the Mac Tools top fueler out of the Coletta Motorsports camp. And Josh Hart, will he be able to hang on to the #1 spot for the first time in his career? Time will tell. And that time will come when we come back.
Ever since he was a baby, he understood. He was born to make things really, really good. Make it really, really good.
Applebee's is bringing the taste of the Big Easy to your neighborhood, starting at $11.99. Enjoy the fan-favorite Bourbon Street Penne, the new Big Easy Burger, and the new Bayou Shrimp Bowl. That's eating good in the neighborhood.
Competition Products, your source for hardcore engine parts for street, strip, and oval track. Our free catalog is packed with hundreds of product lines from the best-known manufacturers in the performance industry. Lowest prices guaranteed. Free shipping and handling on all orders over $149 in the continental U.S. Need expert advice? Our knowledgeable staff is just a phone call away. Competition Products, race parts sold by racers since 1970.
Speed, power, performance, and top-notch results on the turf and on the track. Skag Power Equipment is mowing down the competition. Built by hard-working Americans in state-of-the-art facilities, Skag machines are made to last. Don't get left behind. Visit your local Skag dealer to discover the Skag difference for yourself. Skag, simply the best.
At Chomps, we create snacks for people who are hungry to get the most out of life, who only accept the highest quality. Because real life demands real ingredients. We make snacks that don't take shortcuts, with grass-fed and finished beef, 0 sugar, and up to 12 grams of protein. When life challenges you, take bigger bites. Chomps, take bigger bites. Learn more at chomps.com.
At Burger King, you're the celebrity. We're just your entourage. And this time, you asked us to hit the sweet spot. The Maple Bourbon Barbecue Whopper is back. It's saucy, crunchy, smoky, and all imagined by you. Try the latest in the Whopper by You series today.
I like winning on the field, but it's even more fun winning on Deal Dash.
Lori won $2,000 Tiffany earrings for just $1, and Joseph won an iPad for just $6. There's millions of fast auctions. So try today at DealDash.com for $50 of free credit and your first win guaranteed.
The World Baseball Classic continues tomorrow as Team USA takes on Mexico at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox. They've already recorded one victory in the tournament. They're looking to go back-to-back against Mexico. That's coming up Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox, as we now have Doug Coletta and Justin Ashley on the starting line. Doug Coletta, the true professional. I think when someone wins a single championship, it's a big deal. But now that Doug has two, it changes the whole perspective on his career.
Well, it certainly does, but I'm glad he got the one. We were all pulling for him so hard. But hey, Alan Johnson, come on, give me a break. Yeah. I'll take that any day of the week.
You know, Kenny, and I'm sure you are very well aware of this. I mean, you look at the Coletta team, and, you know, for a long time, they did a lot of things in-house. They would bring the tuners up, and they got to a point to where they had to bring the big dog in, and it started to produce results.
Hey, I'd bring him in anytime, buddy. I'd start tomorrow.
Justin Ashley, who had that unfortunate oiling incident in the first round of the call-out, is now back on the racetrack. Tommy DeLago looks on. Man, Doug's car seemed to be idling up, and as soon as he hit the gas, it spun the tires. Ashley's car drove out and then spun. Tony, did you hear that?
Well, yeah, he may have squeezed on the throttle a little bit, but it just goes to show you, we always see the tuner making the adjustment. And once in a while, our camera will sneak in. 2550 was the target then, Kenny. It is still the target that we want these nitro engines to idle. If it's 100 RPM more, it could potentially do that.
It goes right to the clutch and smokes the tires.
Yep, too much power.
Yep. Yeah, it didn't move. It didn't even take a drop.
Ashley's car made it to about the 330-foot block before it started to haze the tires.
Yeah, and it could have been an adjustment on the idle. They may not have had it where they wanted, but a lot of times the driver, if they squeeze on the throttle in anticipation, it could increase the engine RPM, increases the horsepower.
And one last look at this one, Tony.
It's instant.
It is. There is nothing doing.
There's no saving it, right, Kenny?
One thing about it, we hate those.
A couple of guys who were looking for the opposite result we just saw out of Doug Coletta would be that of Tony Stewart and Sean Reed. In the last session, Tony Stewart ran 399 with only 237 miles an hour. Sean Reed, on the other hand, Tony, ran 383 at 319.
Yeah, you know, Sean Reed's car is very consistent. Kenny, you see that car go up and down the racetrack. You know what effort he puts into it. He's really an independent. You see his name on the car, so this is a lot for a guy like Sean Reed.
It's a handful for sure, but good for him.
Yarnell Carriers colors this year for Tony Stewart, a deal that was formed last year once Richard Freeman bought the racing team of Josh Hart. Ironically, the team that everybody's chasing right now, or the man that everybody's chasing in the John Force Top Fuel car. And once again, tire smoke, and once again, tire smoke. It's quizzical. I'm not sure why they're trying to press these cars so hard at this point of the day, but it's interesting. Earlier this session, Will Smith came up in the Bluebird Turf Top Fuel Dragster to make his final attempt to make his way into the field. Smith, one of the feel-good stories of this season, trying to get off on the right foot here, but with 19 cars on the property, it was going to be tough. The car looked pretty good early, put a bunch of cylinders out, unfortunately did not finish under power, but Smith will be traveling down the road to Phoenix, Arizona for our second event of the season. 424 doesn't get him in. Leah Pruitt on the starting line. Next to Billy Torrance, it is the Dodge Top Fueler in the Capco Contractors car. Let's talk more about Leah with Bruno.
You know, Brian, talking with Neil Strasbaugh, the crew chief, a few moments ago, he was telling me that their offseason was great. It was uneventful. He said, we watched all the drama unfold everywhere else and kind of focused on our team. The fact that we had very little turnover helped, and we repaired the car we crashed in Reading prior to. So it was simply just moving some pedals around in the car to make Leah comfortable, which gave us the opportunity to do some development work that we haven't been able to do the past few years. We'll be able to implement those development ideas and concepts throughout the course of the season.
Cylinders out for Leah, but the right side, Billy Torrance. How about a 383.1 at 333 miles an hour? Richard Hogan got the memo.
My buddy, he used to work for us. Richard did good, but yeah, it's a great run in this heat.
Well, you can hear it in the setup of the car. It's not engaging the clutch. It's not pulling the engine down. Slide the clutch. Let the engine stay ahead of it. That's how you get down the racetrack.
Did a great job.
What time frame was Richard working for you?
He worked with me and Dale in the early days. You know, I'd say 80s, 85, 6, 7, something like that. Yeah.
An expert education. He worked for Garlitz when he was a kid. Works for Dale Armstrong. No wonder this guy's pretty good.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's done a heck of a job through the years, hasn't he?
They say you hang around smart guys, you got a good chance of being smart yourself.
And for Leah Pruitt, we're going to watch the car come off the starting line. Tony, when does it put the cylinder out?
Well, it's accelerating good there. That first block, that's 330 feet. It's right there just as it hits that mark. You can see it pouring that raw fuel out, Kenny, and that's where it loses power.
It's over with. But, you know, she did good. She shut it off.
Shut it off when it happened.
Absolutely.
So Billy Torrance, second quick of the session so far, as we now look down and see Sean Langdon and Josh Hart. Josh Hart ran 365 last night. Frankly, Kenny, if someone runs 365 this afternoon, we're sending them to tech.
Yeah, I think
not 365.
I think you better check everything. Check his foot, see if there's got a lead in it.
That's not to say somebody can't go quicker than 379, though. That Matty Gordon did, the Speedmaster Bernie Speed Chop car, tuned by David Grubnick. Sean Langdon now halfway staged as Josh Hart gets ready to creep that car ahead.
Too aggressive.
Yeah, both one early, one a little farther out, but just goes to show you how impressive that Matty Gordon run was, as well as Billy Torrance.
And now our qualifying order in Top Fuel. After the final session, Josh Hart, for the first time in his career, is number 1. Langdon, Pruitt, Brown, Stewart, Coletta, Schumacher, and Tripp Tatum round out the 8. Then it's Torrance, Reed, Ashley, Milliken, Pritchett, Salinas, Gordon, and Mercier making up the first field of the 2026 season. Scott Farley, Will Smith, and Cameron Ferre, unable to qualify, will take their operations down the road. But for Josh Hart, a monument moment here in his career. Amanda Busick's with him.
Josh Hart ran his fastest speed this weekend, his best ET, and he picks up his first #1 qualifier under the John Force Racing banner. How did you know John Force Racing was the best place for you?
Well, they are the Speedmaster for sure. So, you know, they're very professional. They've treated me great. I'm very honored to be in the seat Man, I've waited 5 years for this. I've never been #1 qualifier. Again, to do it here in Gainesville in front of all the hometown fans, Bernie Speed Shop's in the stands. Super, super grateful. I won't take it for granted. Thank you to everybody.
Well, let's see you put it on.
Yeah, more to come. Yeah.
All right.
And so Josh Hart puts on a gold mission cap for the first time in his Top Fuel career. And when we come back, the final session of Nitro Funny Car, and there is tension in the air and big names outside the field.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Since 1966, Camping World has been America's RV dealer, selling over 1 million RVs. RVs that are built right here in America to see America. And Camping World has the most affordable RVs available, giving you the freedom to explore our great country. With travel trailers starting at just $76 a month, fifth wheels starting at $227, and motorhomes starting at $563. Camping World has the best RV prices and the best RV brands in America. Pursue your American dream at Camping World.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah? Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
And over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Unlike other value meals, Arby's new $7.99 meat and 3 box has 3 sides, not just one. It's more meal for your money. Seriously, it's more meal for your money. Well, where'd that come from?
Arby's, we have the meats.
Then I realized the more you bundle, the more you save on insurance with Liberty Booty.
It's like you're talking my love language.
Well, I've been taking word classes online.
Wow.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
And we are back here with Funny Car action happening. Final qualifying session in Nitro Funny Car, and there is some potential drama on the line. Austin Prock is very low in the order. We'll find out what happens here as Spencer Hyde gets ready to run down the racetrack next to Dave Richards. The bump spot is a very achievable 483 right now, and that bump spot represents Austin Prock's situation. Prock is yet to run this round. Spencer Hyde has not once gone down the racetrack cleanly, nor has Dave Richards. And they are both going to make this trip. A 410 to 412. Austin Prock has been bumped to the number 18 position, Tony. The bump spot has come down to 437, and Buddy Hull is yet to run. This is something else.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bad case scenario for Austin Prock and, you know, for Jim Head. This is a team that did not test. They've gotten 3 runs, or rather 4 runs now, and they got it right on the 4th run when the pressure was on, and really amongst the warmest conditions that we've seen. This is still a hot racetrack. It's still humid. They just figured out the setup and how to get down a hot track. And in the other lane, Aaron Brooks setting that Bluebird car up. This is one of the best runs in the clutch that they have made.
In years. I mean, this team has delivered. This is a huge confidence boost for them. You can see Spencer Hyde likely aided by a misfiring cylinder.
Yeah, but it was past the halfway point of the racetrack. It was near 700 or 800 feet. And you look at both these runs as we saw them at normal speed.
Yeah.
By the time they get past that first orange block there, that's 330 feet. If they didn't get loose there, as long as they can manage the clutch and get the car, maintain that momentum to the finish line, it was a good chance that both of them were going to get well into this field.
And so the bump spot moves down with the success here of Spencer Hyde. 2 guys again trying to fight their way. Haddock's in. It is Hull trying to get in the field right now. Hull out of Texas. Terry Haddock out of Texas. The PNC cable car as they go down the racetrack. It's cylinders overhead. Huge fire. Huge fire for Buddy Hull. The car completely igniting in old school fashion. The connecting rods have come out of it. Hull trying to drag it down, and oh boy, here comes Haddock, and he's hooked him into parachute cables, and both cars are dragged to a stop. Haddock had no idea that was coming directly in front of the NHRA Safety Safari. An old-school funny car fire here for Buddy Hull. Haddock climbs out first. Hull's got the hatch open.
Looks like Hull is exiting the car. There's a lot of smoke. It's pretty hot inside there.
Brutal. There was not a whole lot of indication that anything was going wrong with Hull's car. And not that this lessens the blow at all. Buddy Hull has qualified, and he just knocked Jack Beckman out of the field.
Yeah, look, Haddock's not happy. This is a racing accident for Buddy Hull. He couldn't see. There was a fire going. You know, your instincts kick in. Both these drivers, of course, Haddock was in. He was trying to improve. Buddy Hull wanted to get in the show. It appeared that the car had some mechanical issues. It started to detonate just before it gets to the finish line. You can look at it. Everything looks good to the 8th mile, but right there, you see the fire. When you see that fire, that means that likely a connecting rod has exited the block. This engine's still under power. There it is right there. A lot of damage. Now the car starts to move around. You got to keep in mind, you can see the fire in sight. There's smoke. Instinctively, the driver is trying to scrub some speed off. That's likely the reason that car started moving left and right. But remember, Buddy Hull cannot see. He was not aware of his position on the racetrack and drives, just favors the car to the right and gets into Buddy Hull. I think it was the parachute cables, like you said, Brian, that pulled Haddock into the wall.
And it looks like when it grabbed this car, we're going to see it again. It's going to grab the car and pull it over. And these are not, thankfully, high-speed impacts, but the damage done to the body, especially on Haddock's car, that's going to be trouble. I would assume the chassis are raceable here, but who knows if Haddock's got the parts, or rather, if Hull's got the parts, and if Haddock can repair or fix this body.
Yeah, I mean, looking for Haddock. I mean, Haddock's car had that misfiring cylinder, but there's the damage right there. You can see the fire underneath the car of Buddy Hull. He's off the throttle at this point, but the damage is done. It likely started much earlier in that run. The burst panel is off. And I can tell you from experience, what happens in a funny car is Buddy Hull, you want to scrub speed off. Right now, that fire gets very intense. It's starting to fill up with smoke. So his instincts are saying, look, I'm going to go left, right. I want to get this car maybe into a drift to stop. It reduces the intensity of the fire. So he's just doing whatever he can to keep that heat off of his body.
And you can see this incredible slow motion footage. The entire car engulfed in flames. There is Terry Haddock with Buddy Hull's wife, and you can see the emotion on her face as Haddock embraces her after all has been settled out. Buddy's wife has lived in the sport of drag racing her whole life, much as he has, and it's just it's a painful thing to watch in the mechanical sense, the financial, all of it.
It really is. I mean, this is a new team. Look at that carbon fiber body right now. It's a write-off. It's delaminating. It's not going to hold up under this fire, but you want the driver protected, and you can see Buddy Hull just trying to do what he can to keep it in his lane.
A nightmarish scene, and one that would put any funny car driver to the test. Thankful that both drivers are okay. Terry Haddock is at the top end of the racetrack with Amanda Busick.
Terry Haddock out of his funny car and has been cleared by medical for this interview. Terry, I know Buddy Hull came over and spoke to you, but you said you were slowing down. You had no idea what was coming for you. What did Buddy say?
He said he was sorry. He said it just blew up. You know, these are dangerous. We're all blessed that the Lord kept us safe, even though this, things happen. I'm glad Buddy's okay. We can fix race cars. The man's got a baby on the way, or he's got a new baby or whatever. The kid needs to be with his dad, so it's all good. We can fix all this junk, and we'll find a way to race tomorrow. But thank you to all the people that helped me race. I'm not sure if I'm screwing this up, but PNC Cable Contractors put up the money so I could come out to this event. So thank you guys. Thank you Concho Supply, T&D Express, all the people that volunteer their time, my crew guys, my friends, my family, my wife, everybody that puts up with this, because this is a lot to watch.
It is a lot to watch, and the reason we can see it is because of incredible cameramen like Bob Logan on our crew. What did he show us here?
Well, we're going to see the main part of the rotating assembly come out from underneath this car. Keep a close eye in this general area here. We're going to see a part of the crankshaft that exits the underneath of this car. That is the reason the fire is so intense.
There it is.
There it is right there. It has come out of the car, and this is...
That's rare.
These crankshafts, they withstand the 12,000 horsepower, and what they're going to take a look at, they'll be able to inspect where it broke, if there was a fracture on it that was there before this car went down the racetrack. They know if it was a new crankshaft or how many runs that it had on it, but that is why this damage is so intense and that fire is so big.
So, with that flaming run, Buddy Hull qualified. Jack Beckman and Austin Prock are not qualified. And Austin Prock, the Hail Mary run they have to make here, they have to go better than 4:21.3 to bump Buddy Hull out of the field. Austin Prock entered this weekend, frankly entered this day, as the odds-on favorite to win this drag race. He is currently outside the field. The PPG, Tascaparts.com, Ford Racing Mustang. Jack Beckman also waiting, and across the racetrack is Hunter Green. More on Austin Prock with Bruno Massel.
You know, back in the pits, I talked with his dad, Jimmy Prock, about the tune-up on this car, and he told me right now they are so far out in left field from where they normally at. He said, I've been crippling this thing, and it's just not slowing it down. It still wants to rip the tire off. At this point, all he can do is cripple it some more and hope he can slide it on through and get a baseline to build off for tomorrow.
Is it possible in these conditions to back it down too much?
Of course it is. You want the initial wheel speed. This car does have to accelerate. They have a target at a quarter second and a half second, and there's really no excuse. Look, it does take time to develop a setup, but when you look at the cars that have qualified, that have bumped Austin Prock out of the field, that was Spencer Hyde, that was Dave Richards,
yes,
who really, in the heat of the day, ran a 4:12. So, you know, the conditions are there. It's still warm, it's still muggy, but they've had plenty of testing. They've had plenty of runs to get this car sorted out.
The sword of Damocles hanging over the head here of Austin Prock. He has never once missed a field in his entire drag racing career professionally. Never failed to qualify. Hunter Green is sitting in the catbird seat here. He's the number 9 qualifier. Everything's right as rain over there. He just wants to make a nice clean run.
4:21 is the target.
And Prock smokes the tires. He's going to fail to qualify at the Gator Nationals. Down the racetrack they go, and you can see the reaction of Jimmy Prock. The team was concerned at the starting line. Thomas Prock voicing his concerns to starter Kenny Labansky, and you can see that it is a Hunter Green 410, and the PPG car will not be in the eliminator on Sunday.
Well, and they're looking at the starting line, and what happened with Buddy Hull's car, it did appear that there was oil on the track in that lane early in the run, but you know, NHRA, they're going to prep it. They're going to
we watched them with the scrubber machines and the rotators.
Yeah. So look, I mean, there was track prep that was there on the track, but you know, this car has been having issues. And just looking at that run, not really being able to look at the computer data, it does appear that the tune-up was just too much. It had an extremely a lot of wheel speed initially, and it just may be as simple as they missed the setup, whether it was related to the engine or the clutch, but it wasn't close.
Thomas Prock, I witnessed him from our booth walking out the starting line in rage, pulling out his earplugs as one would expect. This is a situation that Austin Prock has yet to confront in his professional drag racing career, and one that seemed pretty far afield to all of us. We figured it wouldn't be a world-beating car right off the bat, but we didn't necessarily expect to see this.
No, you never really do, but the flip side is this team has too many resources, has too much talent. This is going to be a bad spot on the radar over the course of the year for them. But look, you go back a year ago when they were with JFR. They got bounced in the first round. In fact, it was Bob Tasca that beat them early in the first round, but they were, and look how they recovered over the course of the season.
If you remember the famed movie Blazing Saddles, there was that line where he said, "Don't shoot him, you'll only make him angry." This may be one of those situations with this team. The immediate pain will certainly be overcome through the year.
Qualify for a drag race. How do you digest this one?
It stinks. I'm not surprised though. I mean, things have just been going this way lately. Everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, and then you have an oil down on the starting line. NHRA doesn't clean it up properly. There's still oil. You got to move way inside. The thing doesn't move. You stand on the gas, it blows them off. So, you know, with how things have gone, I'm not shocked. It's a shame for Ford, for PPG. They're putting a lot of money into this deal, and they expect us to win, and we expect to win, and we will win. My dad went to Jack Beckman's at DSR. They didn't qualify for the first race, and then they won the next 3. That's the plan.
Well, you can hear the disappointment, but the expectations are what they are. I think they're very realistic. They're having to deal with a lot of parts, different components, and it just takes a little bit of time.
And boy, does this run take on a different significance. Jordan Vandergriff is qualified comfortably in the number 8 spot in the Cornwall Quality Tools car. And I know Jordan is focused on his job right now, but there may be a small part of him that hopes that PPG car is already being towed on the way back to the pits by the time he gets down there. Jordan Vandergrift. More on him with Bruno Massel.
Talking with Chris Cunningham, his crew chief, and Chris told me that we're not going to improve on our technical qualifying spot. We're sitting number 8 right now. We're going to get lane choice. We just need to get a good baseline run for something to tune this thing for tomorrow.
John Force looking on. Chris Cunningham with his hand on the Cornwell Quality Tools Chevrolet body. This the true brand Dodge of Todd Lysenko, currently unqualified in the Jim Dunn camp. Fuel Jewels also in the side. Trouble for Lysenko, immediately smokes the tires. Almost might have double-stepped that car as Vandergrift goes a 399.1 at 330 miles an hour. That is low ET of the session so far, and Chris Cunningham has got a good handle on this race car.
Well, there's a couple of impressive things about this run from Jordan. It's still a 399 like they did just the night before, only much better speed. You can see for Todd Lysenko, the auto shutoff system comes out, deploying the chutes, a lot like Austin Prock in that same lane, but for Jordan, parachutes out, minimal engine damage. That smoke is just the oiler that lubricates the supercharger at the end of a run. But the good news, a good clean run, quickest of the day to this point.
Lysenko double-stepped it. Incredible turn of events here. Jordan Vandergrift is qualified number 8, and we'll be back with more funny car drama and excitement here in Gainesville right after this.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Polsky, and Cal Raleigh. Aaron Judge. Absolute madness.
Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
Look at this. Look at how much junk mail I get. I mean, credit card offer. And honestly, I don't even know which one of these cards is right for me. It is way easier to use Experian. They show me credit cards matched to my FICO score right in the app. They've got cards like balance transfer, travel miles, and cash back. I love how simple it is for me to pick the card that I want. And let's be so for real, who reads their mail anyway? So get the app from your big financial friend. Experian.
It's just me and you, girl.
I feel when I went to work, I wasn't sick, Keith. I was just Keith.
Nobody's purpose in life is to be a cancer patient. Many of those patients want to continue to work to maintain that sense of normalcy and empowerment.
It's something that every individual has to decide for themselves.
Work was a way that I could still feel like myself.
Getting out of bed, giving a fighting chance is all we got.
We can make work a better place for healing.
So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know.
Butterfly shrimp and steak to go. Tonight, we feast.
Yeah, we dine like royalty.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Oh, okay. You are banished from the land.
Not yet! Huzzah!
No, take a sip.
It feels so good.
Okay.
I can't! Huzzah!
Okay.
Misty? You know this person?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations treats.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
Domino's.
And we are back here in front of a stunned crowd at the Amelie Motor Oil Gator Nationals. Austin Prock not qualifying for the show, Tony, but we're not done yet. Jack Beckman's not qualified. He's in the same lane.
So Beckman has, and the team has to deal with the same thing. If there was an issue on the starting line, I've got a funny feeling that we might be able to answer these questions. In the event that that car gets the right amount of grip and launches off that starting line, then that takes the racetrack and anything that happened prior out of the equation.
They have placed the car in the same spot Austin Prock was. He mentioned in his interview, we had to place the car hard inside. You look where they've taken Jack's car. From the center line of the lane, they moved it toward the Christmas tree. Cruz Pedregon, the snap-on dodge across the racetrack. Looking down here for the FlexJet drone. Can Jack Beckman get a hold of the starting line? The answer is yes, he can. And Jack Beckman going to the house at 4:02.9 qualifies in a breathless moment here in Gainesville.
Well, I think that answers a lot of questions, and still very unfortunate for Proc that they didn't make the show, but I think that eliminates any question that we had if NHRA was able to prep the starting line and make it so that a car could grip off the starting line for Jack Beckman. Once that car gets beyond 60 feet, there is no question that that racetrack was manageable.
And just to be 100% transparent with everyone, the track was not scraped, was not sprayed, was not dragged between those runs.
No, they just evaluated it just like the Proc team did, and you could see good acceleration from Jack Beckman coming through in the clutch, a high-pressure situation.
Big-time stuff there for the JFR camp. All three of their funny cars are qualified, and now we look at Matt Hagan and Julie Natus, who was qualified 12th in the same lane that was troublesome for the Proc family. They put the car on that inside line. Del Worsham's car made the trip, 4:08.319.
A lot of the teams are just making the right adjustments. The car really has to be set up off the starting line. The clutch, the initial wheel speed, however the engine revs up, and just more proof here that it does appear the starting line is just fine.
J.R. Todd, Daniel Wilkerson, we were looking for big things out of either or both of these cars in the given conditions. What we did see was the best side-by-side pull of the entire round. 4:01.8 for Wilkerson, 4:02 for Todd, and that is where they're going to go into competition.
Well, we're going to see plenty of good matchups. We're going to see plenty of good racing because a lot of these their teams are now adapting to these conditions.
Ron Capps made the quickest run of the weekend earlier, but he would not repeat it nor come close to it here. You saw the Napa in-car showing the car spinning the tires, and the GR Supra will lead the field. Chad Green will be near its upper element, but neither of them really did a whole lot when the heat came up, and they'll be dealing with that in eliminations. Final qualifying funny car order. Capps, Todd Lee, Green, Hagan, Pedregon, Wilkerson, and Vandergriff. Yes, Jordan split the field at 8. He'll have to race his teammate Jack Beckman in the first round. Hunter Green, Alexis DeJoria, Natus, Haddock, Hyde, Richards, and Smith. And an incredible list here featuring Buddy Hall after the fire, but most importantly, Austin Proc ends up the anchorman of this field at 4:83.6, and they will find their way out of that hole. Let's go down and talk to Ron Capps, the #1 qualifier.
I just asked Ron Capps if he knew when his last #1 qualifier was. He said it's been a while and took a big swig of that Monster Energy drink. And Ron, it was Brainerd of 2023. How much of a testament is that to an off season of planning for you guys?
Well, not surprised it was Brainerd. I am the king of the zoo there, right? No, seriously, Guido, I can't say enough about everybody involved. 20-something years with Napa Auto Parts, and you want to chop these little things up into small little pieces and share it with everybody that's involved. Napa Auto Care, a lot of guests. Obviously, Monster coming on board, but Carlisle Tools with Maddie and that whole team. I'm beyond pumped. I can't even tell you. You hear Maddie, and she says it all the time. I feel bigger than that. So just want to thank everybody. But Guido, my team, a lot of hard work in the offseason. We did 2 months of work that should take 6 months easily. So everybody involved, great people around me that make me look good. Trust me, I am not that good of a businessman, not that good of a driver, but we got great people around us. So I just want to, we owe this one to Catherine at headquarters, Danny, Jamie, everybody in Atlanta that believed in us, and see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is going to be as good a conditions we've seen all weekend, so it's going to be stout.
When we come back, it'll be time to go pro stock racing as the number 38, the 38th time Ron Capps has been a #1 qualifier in funny car. One of the sweetest to start a season. The pro stockers are up next.
Everybody wants to point at the driver like a quarterback. A quarterback and a driver doesn't win these games. It's the men and women in the trenches. My secret was #1, you need sponsors like Cornwell Tools. And then you got to have a trusted crew with mechanical ability, and with that, you put the right tools in their hand, Cornwell Tools, now you got championships, and it's only going to get better. I trust Cornwell Tools. That's a fact.
You may think you know drag racing, the chills, the speed, and iconic moments, but this season, it hits different. 75 years in the making. The crowd's locked in, waiting for that moment. The moment of realizing you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Whether you're a longtime fan or feeling earth-shaking horsepower for the first time, you're part of the story now. Expect the unexpected April 9th through 12th when NHRA takes over Southern California. Get tickets at NHRA.com today.
Look closely. When every line is considered, every detail refined, when design and performance come together as one, all you see is everything you want. The Dell XPS.
You want it so bad, go get it, I dare ya.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, serves up the Big QP for just $10.99. And that's 85% more beef than some quarter-pound burger. Yeah, hey, fast food, this is how you value meal. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Fairlife Ultra Filtered Milk brings more goodness to every sip. With 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and creaminess that makes smoothies even smoothier. Fairlife.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
And here's a look at the play-in-entry odds entering Saturday here in Gainesville. To win this race, Dallas Glenn is favored. Greg Anderson, who's not yet qualified, and then it's Hartford and Jake Coughlin at 1285. There's some other players in there like, I don't know, Cody Coughlin. May seem like long odds, but the guy's crushing it so far.
Well, now's the time to change things up a little bit.
Now let's look at our Pro Stock highlights here from qualifying session 3. Greg Anderson and Chris McGahey. Anderson attempting to make his way into this field. McGahey hanging on at 15. Anderson's car did not leave in the way he wanted. You saw the black tracks he laid down. He needed to go quicker than what he did. Anderson misses the field in Q3, 660 with an 8. The pressure's on.
What is encouraging is he was able to get the car to the finish line under power. Now it's just a matter of stepping up. He's trying to run in the warmest conditions of the day.
Qualifying session 4 found the same 2 cars next to each other. Greg Anderson, who has gone 490 races in a row, the longest streak in NHRA right now, goes to the finish line and qualifies. 6:55.6. Haha, the streak continues.
Well, for Greg Anderson, that's a clutch play right there, and he did exactly that. He stepped it up 0.05 of a second from his previous run.
And the final order in Pro Stock: Cody Coughlin, Matt Hartford, Matt Latino, Kramer Stanfield, Glenn Coughlin, and Eric Latino. Now, it should be noted, we did not have a conversation with Cody Coughlin after he grabbed his Mission Foods hat because of the fact the weather came in. Lightning forced us to take our cameras down. Chris McGahey ended up on the bump spot. Cody Anderson ended up 12th, and Greg Anderson ended up lucky 13th, and we talked to him after he did it.
You walked over here smiling. How relieved are you?
Very. I really tried to screw up my weekend. It was going to be probably my best weekend in a long time, obviously, with my son Cody getting in the Gator Nationals, his first race out. So it was going to be a fantastic weekend, and I just about threw a wrench into that plan. So at least we get to race tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe even sometime tomorrow we can match up. So good times.
You tell me there's a chance as Greg Anderson walks away with a smile on his face. Qualifying session 3 of Pro Stock Motorcycle. Richard Gadsden, Angie Smith, 1 and 2 in the order with a final pair of qualifying session 3. Angie jumped the starting line just a shade, and across the finish line she went, tucked on tightly on her motorcycle. 675 to Gadsden 676. They maintain that 1 and 2 position. Final qualifying order in Pro Stock Motorcycle will have Angie Smith as the #1 qualifier. Gadsden and Matt Smith following her. Gage, Herrera, then it's John Hall, Clayton Howie, Chase Van Zandt, and Steve Johnson. Much like Pro Stock Car, because of lightning concerns, our cameras were down. We did not get a conversation with Angie Smith, but certainly we'll speak to her during our Eliminator coverage a little bit later today. When we come back, the competition ladders for the first of 20 times in 2026 will be displayed. A beautiful look at Gainesville Raceway right here. Stay with us. Let's check out the ladders.
Philly boy.
Philly boy is a cowboy on a cow.
Philly boy.
To creamy dairy goodness, he took a sacred vow. Now he rosies all across the land, all to and fro. To make a dish creamier, there's no place he won't go.
Make it really Philly good.
Unlike other value meals, Arby's new $7.99 meat and 3 box has 3 sides, not just 1. It's more meal for your money. Seriously, it's more meal for your money. Oh, where'd that come from?
Arby's, we have the meats.
Applebee's is bringing the taste of the Big Easy to your neighborhood, starting at $11.99. Enjoy the fan-favorite Bourbon Street Penne, the new Big Easy Burger, and the new Bayou Shrimp Bowl. That's eating good in the neighborhood.
Get ready to race down the track with Mission Foods. It's a green light for the NHRA Mission Foods Drag Racing Series, packed with fast action and tasty products. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Who is Amalie Motor Oil? In all 50 states, in over 100 countries, for more than 100 years, we've kept the gears turning, the pistons firing, and the machinery moving. We're the largest family-owned, privately held manufacturer of superior quality motor oils and industrial lubricants in North America. That's Amalie Motor Oil. Better than it has to be since 19...
Talk about all these changes. Here is a smattering of them that occurred over an offseason that began far too early in Pomona, California. Austin Prock and the entire family left John Force Racing to go to Bob Tasca's team. A major shakeup at John Force Racing with Josh Hart, former television reporter Jordan Vandergriff, and Alexis DeJoria all joining the operation. Leah Pruitt has returned. Tony Stewart has moved to the new Elite Top Fuel team with R&L Carriers as a sponsor. And Maddie Gordon is debuting her Carlisle Monster.
Provide that bat for the Angels this year, but it all starts here. Two things that stood out to me, Tyler, yesterday. One was the defense. Athletically, he looked good. He looks like he's beyond some of the injuries he dealt with last year. And hitting from the right side, you hit that 2-run home run early yesterday. He is in a good spot right now. Hopefully this is a launching pad for a big 2026.
He also just looked so comfortable with this team. And something we talked about a lot in 2023 was how the environment and the vibe in that clubhouse was going to be. But Yoan Moncada looking tremendously in his element as a member of this Cuban squad in his team's first game on day number 1. A big one here today from here on Bithorn Stadium as Colombia will attempt to stay alive in pursuit of the quarterfinal round behind Luis Patino. On the other side, it's Denny Larondo who gets the ball for Cuba. Lineups and first pitch next from San Juan.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah. Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream.
Coming back and feeling the fans, I'm really trying to enjoy this moment. There's been so much anticipation and talk and practice and everything else, but you only get one shot at, starting a second season like this all over again. I have a different mentality. I mean, I've been singing nursery rhymes for the whole last year, so to be in that whole, stomp on their throat mental game, you don't just get to turn that back on. This is a new version of myself, and I'm just as excited as everyone else to see exactly what that is.
We talk about what Leah has accomplished. It's her 14th professional season in drag racing, 12 career victories, 27 final rounds, 15 number 1 qualifiers. She finished 3rd in the points in 2023. If she had won the final round against Doug Coletta, she would have been a world champion. The regular season champion last year is Leah's husband, Tony Stewart, now wearing the R&L Carriers. Bruno Massel's with him.
Well, if you follow the off-season storylines, you quickly learn that Tony Stewart no longer drives for Tony Stewart Racing, but he did find a job.
To recapture on a Sunday afternoon in San Juan, Puerto Rico, as we welcome you to beautiful here on Bithorn Stadium on this gorgeous Sunday under partly cloudy skies. It is game number 5, already at the midway point of Pool A of the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Ryan, an 0-2 start for this Colombia team. Outstanding work, especially at the plate in the qualifiers all time in this event, but offensively in the main tournament, they have really struggled to arrive.
They really have, and just trying to get something going. We talk about this in the first couple of days of this tournament. Man, you have to get moving quick, get some kind of rhythm offensively. But on the flip side, too, on the pitching, man, I'm telling you right now, when you lose Julio Teheran like they did yesterday, and it puts so much strain when you're struggling with depth in some of those middle innings, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday.
There is the young manager, Jose Mosquera. He and his staff will change the lineup up a little bit as they look for win number 1 here on the 3rd day of this opening round, and it looks like this. Michael Arroyo, the Mariners prospect, in the top spot as the leadoff man and the designated hitter. He and Harold Ramirez behind him have combined for 8 hits and 15 at-bats.
Yeah, and you look at Arroyo, Harold Ramirez, and then the veteran Donovan Solano. Those 3 have been an impact at the top of the lineup. It's what the rest of the lineup can do. Michael Arroyo, a couple of hits already. Harold Ramirez absolutely raking, 5 hits. Donovan Solano has been on base half the time. So that's all good, 1, 2, and 3. What can the rest of this lineup do in some of these big spots?
And on the mound today, they will get a look at a guy who spent 2025 at a couple of different stops in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization in the right-hander, Denny Larondo.
Yeah, and look, 24 years old. He was with the Yankees, and he's now with the D-backs. that breaking ball can be a weapon for him. You can see all of a sudden he's starting to sneak up into some of the top 10 lists in strikeouts with some of these lower levels of the minor leagues. But again, you look at Cuba, they had Levan Moinello and then Yariel Rodriguez that first game. Strategically, they can pitch them back, but a lot leaning on Denny Larondo, the young 24-year-old.
It is a lovely day here in San Juan. We do have a decent amount of wind blowing in from left field, so we'll see if that plays a factor today, as it has for the first couple of days of this World Baseball Classic Pool A. We're going to have a lot of fun today. The opener here in this contest, the nightcap coming up this evening, as we'll get a look at Panama and Canada. Panama is going to be in a really similar spot as Colombia today, as there you see Michael Arroyo. 3 for 7, Ryan, and you nailed it in the open. The Mariners are so excited to get his bat to the big leagues. They're trying to figure out where can we slot him in defensively.
Yeah, and look, it is a log jam where you got Colt Emerson, on the verge of making his major league debut. You got Cole Young, who got some time last year, but trying to put him into an outfield spot. There is some room there, but you're going to see him at some point. They are so high on Michael Arroyo. He's hit everywhere. He's so athletic. They love him off the field as well, and he's starting to show up here on the biggest stage at the World Baseball Classic.
And ready to get things started here on this Sunday afternoon, as Arroyo will climb into the batter's box to get his first look at Denny Larondo. Home plate umpire today is Tripp Gibson. Mario Villavicencio is at third base. Chan Jung Chong at second. And Laz Diaz over at first.
But man, when these schedules came out, if you're Cuba, you're going to be thinking, this is great. Just with these off days built in. Some of these teams, Colombia being one of them, you don't get those breaks in between where you can restructure your pitching, especially it's a team that definitely needs it.
And the first pitch of game number 5 of Pool A is outside, and we are underway with Michael Arroyo squaring off with Denny Larondo. Yeah, the schedule so advantageous for Cuba. Off day yesterday, off day coming up on Tuesday. Arroyo swings at strike 1. Puerto Rico will be off today. They will be off again on Wednesday, the final day of this opening round. Probably the 2 best schedules. But Canada also in that mix. They played yesterday, they'll play today, and they are off tomorrow after sitting out on Friday in the first day of this pool. But yeah, no doubt that Cuba sitting pretty with the way things stacked up schedule-wise coming into this pool. 2 balls and a strike on Arroyo. Larondo last season with the Visalia Rawhide and the Hillsboro Hops in the California League and the Northwest League at the Class A and High A levels in the Diamondbacks organization. Some good numbers with his peripherals. 92 strikeouts and 80 2/3 innings against 41 walks, but an ERA north of 5 1/4, and he walks the leadoff man here to get things started for Colombia in the top of the first.
Yeah, I talked about the strikeouts all of a sudden in these lower levels of the minor leagues, creeping into the top 10s. You're looking at 10 Ks per 9, but when you are facing more of a veteran lineup with Harold Ramirez, who's raking right now, you got Donovan Solano, who's been so patient, you got to force him back into the strike zone because that command can be an issue.
So good wheels on at first for the hottest hitter in this Colombia lineup, Harold Ramirez. And takes strike 1. Ramirez 5 for his first 8, a double and an RBI. 31-year-old free agent, spent last season in the Mexican League where he hit .359 with a .909 OPS. Also stole 30 bases. 6-year big leaguer from 2019 through 2024. Fastball punches the outside corner to make it 0-2.
He's in the 90s right now with that fastball. He can get up to 94, but you're going to see 90s, 92s.
Real short lead over at first for Arroyo. Doesn't stop the snap throw anyway. There is a lot of tension in that dugout today, knowing that with a loss, Colombia's dream of the quarterfinal round is gone, as a foul pop-out is out number 1. But Colombia, Ryan, has done a pretty good job of generating opportunities offensively. They just haven't cashed in.
Right.
And I think that's the thing, as you take a look at the Pool A scenarios, that you try to ride if you are Jose Mosquera and this staff. We just need key hits in those spots where we're getting guys on.
Yeah, and yesterday, too, seeing Gio Urshela come up and striking out in those 3 pitches, chase the pitch, was 54-foot lawn dart that he swung at, put himself in a rough spot. And that's when they were putting some of the pressure on Canada, getting into that bullpen. But just, yeah, those key at-bats, especially for a guy like Gio Urshela, more of a veteran player, he's got plenty of time in the big leagues. I mean, they were ran out at home in the first inning yesterday. In the third inning, they were threatening. Rodriguez punched out. And just those key moments, so big.
Runner off of the pitch. Throw down to second base by Hernandez. Escapes into center field. Arroyo's to his feet, and he's going to take third as well. Stolen base and the error, and with one away, Colombia's got a man 1 station down the line.
And Michael Arroyo with a huge dump. We talked about, obviously, the athleticism and the speed. But you can see, look, Denny Larondo, who's trying to get in a rhythm. I know he just got that first out. But sometimes you fall asleep with the runner over at first base where you just have that same leg kick, that same time to home. Arroyo jumping all over it.
And a hitter's count here for Donovan Solano. 1 for his first 5 with 3 walks here in the Classic. Corners pulled in. Middle infielders a little bit tighter as well. And it's 3-0. Ryan, we talk so often about the pitching matchups in the Classic and how you sort of have to structure things based on getting your best opportunity. Another walk here in the first inning for Cuba's starter, Denny Larondo. This is a young guy being trusted in a big moment. Herman Mesa, theoretically, is saving some more key arms for Puerto Rico and for Canada, but you can't let a game like this get away from you. Obviously, it's the first inning, but it's a big pressure spot, and you can tell Larondo is just not locked in yet.
Yeah, and look, a couple other things that go with this. You look at this, all right, 24 years old, A-ball kid, can get up to 94, can spin a break ball, all those things. Okay. But some of the intangibles you don't think about, right? When you are on this national team, what this means, look, we've talked about this a bunch. For Cuba, having those golden eras of just world domination, you know that that's how you grow up. So all of a sudden, here you are in game 2, being given the ball. You're looking around you. You're seeing some of these, the guys who, whether it be Despaigne, he's looking at Yohan Moncada over your shoulder. Man, the nerves are running high, and you can tell there's a little bit more of that urgency. He's rushing a little bit. He's yanking that ball arm side all day long. Now they just need to slow him down. You can see Cape just talking to him, just, hey, listen, have fun. Whatever it is, just to get you back in the strike zone. But it's so important, man. You forget some of this.
Defensive alignment for Cuba looks like that. This is pretty much the same lineup that we saw in every way on Friday in the opener, but Ryan, as you noted in the open, Yohan Moncada just looked really smooth and confident out at third.
Yeah, and there's always been these niggling injuries happening with him throughout his seasons in the big leagues, but man, he barehanded that ball in game 1, coming in, looked good, fired that ball across the infield, that play to his left.
Jordan Diaz 0 for 2 through his team's first 2 games in the Classic, but starting as the cleanup hitter at first base today. And he lifts one in the air, well struck to center. Roel Santos curling back in from in front of the warning track, tagging at third. Arroyo will score a sacrifice fly for Diaz, and Colombia is on the board with its first lead of the 2026 Classic. It's 1-0 in the first.
And they're off to a good start against Cuba. Remember, going back to that last game against Canada yesterday, they had that play at the plate. Arroyo was run out. So again, you just take your breath right now. Obviously, it's only the top of the first. I get it. But all this counts.
Already a mound visit here in this first inning, and you wonder how short the leash will be if Larondo can't find a rhythm. In the post-game press conference on Friday, Herman Mesa said that it was between Larondo and left-hander Julio Robaina to get the start today. But Cuba just has such a luxury, Ryan, with the way they can reset their pitching staff. They've got everybody available today after the off day yesterday. And there's a chance that we could see Yariel Rodriguez, Redel Martinez, Yohan Lopez, a lot of really high leverage arms that could come into this spot if Lorando falters early. He's given up one here in the first, and he runs the count to 2-0 on Urshela, already nearing 20 pitches. Urshela 1 for 4 here in the early going of the Classic, his third WBC with Colombia.
And this is a key bat. We talked about the at-bat he had yesterday, in the 8th inning, striking out. He's already punched out 3 times. This is one of those veteran bats, man. You just hope he comes up big at some point in this game, maybe here in this first inning, to lift this offense.
Big swing and miss on 2-1. That'll even it up. Donovan Solano over at first. 2 walks in this inning for Colombia's bats. One of them cashed in Arroyo. Stole second, went to third on the error charge to Omar Hernandez. Already some stirring in the Cuba bullpen down the right field line. Urshela fouls that one away.
Now this is the at-bat I'm talking about in the 8th inning, right? You have a situation where you're starting to get into that bullpen, maybe that weak link for this Canadian team, and all of a sudden, look at this first pitch. I mean, just so aggressive, was in swing mode right away, and he's down quickly 0-2. Boom, huge strikeout to Gio Urshela in a big spot right there where they'll start to claw back and maybe upset Team Canada.
2-2 again. Inside, a 3-ball count once more for Lorando. He and his infield started shifting toward the first base dugout. They were hoping to get a strike 3 call. And there is Luis Romero already throwing here in the top of the first. Big pitch coming up right here for Lorando. 3-2, runner off, ball 4, third walk of the inning for the 24-year-old. Herman Mesa and his team. This is what we're talking about with that advantageous schedule, with the pitching rest requirements. Friday's game against Panama, a win. Saturday, everybody sort of resets. Now you play back-to-back days for the only time. You got a couple of teams in this event who will play 4 straight days right out of the gate. So for Cuba, you come into this feeling really good about your pitching staff. This is not what you want out of the gate for Herman Mesa.
Yeah, it was worked out perfectly on day one. When you look at that breakdown, the pitches he used.
Here's Gustavo Campero. Herman Mesa, man, we had so much fun talking baseball with him the other day. A guy who has played on the biggest stages in the international game and was really part of that golden era of Cuban baseball. Fly ball out to left. Wind working on this one. Moas in. Aruba out. And it is the shortstop to make the grab and wrap up the first. Going to the bottom of 1. Colombia's got a run on the board.
In luge, races can be decided by 1,000th of a second. The last thing we need to be thinking about in those moments is payroll. Thankfully, we have Gusto. When athletes are racing at 90 miles per hour, Gusto helps us stay focused on performance, not paperwork.
Buying a new car? You need WeatherTech. Perhaps a nice used car? You need WeatherTech. Or maybe you're still driving Old Faithful. You need WeatherTech. No matter the age of your vehicle, American-made WeatherTech products are the solution. Because masses don't care what year your vehicle is.
See? You do need WeatherTech.
Order your American-made protection at WT.com.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet.
I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
I used to open credit cards for the perks, but all the fees and penalties just threw my finances off. With Chime, I build credit safely and get cash back when I direct deposit. My score is up almost 100 points, and I use my Chime card for everything. Join the millions of members like us, banking fee-free at Chime.
This is still Domino's best deal ever. I mean, it's the only deal that gets you any Domino's pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
You're saving $20.
Said save like $32.89.
Only at Domino's.
If it's Saturday night, it's Baseball Night in America, only on Fox.
MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
Starting lineup looks like this for Germán Mesa and Cuba today, coming off a 3-1 win on Friday afternoon in which their offense and their pitching staff are just very complete. Yoán Moncada, Ariel Martinez, big contributions.
Yeah, you look at the top of that lineup with Moncada and Ariel Martinez, already a couple hits, big hits in this tournament. Now for Cuba, this is only game 2 for them. I feel like it should be game 10, but so much has happened in the first couple of days as we see Luis Patino, former top 100 prospect, trying to find his way back, had some really mixed results, and a big thing leaned on that slider. That was such a big plus pitch for him, that slider, when he first broke into the big leagues, and then kind of lost the feel for it. He's finding his way to Mexico in 2026. You see the velocity too. You're going to see 91s, 92s, but when he was at his best, when he had that prospect status, he was mid-90s, and that slider was so good. He had around a 48% whiff rate on that slider, and all of a sudden lost it 2022, 2023.
And he walks the leadoff man. Roel Santos is on. Control, a rarity here early on Sunday.
Yeah, he's going to pitch with a lot of emotion as well. Obviously, it means so much for him pitching for this Colombian team, but trying to find his way back on the map, like a lot of these players we see from Panama, Colombia, trying to get back maybe to affiliated baseball. But Tyler, with that slider, 2020, 2021, that was a plus pitch. Opponents hit 150 against that pitch. The last couple of years of him in the big leagues, hit well over 300 against that.
Matchup of a couple of guys very familiar with what it's like to be some of the most highly touted young talent in baseball. Yoán Moncada, who at one time was the number 2 overall prospect in the game according to MLB Pipeline. And Luis Patino, a prized pitching prospect, and has battled through health issues, had Tommy John surgery in April of 2024, came back last year in the Padres organization with High A Lake Elsinore on May 4th. Saw some time with AA San Antonio, but was released in August. Signed with the reigning Mexican League champions, Diablos Rojos of Mexico City. Alan Cordova on Panama's squad. He's also a member of the Diablos Rojos. A little equipment change, little glove change going on. Issue for Jordan Diaz, it seems.
Hey, look, we talked about too. I've said this a few times now with this Colombian team, right? So this is so important for Patino to come out and throw strikes, just get a little bit of length for this rotation. We talked about Julio Teheran just minutes yesterday having to back out of that start, and it puts so much strain, obviously, when you're dealing with depth. But what about the game prior to that? You had Jose Quintana, who, we figured out right after that had some restrictions from the Rockies. He could only throw around 30 pitches. Got a late start to spring training. So, man, it's going to be some mixing and matching, figuring out this pitching here against Cuba.
Talking hitting in the Cuban dugout. Cuba's over on the first base side today. Jordan Diaz has a new glove. Here you see Jose Quintana, the captain of this Colombia squad, who theoretically is available to pitch today.
Right.
He could go again later on. But Colombia is one of the 2 teams, along with Panama, playing 4 straight days to open and to close their Pool A as Yoel Moncada takes one off the right shoulder, and it's 1st and 2nd to get things started for Cuba.
Now you can tell Patino is just not quite settled in, not comfortable. He's rushing a little bit. There's a ton of non-verbal as you see Yoel Moncada take one off the shoulder. Smiles there with Diaz. We saw plenty of in the play last night. Man, what a game last night, Tyler.
Woo. Unbelievable, man.
Amazing.
And the type of game that this event creates, the type of moment that this event creates. One that will forever be part of Puerto Rican baseball lore. Terrell Hernandez with the walk-off homer in the bottom of the 10th inning as Ariel Martinez takes ball 1.
And just think coming up, you've got the host nation. They're still going to take on Cuba in that night game. They're still going to take on Team Canada. They get the day off today, and they're going to be huge games.
And how about that, too, Ryan? The day off today to be able to ride the emotion of that and not succumb to, man, we had so many chances and couldn't get it done, and now we're 1-1.
Yeah.
Instead, you sit around the hotel today, you go out, you explore a little bit in San Juan, you're feeling really good as the home team, Puerto Rico, at 2-0 in the driver's seat here in Pool A. One-on-one count on Martinez as Patino comes home 2-1. He's just spraying it all outside the zone at the moment. Luis Patino at his 10 pitches. He has thrown 2 strikes. Martinez, high fly ball, deep right. Campero back, warning track, wall, 3-1 Cuba in the 1st.
Ariel Martinez was just hunting something straight, middle of the plate. Gets a 2-1 count. Anything up, anything middle of the plate, he was going to absolutely get after it. Good piece of hitting too, man. Letting that ball get a little deeper on him and driving that ball with that oppo power to right field.
Activity now in Colombia's bullpen, as this is a struggle out of the gate for Luis Patino. Ryan, Luis Patino had as much prospect helium as anybody in baseball and just has not been able to reach that ceiling. And obviously the injuries were a big part of that. But against, and this is something we talked about with Cuba, such a veteran lineup. These guys don't put together cheap at-bats.
Yeah, and again, too, man, you get that 2-1 and you just absolutely pigeonhole him into something up in the strike zone at 90 miles per hour against Ariel Martinez. See the result.
And what does that do as well for Denny Larondo, too, struggling with his command in the first inning, and now you can take a deep breath. As Alfredo Despaigne, the ageless Alfredo Despaigne, stands in. That is David Lourdes, the Reds prospect, getting to work in Colombia's pen. We've seen him once already over the first couple days. Despaigne in the air, should be playable. Foul ground for Urshela, and that is the first out of the first inning. Gio Urshela over there at the hot corner. One of the many veterans in Colombia's defensive alignment. Harold Ramirez out there on left. It has been shaky, though, defensively for Colombia. And one interesting insertion in the lineup, Tito Polo getting the start in center field. He was one of the last additions to this roster and has played a pretty key role here the first couple days. Now Isabel Barrena down the left field line, obliterates a solo shot, and it's 4-1 in the first inning.
And Tyler, why not, right? Coming out swinging that first pitch. You've been in the on-deck circle, sitting on the top step of that dugout, watching, doing your little mini scouting report, 60 feet away from Patino. You know he hasn't got the velocity to beat you. Something middle out over the plate. I'm getting after it, and that'll be it for Patino. Rough way to start this game.
Patino gets one out and will exit this game. Cuba roaring in the bottom of the first in San Juan.
All right, Fox Saturday Night Baseball is back. Fans are back. Celebrations are back. Players are back, doing 17 things before every pitch. We say it's a long season and lose our minds by the third inning. It's superstars climbing the wall while the rest of us strain for the remote. And Saturday night, that's locked in. Same night every week. No thinking required. You bring the couch, we'll bring the drama. Baseball Night in America, only on Fox.
The United Football League is back. Professional football in the spring. A game experience like no other.
Beautiful throw, right on the money.
Big energy, high-flying plays, innovative tech.
Wow!
This is just the beginning.
My goodness!
This is the United Football League. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox.
None of this was imaginable 30 years ago. Gonzaga is like basketball fields of dreams.
It's like a family. We all got confidence. He got confidence.
We're going to the Final Four.
To the championship!
That was a killer shot, man.
We're beating teams 30, 40 every night.
Another chapter to this miraculous story.
It's one of the greatest stories in the history of sports.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. Today, NASCAR takes center stage. See the biggest names in racing live from Phoenix. The Desert Double continues with NASCAR today at 3 on FS1.
Just about a worst-case scenario start for Colombia, and maybe best case on the other side for Cuba. Arizbel Arruebarrena, a solo blast to end the day for Luis Patino, and it's a 4-1 game in the bottom of the first.
Right, we talked about this just watching a couple of bats leading up to that swing. You walk up preset, I'm swinging. If I see something middle up, I'm getting after it. That's exactly what he did. Continue out of this game.
Martinez, a 2-run shot, 2 batters prior. And Ryan, this is not a circumstance where we're having a calm day wind-wise. That was a shot, I mean, into the teeth of the wind blowing in from left. I mean, just center cut. The velocity wasn't there. That's a tough day for Luis Patino. So the first man to face the new arm into the game for Colombia is Omar Hernandez, who skies one out to right. Gustavo Campero will put it away. 1 down. David Lordui is the new arm, the Cincinnati Reds prospect who made a couple of stops in that Red system last year.
Yeah, lower levels of the minor leagues. David Lordui, we've already seen him. He's only thrown the 2/3 of an inning. So again, well rested. But look at Patino right here. It's like, hang on. See, here's the thing too. What leads into that, he knows there's conversations before the game. This is tournament baseball. He knows the fact that Julio Teheran was missing yesterday, and the one thing on his mind is how deep can I get into this game. And sometimes when you do that, you don't stay present, right? I've been there before where you've been in a situation where your bullpen's roughed up. Man, I've got to go 5, 6 plus, even though I'm struggling a little bit. And then you come out and just throw the third of an inning, man. That is rough.
Colombia used 8 relievers yesterday, 7 on Friday, and a fly ball off the bat of Yoelqui Escobar, who belted a homer in his team's first game. This one will settle into Harold Ramirez's glove and send us to the second. Only 2 hits in this game, both Cuban homers, and it's a 4-1 lead for today's home team going to the second.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
Domino's.
The best against the best.
What do you know about this baseball? Where samurai swing bats. Here, teammates become opponents. Anyone can be a superhero. And stadiums become orchestras. This is baseball, with nothing held back. Expect everything.
Who'd you make this for?
I wouldn't have lived this long if I discussed my clients.
You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
Hi, Dad.
I'm gonna cook and then I have to go.
What?
My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My secret.
Memory of a Killer. Watch anytime on Hulu.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go! You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness. You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies.
Please hit that button.
Oh my gosh.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. Watch anytime on Hulu.
This is a Big East tournament, folks. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready. The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
Day 3 in Pool A, and we've got scenarios at play already here this afternoon and this evening from here on Bithorn Stadium. All day, we will see teams fighting for their lives in the World Baseball Classic. If Cuba wins this game, Colombia is out. If Canada wins tonight, Panama is out. And then it is a 3-horse race to determine the 2 teams that will move on to the quarterfinal round of the 2026 World Baseball Classic. And Ryan, for Colombia, bottom third of the order here, but they barely had a chance to take a deep breath before that 1-0 lead was gone.
Yeah. And again, too, up and down the lineup, right? Like the bottom part of the lineup, it's been rough, but all of a sudden here you are, because you start to zoom out, you start to look big picture, you know what's at stake. Obviously, if they lose today, eliminated. You just lost another starting pitcher in Patino, only going a third of an inning. Their backs are against the wall, that is for sure.
Tito Polo getting the nod today as the starting center fielder in the 7th spot. And a ground ball foul. Polo still busting it up the line, but that one called foul immediately. And Ryan, there's got to be a lot of disappointment in that dugout, because this team came into this event with more momentum than any other squad out of the qualifiers. They outscored their opponents 23-1 combined last year in Tucson, and it kind of felt like, all right, this is the time. And Colombia, though they have only had 2 wins in the main tournament, they have played such a big role in pushing teams like the Dominican Republic, the United States. They've been in difficult groups. They have put scares into teams. And right now, Jose Mosquera, I mean, he and his staff, they're just searching for answers in any way. They've only scored 3 runs in their first now 2+ games combined, and now they'll need that today just to pull even in this.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing's done just yet in regards to elimination, but you look at this and say, all right, we've got a situation where we're 3-0 in the qualifiers. We're fresh off of that. You've got some veterans coming back who are pushing hard. Jose Quintana on recruiting players. You've got Donovan Solano, 38 years old. He's got 10+ years in the big leagues. You've had some success, and here you are, find yourself on day 3 in a situation like this.
There's 14 relievers in 2 days, and you also wonder, too, how much that Julio Teheran shoulder issue yesterday really just derailed things.
Yeah, for sure. It can be deflating. That's for sure. On the flip side, too, like Daniel Rondo with that punch out. You mentioned it, Tyler. The fact you get that 3-run lead, you can take a breath. Everything just looks way more sharp. It's got that good rhythm to him. Cuba looks good.
The other thing, too, just from the age perspective for him, if you're a guy who feels like you got the weight of your world on your shoulders, you've walked a couple, the stolen base, the error, didn't even give up a hit in the first, but you gave up a run. When the veteran guys are the ones that come through, and I would imagine Ariel Martinez and Risbel Arua Barrena walked up to Lorondo in the dugout and said, hey, don't worry, we got you.
Right.
That level of calm, you can't replace that with anything else.
Yeah, and you're looking over your shoulder, too, at the bullpen, which is still moving around a little bit, but there's nothing worse, Tyler, when you get the ball to start game 2, right? There's all these expectations, internally, externally, and you pitch and you're trying to get in a rhythm, you glance over your left shoulder and the bullpen's already going. I'm telling you, that leash gets so much shorter. Now, all of a sudden, you get that 3-run lead, you can come back out, take a breath, and just do your thing. You get 2 quick outs.
See what a live arm this is for Lorondo. A guy with a pretty high ceiling. He's not the biggest dude in the world, 6'2", 180, but as Ryan noted, he can run it up to mid-90s with the fastball velocity. Powers that one in there at 91 to Dayan Frias, who bats with 2 outs and the base is empty here in the top half of 2. Colombia has just not caught any breaks here the first 3 days of this World Baseball Classic. You know, back in 2023 in Taichung, we got a fan behind the plate for Cuba who had, I think he had a horn or a cowbell, made himself very present. I'm 99% sure he is in the house here today, hanging out behind the plate. Cuba's got a good contingent in attendance, Colombia as well. But talking about that success that Colombia has had, even in games that they may not have been able to pull away. 2017 against the United States, the bottom of the 6th inning, a wild pitch scored Ian Kinsler, and then Adam Jones with the walk-off moment. And then in 2023 against the U.S., Colombia was up 2-1. Mike Trout with a 2-run single gave the United States a 3-2 lead. Ryan Presley struck out Jordan Diaz to end that game in the 9th in 2023.
And look, man, again, we talked about this off air too, Tyler, and we watched Australia against Japan early this morning as well. When you don't have some of the firepower in the middle innings or the back end of that bullpen is not that 3 to 4 guys that you can lean on. What happens is you can hold, if you're a team like Colombia or Australia against Japan, and you have some players that you can hold it up. You can have that one guy who gets that start 4 or 5 innings. The game will hold up. You'll see this pattern across the World Baseball Classic, especially in pool play. The game will hold up, they'll keep it close, and then the wheels fall off. And we've seen this so many times, especially going back to 2023, 2017 even. I've been a part of that on some of these teams where, man, you just get you start tapping into what kind of depth you've got, and that's where the wheels fall off. And there was a couple of examples there against Team USA.
Frias at second after the wild pitch. And Michael Arroyo, who walked to lead off this game and manufactured that first run for Colombia, takes a strike to make it 2-2. Walked, stole second, went to third on a throwing error charge to Omar Hernandez, and then came home on Jordan Diaz's sacrifice fly. Lorondo deals the 2-2, and Arroyo in the air to center. Roel Santos drifting back is there, and that'll do it for Colombia in the second. We go to the bottom of 2. It's 4-1 Cuba.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
This is Candy Crush Saga,
where Sweet just got serious. Compete in All-Stars and make it to the live final
for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush All-Stars now.
It's laundry day. No, Mark, what are you doing? Hey, I admit it. I ate your socks. Come on, man. Your next cut, babe.
This is the story of the one who knows that choosing Grainger for next-day delivery and professional-grade products can help him fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't know Domino's $9.99 best deal ever? Just pick your crust. Maybe pan pizza,
gluten-free crust,
thin and crispy too. Load on up to 7 toppings like
bacon,
3 different types of cheeses, green peppers, and get it all for under $10. Only at
Domino's. At TrueWork, we know what you wear must stand up to the job. That's why we design performance workwear, built for shifting weather and real job site demands. We test, we listen, we refine, until every detail earns its place. It's built like it matters, because it does. TrueWork, performance workwear. Shop today at truework.com.
Offensive firepower out of the gate for Cuba. Ariel Martinez, an opposite field 3-run homer to erase Colombia's early lead. And 2 batters later, Arizbel Arroyo-Barrena with a solo shot down the left field line. And Cuba, a team that historically has thrived in the opening round in the World Baseball Classic, chasing Luis Patino after just 5 batters. David Lourdeau did settle things down, though, for Colombia. Got a couple of outs quickly from Omar Hernandez and Yoelqui Esquivel, who homered in his team's first game back on Friday. And Lourdeau tasked with just trying to stabilize things right now and let Colombia catch its breath here in the second.
It's been all home runs. I mean, it had the 2 early in the game, that first game. 2 today.
Leonel Moas Jr. leading things off, the 8-hole hitter. Jesus Bosmenier, the pitching coach for Cuba, you saw there a second ago in the dugout. He's sort of a reserve pitching coach as a pop out there by Moas for out number 1. After Pedro Lazo was not granted a visa. But Cuba's offense coming to the rescue of that young starter. And they've always been good, Ryan. They played in a semifinal. They played in a championship game in the Classic. But we really didn't know what to expect from Cuba this year.
Yeah, I really didn't. And again, you know, going back again, 2023, you have some of the big league names coming over. Not all of them. I mean, we've had notable players who are not on this roster that they could fill up. There's always these surprises. I mean, we asked Herman Mesa too. Okay, who's gonna stand out here? Who's gonna be that one player that you're really excited about?
Mesa was so much fun to talk to. Yeah, we got to talk to him about the guys he's most excited for. You know, Yoan Moncada obviously stands out in that regard. We told this story yesterday, but he said, you know, Arroyo-Barrena, and he said in Spanish through his interpreter, it's a difficult name to say, so just call him Arizbel. And Yiddy Cape out of the 9 spot, the second baseman, fouls that one away. But the thing I go back to from that conversation was when we asked him, what's the element of this team that excites you the most? And he said the unity. And the reason, as Cape goes down swinging, that felt like such a big comment is that was the thing that we felt Cuba didn't have early in Pool A in 2023. They just looked disjointed and sort of like they hadn't gelled yet. Now, this team got to play some exhibition games. They went to Nicaragua. They've been together for a little while, and that makes a monster difference. So 2 gone back to the top of the order, and Santos, the center fielder.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, the aging roster. I mean, look at Raul Santos, 38 years old, but he's known for that speed. Slaps the ball around the place.
And a 1-2-3 inning for David Lourdeau. 5 up, 5 down for him. We'll go to the top of the third in a 4-1 game.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Drip. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now, try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
on the nose.
So what's it like being a doctor in Port Win?
This town is ridiculous.
Tuesday's Best Medicine is all new.
I don't care about festivals or games. I'm here to work.
And you can watch it anytime.
I love it here. I love knowing my neighbors.
It's the warmest, most delightful, and most charming show of the new year.
Come on, admit it. You're starting to like it here.
Release me, please.
Best Medicine is all new. Tuesdays on Fox or watch anytime.
If I could write a note to my younger self, here's what I'd say. Everything you're feeling now won't always keep you down. There'll be better days. Dear me, don't worry about it. You're gonna be alright. Dear me.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. The Desert Double continues with NASCAR taking center stage. Live from Phoenix, today at 3 on FS1.
First arm out of the bullpen on Friday is the first arm out of the bullpen here today for Cuba, as the Toronto Blue Jays right-hander Yariel Rodriguez will take over. Denny Larondo, 2 innings, allowed 1 run in the first, really settled in the second, but already into the bullpen for Germán Mesa and his team.
Yeah, and now look, again, a 3-run lead right now. I'm a little surprised of seeing Yariel Rodriguez, only because you do have to deal with some of the restrictions. He's in year 3 of a $32 million deal with the Blue Jays, and sometimes these organizations, you know, Jose Quintana, classic example, you got 30 pitches. But here he is.
He'll go to work here against 2, 3, and 4 for Colombia as Harold Ramirez leads things off.
I mean, think about it. We saw multiple innings out of him, and one thing that, you know, it's not just about the pitch count, it's the up and down, which can create a little bit of stress, especially this time of year. Then has a day off, and then he's right back out there. But look, he's known to have that rubber arm. He can pitch back-to-back days and throw multiple innings and everything else. That's kind of his role with the Blue Jays. But Cuba being aggressive with that bullpen.
Germán Mesa, there is nobody better versed in international baseball and the things you need to do to get wins over the line than Germán Mesa, who's played in some of the biggest moments in his country's history. Rodriguez on Friday, 2 1/3 innings through 27 pitches, 17 for strikes. He struck out 3, otherwise all zeros. No hits, no runs, no walks. 2-1 count from the Jays right-hander. And Harold Ramirez puts a charge into one to left center field, but a great read off the bat by Roel Santos, 1 away. Here is Rodriguez's 2026 World Baseball Classic debut.
Right, and it wasn't like he just threw the 1 inning, 1 and done. No. He was out there for multiple innings, and again, this is just what I'm talking about with some of the restrictions you get. But he looked good, really good. Looked like he was mid-season form.
He is a really interesting story in his participation in this World Baseball Classic on this roster for Cuba. He was signed to pitch in Japan. Spent 3 seasons with the Chunichi Dragons. He was the 2022 Central League Most Valuable Setup Man. They give a lot of specific awards in Japan. Most Valuable Setup Man. And Rodriguez, after the 2023 World Baseball Classic, defected to sign with the Blue Jays. And that's a different term in that regard as compared to a guy leaving the island and arriving trying to sign somewhere else. Rodriguez was playing in Japan under an agreement that the Cuban Baseball Federation has with Nippon Professional Baseball, in which players are allowed to go over and play in Japan. But he broke that contract to sign a deal with the Blue Jays. And initially the reaction was not good from the Cuban side. They demanded financial compensation. But Rodriguez said, without a second thought that he would love to come back and pitch for his country in 2026. They negotiated, came to an agreement, and here he is pitching in a big spot for his team.
Yeah, usually a situation like that, you never see him back in a Cuban uniform. I mean, anyone who really defects, it's like, that's it. They cut that tie to the national team.
2-2 is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He's known to his teammates as Muñeco, which translates to doll, and that is reportedly because of his resemblance to Chucky.
What a reference.
Muñeco deals the 3-2, and Donovan Solano bounces it foul.
Chucky was a big hit.
And like, is that
disturbing movies?
Yeah, like, is that? Are you cool with that if you're Yariel Rodriguez, or is it like, really, Chucky? Chucky is the thing you're giving me?
Oh man, that brings back unlocking some memories for me. Child's Play, right? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
that's right.
Horrifying. 3-2, swing and a miss. Solano is strikeout number 1 for Rodriguez, and out number 2 in the 3rd.
Well, one thing we've seen the last couple of years, he throws a ton of sliders. He's got that plus split. Opponents hit 182 last year against that split, and 134 against that slider that we just saw right there. Chucky. I don't see it, Tyler.
I got to see a childhood photo, I think, of Yariel Rodriguez to see what the actual resemblance is. That slider outstanding in 2023 for him as he works against Diaz here in the top half of the 3rd. Colombia, odd line score right now, a run on no hits. In this game, 5 combined runs on 2 hits. The walks have hurt both sides. Both of those hits, Cuban home runs in the 1st. 2-0. Obviously, you are known as the hyphen. But did you ever have another nickname in your baseball days?
Nothing specific like that. And
you weren't Chucky?
No.
Anybody?
No. Thank God for that.
Diaz takes the 2-0 for a strike.
And for people wondering, I was the first ever hyphenated name in the big leagues, which is kind of weird to think about, but that was my claim to fame, Tyler.
There have been a handful since, too.
There has been.
Diaz comes up empty on the 2-1, and it's even.
Yeah, you can see what Yariel Rodriguez does so well. He can change that arm slot and drop down. You see that posture change a little bit. He gets more side to side and straight down. Couples it with that split and that good fastball.
2-2 with the dirt outside. Jordan Diaz, also a guy who has played in Japan. He actually signed a multi-year deal in January of last year with the Oryx Buffaloes. 50 games up at the Pacific League level. 228 hitter with a 597 OPS, trying to find his footing over there. And Diaz finding his footing here as he laces one into center for the first hit of the day for Colombia, and it comes with 2 outs in the 3rd.
Good piece of hit too again. Yariel Rodriguez pitches inside the strike zone, not a whole lot of hard contact. Just getting something right back up the middle. You can start to sit on that pitch. You can see him trying to bury that leg kick a little bit, just hanging out over the middle of the plate. 3-2 count. Stay out in the middle with it.
And congratulations to Jordan Diaz. That's his first World Baseball Classic hit. He was 0 for 10 in 2023. But a guy who is no stranger to the international stage, won a bronze medal rather with Colombia at the U23 Baseball World Cup in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico back in 2021. Gio Urshela in the air to right. Guibert, no trouble, inning over. 2-out single, left aboard. We go to the bottom of 3. Cuba's out in front, 4-1.
When allergies throw a sucker punch, the power of Claritin punches back harder. Nothing is proven more powerful for 24-hour non-drowsy relief. Claritin clears. Now try Claritin Liquid.
This is still Domino's best deal ever. I mean, it's the only deal that gets you any Domino's pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
You're saving $20.
Said save like $32.89.
Only at Domino's.
In luge, every little detail matters. Races can be decided by a thousandth of a second. The last thing we need to be thinking about in those moments is payroll. Thankfully, we have Gusto as a part of our team. Knowing that compliance and payroll are being handled correctly, honestly, helps me sleep at night. When athletes are racing at 90 miles per hour, Gusto helps us stay focused on performance, not paperwork.
I'll give you my bike if you can prove you know your finances.
Sure.
How many subscriptions are you paying for right now?
I don't know, like 4.
Let's download Rocket Money and we'll see if you're right. Okay, it actually looks like you're paying for 15, which is costing you $290 a month.
What? No way. Where are you getting this information?
Rocket Money has all your expenses in one place, and it even helps you create a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about those subscriptions. You can cancel the ones you don't want right from the app, and it'll even try to get you a refund on some of them.
That's actually pretty helpful.
Download Rocket Money today.
I used to accept banking came with a lot of fees. With Chime, I can bank fee-free, get 3.5% APY on savings, and get cash back while building credit. I never expected much from where I bank, but Chime has got my back. Start banking fee-free at Chime.
Thanks for coming in to talk about Doug Jr.
Of course. 3rd grade is when I learned Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, a little snug. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Behold the Branch Ergonomic Chair, a symbiotic companion for the working human, with 8 points of ergonomic adjustment and lumbar support, all for a price that's remarkably humane. Branch, wildly ergonomic.
And here he is, on the biggest stage in international baseball. And the 1-2, crossed, left field line, deep, Puerto Rico, increíble! What a night last night here in San Juan and here on Bithorn Stadium as Puerto Rico walked off with an extra innings win over Panama. I have to shout out our crew because the visual storytelling in that moment last night, our producer Chris Bracey, our director Troy Clara, that was incredible. Being able to follow that moment with Daryl Hernandez around the base paths, the access that you get as a viewer in this event is unbelievable. My dad is here, as we talked about a little bit. He texted me last night and he said, man, that is so cool. I watched on YouTube and they followed him all the way around the bases. That's amazing. And that really was, there is no event that makes you feel more like you are experiencing this game in virtual reality like the World Baseball Classic does, as the leadoff man, Yohan Moncada, fouls out to start the 3rd. But, I mean, this was the greatest moment of Daryl Hernandez's life, and you all got to experience it along with him. And that is amazing.
It's so epic. And also, too, you know, the backstory, 2023, watching the World Baseball Classic, sitting in the hotel room saying, man, one of his biggest goals in his career is how do I get to a place in my career where I can wear that Puerto Rican jersey. It was a late ad. You know about some of the players that were missing. We talked about that a ton last night with Correa. And Francisco Lindor, by the way, was jumping around his living room watching that moment.
How cool was that, man? He posted it to Instagram immediately. Is kind of interesting here. Ariel Martinez gets drilled. He hit the 3-run homer in the 1st.
Yeah, that was a slider, though. Nothing intentional. But again, with Hernandez and just hearing that backstory, saying, man, this is one of his ultimate goals in his career, and to be on that stage in that moment, extra innings, and win that game was so epic.
He said last night, he said, yeah, I think it'll change my career a little. Yep, I would say probably so. Alfredo Despaigne on a bouncer out to second. 4-6-3 double play, inning over. 1 out hit batsman is erased, and we'll go to the 4th in a 4-1 game.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
Domino's.
Here we go. 5, 4.
At MLB Network, covering baseball isn't just what we do, it's who we are.
You're about to be entertained and amazed. So I just want to show you a few at-bats, because it was incredible.
Connecting fans to the game is in our DNA.
Welcome, everyone, to MLB Tonight, the national pregame show. You added 2 new pitches this year.
In season.
Hello, family.
Off season.
Every day we hand out Cy Young awards.
Every season.
That's how we do it here.
This is MLB Network, the home of baseball.
I was in a car accident and lost my memories of the last 8 years of my life.
Fox's critically acclaimed hit Doc is all new.
I need to be the doctor that I was. I will do whatever it takes.
And you can watch it anytime.
This is a formal investigation with regard to Dr. Amy Larson.
My job, I want it back. Doc, all new. Tuesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is Fear Factor. Here we go. 14 people will confront their worst fears and live with each other. Oh, they think it's so easy right now. It's going to get so much worse.
Fear Factor House of Fear, all new Wednesdays on Fox.
We call it the Unhappy Hour.
And watch anytime on Hulu.
The United Football League is back. A game experience like no other.
Beautiful throw.
This is the United Football League. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox.
The all-time greatest program in international baseball history has not yet captured a championship of the World Baseball Classic, but they're giving it another run here in 2026. The runners-up in the inaugural edition at Petco Park in San Diego to Japan. They made it last edition, to the semis against the United States. Ran out of steam in Miami. But an impressive start for Cuba, both in Game 1 and here today. Busting out to a 4-run bottom of the first inning. Herman Mesa and his squad are looking to move to 2-0. They would match Puerto Rico for the moment if they can get the win today, as the only 2-0 teams. Canada will give that a crack tonight, coming up at 7 o'clock against Panama. Which is actually how you say it. That's the way it's supposed to be said.
Thanks for
can't get it into my head.
Thanks for getting in my head now for the rest of the tournament, Tyler.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. I'll hold this cough button down anytime I'm going to talk about Team Panama.
Ariel Rodriguez on for a second inning of work. I just want to point out the cameos that they've gotten in Tokyo. Bad Bunny the other night. How about the appearance today of Naruhito, the Japanese emperor, was at the game between Australia and Japan.
That's
the
next
first
level.
time in 67 years that the emperor has attended a baseball game. And he was there today. I was texting with Stephen Nelson and asking him what it was like. He said, well, they were in the booth above us, so we couldn't see him.
Just levitating up there, wasn't it?
Strikeout there of Campero. So this is what is ahead. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, Panama and Canada. Here is the story that probably exists going forward. If Canada gets this win, if Cuba gets this win, look at those last 3 games. It is a 3-horse race, and only those 3 teams will play in our final 3 games from here in San Juan. And it's single games on Tuesday and Wednesday, so the drama gets ratcheted up more and more every day.
I tell you what, that Cuba-Puerto Rico game tomorrow night, and then leading into the Canada-Cuba after that, and Canada-Puerto Rico, it is going to be epic. Because really, when you look at this, and it's so hard to predict what these teams are going to bring to these tournaments, right? Obviously, Puerto Rico, look, we talked about the players they're missing, but that energy, they're riding off that energy from last night. They're so talented. They're so well-versed in this tournament. Obviously, Cuba. But then you got Canada, who's stacked offensively. So it's going to be tough. There's just 2 spots to go into the next round with 3 teams that look really good here early.
Rodriguez deals, and Tito Polo able to hold off. It's 1-2 on him.
And we're seeing more and more of that slider from Yariel Rodriguez again. This pitch ranks so highly among relievers in the big leagues. And you can see changing those arm angles, get that more horizontal.
Polo back in and waiting, and goes down swinging for the third strikeout, and 5 outs recorded now by Rodriguez.
Yeah, so he's around 40% of that slider, different arm angles, different looks, and then he just dumps that split down and in to perfection. Look at this split. There's nothing you can do with that pitch underneath the hands if you're a right-handed hitter.
Ryan, you mentioned the guys missing for Puerto Rico. We've talked about that a lot, but also noted Francisco Lindor posting the celebration video in his house. Did you also happen to see that Kike Hernandez FaceTimed Francisco Lindor and brought the phone out to Darryl Hernandez in the middle of his post-game interview, and Hernandez looks at the phone and sees that it's Lindor and loses his mind. Man, what an incredible night last night for the 19,000 in this ballpark, as Carlos Martinez, the backstop out of the 8-hole, finds himself in an 0-2 count. Rodriguez doing a great job getting in front of hitters as he'll deal pitch number 30 next.
I still love the fact that Kike Hernandez is injured, not on the roster. He's in full uni, and he's center stage when you're talking celebrations. He was at a press conference the other day.
He caught the first pitch yesterday as well. Bouncing ball out to short. Nice job on the run, Arroyo Barwena, and the inning is over. Terrific work from Yariel Rodriguez. 3 up, 3 down for Colombia in the 4th.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trip. Wow. Ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
TrueWork designs performance workwear engineered with advanced materials to be lighter, warmer, faster drying, and ready for real job site conditions. TrueWork, performance workwear. Shop now at truework.com.
This is Candy Crush Saga,
where sweet just got serious. Compete in All-Stars and make it to the live final,
for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush All-Stars now.
Oh my goodness. What's your number?
I'm a 9.5. I'm a 10-10 guy.
10 and 5. The all-new PXG Gen 8 irons are engineered around a pair of revolutionary adjustable weights. I'm a 4-3 guy. And the numbers mean each club weight is dialed in for you and your game. So you can turn a slice into a fade, a hook into a draw.
Pretty amazing. It's going to help a lot of people.
Visit PXG.com to find a fitting location near you. What's your number? PXG. You've never played like this before.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge.
Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
There's our guy! Pablo Avila, Cuba's super fan. He has arrived at the World Baseball Classic. You know what I love most about Pablo Avila? He is rocking a U23 Baseball World Cup hat. That is a WBSC logo. And he was the guy who everybody in 2023 was like, what's the deal with the guy with the horn? He's just a fan. He likes the baseball.
You know what, I'm going to throw Pablo under the bus here. He was rocking some Chinese Taipei gear.
Yeah,
in that game.
He was.
I wanted to get down there so badly, but I didn't. And so, what's the deal? What's going on?
Man, that is fantastic. He is one of the biggest fans of not only this Cuba team, but international baseball as well. Yeah, he's been at WBSC Youth World Cups, and there it is. U23? Man, I'm very glad that I recognized
on
it
his
was
feet.
U23, because if that was like the U18 logo, I would have felt pretty dumb. Cuba's best run in a youth tournament in recent years was the U15 World Cup. A few years ago, back in 2022, they had just an incredible story that year. Their national team arrived in Hermosillo, Mexico with 2 bats. They had 2 baseball bats, and one of them was deemed non-conforming for the event. So they had 1 bat, and Cuban expats in the Hermosillo community got together, pooled some money, bought that team some more equipment, and they made it all the way to the World Championship final before falling against the United States. But you want to know how alive and well the love for this sport on that island is. That shows it maybe more than anything. As Arisbel Arruabarrena leading off here in the bottom half of the 4th inning, belted that shot back in the 1st. And you look at what Cuba has done overall in World Baseball Classic history. A team that, as we noted, they played for the championship in 2006. They were in the semis in 2023. As the new arm into the game for Colombia, Emerson Martinez works here with a 2-2 count. He freezes Arruabarrena for the 2nd strikeout of the day for Colombia's pitching staff.
All of a sudden, this Colombian staff is starting to settle in just a little bit, trying to cover some innings. Keep it here within 3. Tell you what, going back into that 1st inning, you think to yourself, all right, this is an absolute boat race, but still a 3-run deficit.
Ground ball back up the middle is a base hit for Omar Hernandez, who's firing up his dugout as he trots up the first base line, and a 1-out single puts the catcher aboard for Cuba and sets it up for Yoel Guibert.
It's breaking ball middle of the plate, stays up the middle. And right on cue, as I was saying, that the Cuban hitters are starting to simmer down. Colombia was starting to hold them in check. They're back on base.
Emerson Martinez actually hails from Venezuela originally, but eligibility to play for Colombia here in this event. He has played exclusively in the Venezuelan Winter League in each of the last 3 years, and a ground ball shot right past him again. This time Guibert singles, back-to-back knocks, almost carbon copies of each other. And it's 1st and 2nd with 1 out as Cuba starting to build something else in the 4th.
Again, being aggressive, jumping on these first pitches. Seeing everything just, it's still breaking balls. It's nothing straight, but it's at the top of the strike zone. Hey, staying right back up the middle.
Martinez, formerly a member of the Texas Rangers organization. He played 7 seasons in the minor leagues from 2013 to 2019. And a ground ball left side. 6-4, late throw. A little bit of a fumble out of the hand for Solano, so Moas beats it out at 1st. Hernandez to 3rd, 2 gone with runners to the corners for the 9-hole hitter Yuri Cape.
Getting down that line quick.
Martinez not really overpowering stuff, but stays in the strike zone, and even though those hits got through the middle, he's had 3 straight put it on the ground. As Cape comes up empty on strike 1. Quickly 0-2 on him. Yuri Cape, the Marlins prospect. Really highly touted early on in his professional career. And he bounces one left side. Urshela is there to put him away. And that will send us to the top of the 5th. All the offense coming in the 1st, and Cuba's got a 4-1 lead.
Electricity in the air. This is a biggie East tournament, folks. It's time to settle the score.
This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready.
The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
When you hire a pro, you might want a little more info than ask for Mike. With Thumbtack, you can see licenses, insurance, background checks, and photos of past projects all in the app. Plus, the pros we know have over 14 million 5-star reviews, so you can hire with confidence. Thumbtack, we know homes. Hire the right pro today.
Instacart lets you choose your bananas.
Get them just how you like. I can go, please. Gary, you don't go up the stairs. I just need more lift. No, Gary. What a time to be alive. I'm okay.
Hand down, man down. A fee-free withdrawal? Spectacular.
Thanks. Mark Jackson.
We got another one. Talk about a pro's pro. Magnificent. See, that's just beautiful banking.
No catchphrase?
You got to bank through Chime to get a catchphrase.
Well, but...
Not now. My man is building his credit score with everyday purchases. 75 points up in 6 months. Mama, there goes that man.
Introducing a better way to work with the new Desk Riser from Branch. Bring movement into your workday by transforming any surface into a standing workstation within seconds. Explore the Desk Riser and other ergonomic essentials at branchfurniture.com.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. The Desert Double continues with NASCAR taking center stage. Live from Phoenix, today at 3 on FS1.
The largest island by size in the Caribbean, the international baseball powerhouse of Cuba. Havana, founded in 1519, a World Heritage Site, and a place that is known for not only its beauty, but also, among other things, of course, incredible cigars, and a heck of a lot of good baseball players who are out to a 4-1 lead over Colombia here on day number 3 of Pool A from Miran Bithorn Stadium in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Tyler Mon, Ryan Rowland-Smith, Dayan Frias will lead things off for Colombia here in the top half of the 5th inning, and he will face a new arm into the game in Pedro Santos after 2 really great innings from Yariel Rodriguez.
Yeah, you see the numbers there from Pedro Santos. Got a chance to pitch in Double-A this year. He's got a really good fastball, 95, can get upper 90s, but the command has always been the issue.
Santos, a minor league free agent, but spent 5 seasons in the athletics organization. Signed with them back in 2018. Had Tommy John surgery, missed all of 2022. Frias out of the 9 spot. A walk in the 2nd. Blooper into right. He's got a knock. First hit of the World Baseball Classic for Frias, and a leadoff base runner for the first time since the first inning for Colombia.
The Colombian pitching has stabilized a little bit, not keeping Cuba to this 4-1 lead right now. They're just stringing together something. Right back in this game, you felt like, Tyler, I've mentioned this a couple times now, but after that first inning, you felt like, oh man, this is just straight zoom out. What happened? Disappointment. Didn't work out this year in 2026. All these big, big picture type ways to think of it. Here you are in the 5th inning, you're only down by 3. Just get some base runners, create some traffic, and make something happen.
That's the thing. This game is in no way out of reach.
Right, and you have, look, we talked about this Cuban team, and they're really talented, but now all of a sudden you've got a guy on the mound in Santos. No one's warming up. There's going to be some command issues here. You've got to have those really good at-bats. Just generate some traffic.
Oh, 2 misses down. Interesting delivery for Santos. Kind of short arms that thing out of the glove and then whips it up over his head. Good extension, mid to upper 90s with the velocity. That was his best graded pitch according to Baseball America in his most recent appearance in their midseason rankings back in 2024. Missing there to even the count.
One thing though he tried to do, when we talk about some of the command issues he had, his arm was a little longer, so they tried to have that a little bit more of a short arm path and simplify everything. He's pitching absolutely out of the stretch.
Runner off from first, and ball 4 will put him at second anyway. So we'll go to Harold Ramirez.
Tell you what, Yariel Rodriguez, they are taking full advantage of the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen piece. He was converted to the bullpen in 2025, had a lot of success. He was looked good, man. I'm telling you right now, again, we were talking about some of the restrictions that teams put on these teams when they send them off for the World Baseball Classic. I don't know, maybe Herman Mesa just said, sorry, I missed the phone call. He's just going to use him as much as he possibly can.
Did you guys email me? I didn't get it. I'm sorry. Herman Mesa.
I have said that in the past, by the way. Dave Nielsen, talking to him, I'm like, can't you just say, sorry, I didn't get the memo? 1 second, once you get some of these players. We had that conversation about Liam Hendricks, pitching, and I spoke to Liam Hendricks, obviously, a good friend of mine and pitcher for Team Australia. He said this year you thought about it, but again, coming back from injuries, signed with the Minnesota Twins, and the Twins said, we need you in camp. We have to get a good look if you're going to make this team. And a lot of these players are in that position, and they want to abide by the team's rules. But again, Yariel Rodriguez has had some success last year. He went to the bullpen. There's a little bit more wiggle room with him, but a chance to see him twice already.
Hey man, so far Australia is doing pretty impressive things even without Liam Hendricks. They have an opportunity tomorrow to play for a win and a trip to the quarters if they can knock off Korea.
I tell you what, look, we're here in the 5th inning. You're down by 3. We had all the doom and gloom conversation for a couple innings, Tyler, but this is a huge spot for this Colombian team against Santos, a weaker link in that bullpen.
Ramirez fouls one off first base side. Harold Ramirez has been outstanding so far, 5 for 8 in this World Baseball Classic coming into the day today, though he is 0 for his first 2 in this one, but still 500 hitter through his first 2+ games.
Yeah, and this is their spot. We talked about how the bottom of the order not doing a whole lot. It's a big spot for them right now.
And he bounces one out to second. Yidi Cape to the bag. Arua Barwena to first. Double play. 2 gone. Frias takes third. But a big twin killing there for Santos.
We talk about, look, here you are in the 5th inning. You've got 2 runners on, none out. The harder your lineup coming up. We talk about some of the mental gymnastics that go on when all of a sudden you're like, oh, hey, man, if we have a big inning, we get within a run. What do I do with this bullpen? And seconds later, all of a sudden, 2 outs with a double play ground ball from Harold Ramirez.
Man, and that is sort of the story of this Classic so far for Colombia. Getting runners on, having these situations where they're threatening to break through, and then just a back-breaking inability to connect for that crucial hit. 1-0 to Solano, evens it up. Saw a shot of Herman Mesa in the dugout a second ago, just crushing a Red Bull. I think he was probably up watching that Puerto Rico walk-off last night. A little extra today.
You a big Red Bull guy, Tyler?
You know, I'm not, every once in a while, I'm not a huge energy drink guy.
Me neither. Coffee, yes.
Yeah. Coffee. I was thrilled to tell the story in 2023 at the time we went into a coffee shop in Taichung and you ordered a latte with 4 shots and the guy went, wow.
I thought I was going to get arrested.
We don't allow that here, sir.
Can I have 4 shots? It looked at me like I had 2 heads.
3-1 on Solano. 0 for 1 with a walk today. That came back in the first. He struck out in the 3rd. And he's on with his 2nd walk of the day here in the 5th. So the tying run will bat again in the person of Jordan Diaz, who got his first hit of the World Baseball Classic and of his WBC career in the 3rd.
Donovan Solano walk machine, this WBC. Again, Colombia's still in business, but man, that ground ball double play from Harold Ramirez, that really stings. That's one of those plays you're going to anchor on when you leave this Pool A if you don't get through to that second round.
Jordan Diaz, as we told you, now a member of the Oryx Buffaloes in Japan, but formerly in the A's organization, made his climb to the major leagues, and he had a 3-homer game against the New York Yankees. If you're watching in New York, you're thinking, oh yeah, I remember Jordan Diaz. That was in May of 2023. He was the second youngest player in A's organizational history to hit 3 homers in a game, behind Mickey Cochran, who did it in 1925. Jordan Diaz was 22 years, 269 days old. Mickey Cochran was 22 years and 46 days old. As you take a look inside the Cuba bullpen, the lefty Nunez and the righty Romero getting loose. Tying run at the plate here in the 5th. Colombia desperately in need of a key hit in a big spot to produce some runs. 0-2, and it's not coming here from Diaz, who is gone on strikes. Great job by Santos to work back and get out of the jam with the double play and the strikeout. We go to the bottom of 5. It's 4-1 Cuba.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just 1 dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Don't know Domino's $9.99 best deal ever? Just pick your crust. Maybe
pan pizza,
gluten-free crust,
thin and crispy too.
Load on up to 7 toppings like
bacon,
3 different types of cheeses,
green peppers,
and get it all for under $10. Only at Domino's.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-416-6308. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 subscriptions over like 3 years.
That's like $1,400,000. How'd you figure that out?
I saw an app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you have and how much you're paying.
So what'd you do then? Just like call and cancel, or?
I have a phobia of making calls, so absolutely I did not do that. The app, you can cancel the app.
What is the app called?
Rocket Money.
All right, Fox Saturday Night Baseball is back. Fans are back. Celebrations are back. Same night every week, no thinking required. You bring the couch, we'll bring the drama. Baseball Night in America, only on Fox.
One of the most beautiful places on earth, the island of enchantment, Puerto Rico. Some kayaking off the coast. Shades of green that you can only imagine if you're sitting in a snowy place like my hometown of Denver, Colorado this weekend. As we move along into the bottom of the 5th inning, Roel Santos will lead things off for Cuba. Going to work against Emerson Martinez. And Santos fly ball center. Tito Polo out there to retire his center field counterpart. 1 away. So here's what is in play today. With a win and a Panama loss tonight, win for Cuba that is, this becomes a 3-horse race to send 2 teams on to Miami. If Colombia wins this game today, everything is still in play. So a ton is hinging on the final 4.5 innings in this contest as Colombia is trying to get its offense sorted out, continually having these chances with runners on and being unable to deliver. But already today,
there exists the possibility that we'll have 2 teams eliminated. And Ryan, we talked about the importance of the final 3 games on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The game prior to those then essentially becomes the relegation game, because it's Colombia against Panama in the final game, or in the early game rather, on Monday. As a called strike 3 on Yohan Moncada. He is gone for the 2nd time today. Here's how things look through 3 days, nearly 3 days, 2.5 days almost, in San Juan.
Charlie, forget about that relegation as well. It's a situation where, you know, if you're Colombia, yeah, man, we have to go qualify again. You got to make sure you got the right players available at that time of year sometimes when they're off playing affiliated baseball somewhere. And you don't want to have to fall back into that. And if you're one of these teams too that kind of face that leaving this tournament, you start to look around and say, man, there's a lot of other countries that are starting to get their best players to come to these qualifiers. To get back to the World Baseball Classic, it gets tougher and tougher to keep trying to qualify every single time.
Ariel Martinez out to short, and that'll do it. 3 up, 3 down goes Cuba in the 5th. Headed to the 6th. They've got a 3-run lead.
Hi. Hi. Chocolate fundraiser.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
This is still Domino's best deal ever. I mean, it's the only deal that gets you any Domino's pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
You're saving $20.
Said save like $32.89.
Only at Domino's.
None of this was imaginable 30 years ago.
Gonzaga is like a family. We're beating teams 30, 40 every night.
It's one of the greatest stories in sports.
The spotlight hits Jerry's World for the biggest race party of the year. It's the first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington. Next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go!
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness.
You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
Oh my gosh.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. Watch anytime on Hulu.
Who'd you make this for?
I wouldn't have lived this long if I discussed my clients.
You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
Hi, Dad.
I'm gonna cook and then I have to go.
What?
My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My secret.
Memory of a Killer. Watch anytime on Hulu.
Welcome back to the 2026 World Baseball Classic with former Major Leaguer and 2-time Team Australia pitcher Ryan Roland Smith. My name is Tyler Mon here in San Juan, Puerto Rico at Huron Bithorn Stadium for our continuing coverage of Pool A. 4-1 lead for the home team on the line score today. Cuba out in front of Colombia. All those runs coming across in the first inning on both sides.
Still partying after last night, Tyler.
Man, that is a fun area outside. The little plaza is kind of a festival going on. They got vendors, they're selling food, they got face painting. There's all kinds of cool stuff out there. Painting murals.
Make special appearances out there.
Sign autographs as the guy who's been yelling on your TV for the last 3 days.
I'm not cool enough to get out there. I do have to get some. I have to get some merch though. Some good stuff.
They nailed it with the merch this year. It's all good. Everything is good. So that's a problem for my wallet. Puerto Rico hats have been flying off the shelves. They've got the hats of every team here in this group. In Pool A, the Boricuas ready for a little more relaxed day. That's got to be kind of nice for fans here in San Juan. Like, your heart rate has been absurdly high for the last 2 days. At least today you can breathe. Your team is off. Right. That's sort of nice. Leadoff walk for Gio Urshela here in the 6th. That'll bring up Gustavo Campero. Night game tonight will feature Canada in a big matchup against Panama. I would say that for visiting fans, as Herman Mesa's out of the first base dugout, this may be a pitching change. Pedro Santos, the leadoff walk. That's his 3rd walk in just over an inning of work. Mesa has not signaled yet, but yeah, some pats on the backside for Santos, and that'll do it for his day. We'll move along in the top of the 6th. Pitching change for Cuba.
Next Sunday, the spotlight hits Jerry's World for the biggest race party of the year.
Incredible!
It's the first ever Grand Prix of Arlington.
We are witnessing history.
Planes, T-Pain, and automobiles.
Pure perfection.
Fireworks, cheerleaders, and the greatest drivers in the world. The Java House Grand Prix of Arlington, next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David. Journey back to the beginning of a divine legacy and bear witness to one of the greatest stories ever told.
King Saul, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
What do they call him? David the Giant Slayer, the beloved, the defender of Israel.
Giant Slayer and God's chosen, he united a kingdom and changed the course of history.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
You're a hypochondriac.
And what's the treatment for that? I don't feel well.
I should have recognized the symptoms sooner.
Stop it. Don't blame yourself.
All new Best Medicine, Tuesday on Fox. First things first. Weekdays at 3 on FS1.
The last time Colombia saw Panama in the World Baseball Classic was 2016 in the qualifier, in which Colombia took the victory over Panama. And unless today's visiting team can rally its offense to life here in the final 4 innings at the plate, they are going to match up tomorrow with the potential that that game will be a relegation game as we move deeper into the top of the 6th inning, and a new arm into the contest for Cuba. Darian Nunez takes over. Here you see his winter ball numbers with Aragua in the Venezuelan Winter League. Limited appearances for him, but Nunez, the 3rd reliever into the game for Cuba today. Pitched last season with Union Laguna in the Mexican League as well, but just a couple of appearances there. Also made a stop in the Dominican Winter League this year. He's working here against Gustavo Campero, the switch hitter who will bat right-handed.
And he's seen that good velocity too. That was one thing he had. Tommy John lost some of that velocity. Looks like he's got it back right now, mid-90s. He has a devastating changeup. He keeps that really good arm speed.
Campero, shot to right center field. This is going to touch down into the alleyway, and it'll get all the way to the wall. Rounding 3rd, Gio Urshela will be held there, but the double puts 2 in scoring position, and can Colombia finally capitalize?
You saw Herman Mesa make the pitching change because Santos was on that short leash, didn't have the command. He got bailed out by a ground ball double play last inning. Now all of a sudden Colombia are threatening again. Runners on base with none out, Tyler. We have seen the bottom part of this lineup have to step up because they've had opportunities in these first couple of games to try and get something happen.
1 for 21 with runners in scoring position. Tito Polo trying to change that here in a 3-run game. And he swings and flares one right field, and it'll hang up long enough for Guibert to get to it. Tagging at third. Here comes Urshela. Throw to the plate. Off target. And he's in, sliding safely. The sacrifice fly gets Colombia one closer. It's 4-2 in the 6th.
And so that throw from right field kind of died a little bit, but again, just making something happen. Shooting that ball into right field deep enough, just deep enough. Throws a little bit offline.
The Si Se Puede chant starts from Colombia's fans.
Yeah, it's that situation too. Look, and again, I go back to Santos coming out of that bullpen for Nunez. Can you force him into some good counts and flip this lineup back over to see Michael Arroyo at the top? You got Martinez right now, then Frias hitting in the 9-hole. Got to have those good at-bats and force him into a corner.
Martinez 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts to short today. He takes that one down in. Man, that delivery, is that not a carbon copy of Aroldis Chapman? Right. It's such a similar look. Yeah. Dave Roberts, when Nunez was in the Dodgers organization, that was his comparison. He said people kind of talk about comps, and he's sort of a comp to Aroldis Chapman. Talked about his demeanor on the mound, the characteristics, the pitch mix. Obviously, that is an extremely high comparison. Maybe stuff-wise, nobody's going to match that. The 2-1. Martinez another grounder to short. Arroyo Barwena, 2 gone. Does move Campero to third. Man, it would be massive for Colombia to cash in another run here.
And again, I keep going back to this with these at-bats. There's another pitch outside the strike zone. You're in a 2-1 count. And just trying to force the issue too much. You've got to be in situations where Nunez has to land some of these pitches more than once in that bat. Now all of a sudden you got 2 out and the runner's hanging out third base.
Switch hitter Dayan Frias from the right-handed side takes strike 1. Frias has been aboard twice today. And Colombia needs something. And Ryan, like you said, to be able to turn over that lineup card would be massive as Frias spoils this one back foul, and it's 0-2 on him.
And for Frias, you're going to get pitches to hit. You got Michael Arroyo on deck. Now all of a sudden you're in that 0-2 count.
0-2 from Nunez. Cold strike 3. Monster strikeout for the lefty. And Colombia gets only 1. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Cuba's got a 2-run lead.
The United Football League is back. Professional football in the spring. A game experience like no other.
Beautiful throw. My goodness.
This is the United Football League. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox.
She's sick and she's lying about it.
She's prepping another surgery.
Joe,
I am trying to make the most of the time I have left.
you took this job you couldn't handle.
No mistakes.
Doc, all new Tuesday on Fox.
There's an easier way. From painting and cleaning to repairs and more. Taking care of your home is easy with Thumbtack. Download the Thumbtack app and start caring for your home today.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Folks, I've seen a thing or two. But these prescription prices? Pricey. Higher than a rooster on stilts. Ain't that right, Dusty Feet?
Reckon it's time we rope them in.
Good RX makes saving time and money easier than splitting a biscuit. Paper's looking mighty big for its britches there, partner.
Save time and money on prescriptions. Check Good RX.
Baseball and community go hand in hand. And with pitch, hit, and run, you can make a lasting impact. Scan the QR code to sign up and host an event.
Ey, el case llena de trophies, black but go. Si me dicen la MVP, baby, I like that. Ponte ya la jersey, la one y la only. Me bajo por la pinta, pues I like that. 2026, esto es un clásico. Migo encima el video, eso es un clásico.
We are having some fun on a Sunday afternoon in beautiful San Juan, Puerto Rico. And as we move into the bottom of the 6th inning, a new arm into the game for Colombia, Ezequiel Zabaleta, the second appearance for him in this World Baseball Classic. And he'll go to work against the big designated hitter for Cuba, Alfredo Despaigne, to lead things off. Alfredo has been quiet so far here in the Classic. 0 for 6 with a strikeout, grounded into a double play that ended the 3rd inning. We know how dangerous that bat is in his 5th Classic of all time. His name litters this record book. But outside of that 1st inning today, Ryan, not a whole lot really on either side offensively. But especially for Cuba.
Yeah, it's Colombian pitching staff. Now we're talking about how limited they've been. It had to be because some of their bigger name starting pitchers. There he goes.
There he is. Despaigne with his first hit of the 2026 Classic.
Yeah, you feel like with him, he tries to get that A swing off and mirror the pitches into left field, but then once he gets a little deeper in the count, he does this right here. Stays right through it and just shoots that ball into that right center gap.
A fascinating baseball life Alfredo Despaigne has led. Now he has played all over the world, quite literally. He is now back in the Cuban National Series. He will depart this game for a pinch runner, as he'll give way to Ruel Yanqui.
We saw Martin Maldonado last night, who has announced his retirement. This is his last go-around, I guess, with Team Puerto Rico. A couple big hits even last night. So he's all done and dusted after this. Despaigne, another guy who can he come up big? Potentially his last ever World Baseball Classic.
Isabel Roy Barwena, solo homer in the 1st. 0-1, good bunt down over to 3rd base. Urshela gets to it, and he'll make the throw in time. That's the type of bunt, Ryan. We talked early on in this week with Herman Mesa about playing small ball. Roy Barwena is not usually a guy who gets asked to do that.
Right. Yeah, and again, you think of this, you're like, well, you feel like Cuba has been in complete control this entire game, but you're starting to see the Colombian offense come to life a little bit. They've squandered a couple of these chances, but that's what it means to get that 3rd run here in the 6th inning, bunting in the middle of that lineup.
So with 1 out, man in scoring position for Omar Hernandez, who singled back up the middle his last trip at the plate. Colombia's playing him to go right to that same spot. They got Donovan Solano stationed basically right behind the 2nd base bag. A couple of steps to that 1st base side as a laser beam out to left, and that finds Harold Ramirez. So 2 gone. Hernandez retired, and the pitch runner Yanqui will retreat to 2nd, and the task will fall to Yoel Quisquiber, who homered on day 1.
And that big homer under right field. Can get some pitches middle of the plate. They're going to walk Quisquiber.
So now it'll fall to Lionel Moas Jr. 0 for 5 so far in the Classic for the young left fielder. Not super young anymore, coming up on his 30th birthday. guy who plays for the Toros de Camagüey, back home in his hometown in the Cuban National Series. And he takes ball one a little bit high. Zabaleta trying to work out of this, and they have just done it. Fly ball in the air to center. The wind playing tricks, and it kicks off the glove of Polo. Rounding third, held there is Guibert, but Yanqui scores, and another crucial miscue in the field costs Colombia a run in the 6th.
Wow. I mean, you are doing yourself no favors. We talked about some of the missed opportunities offensively. You're trying to keep this game tie, keeping within just a couple of runs. And man, for a guy like Polo, who again was a late add to this roster, they told him when he was out, look, hey, just come, you know, have fun. You probably come off the bench. He's getting a chance to play every day, a couple big hits. And has that defensive mishap. It's tough.
Man, and Tito Polo was into this lineup today in part because of the struggles that the outfielders had against Canada yesterday. And Cuba taking advantage as we get a visit from Dayan Diaz, the pitching coach. This was Jesus Mariaga yesterday for Colombia against Canada. And again, another routine play.
Wow. And you know what, too? Look, you watch that, and Polo was on the bench when that happened. You watch that from the bench, and you get a ball that's kind of floating in front of you, and that little voice on your shoulder starts to make you second guess yourself as you see Polo again. Right now, you're thinking to yourself, okay, the reason I'm in this game is because that play we just showed. Man, that's rough.
He is feeling it now. And man, in Tito Polo's defense, the wind is howling again, and it's blowing not directly in from where he is off from first. A stolen base easily for Moas. So 2 in scoring position now for Yidi Cape. The wind is blowing toward the first base right field foul line, and that's exactly where that ball drifted to kick off of his glove. But I mean, that's a play that has to be made. 0-2 on Cape. It has just been a worst case scenario. Murphy's Law kind of first 3 games for Colombia here in San Juan. Oh, 2 pitch. Cape to left field. Ramirez in, and now it's back and over his head. 2 more are home for Cuba. Defense haunting Colombia in the 6th as they trail this one now 7-2.
Colombia just beating themselves right now with that defense. When you don't have the kind of depth, you have to pitch well, you have to throw strikes, and you simply have to play defense and make the routine plays. And again, you talk about that wind. We saw Ramirez getting tied up on a ball from hit by Tyler O'Neill, where he misplayed that ball, the ball that bounced in front of him just a couple days ago. Excuse me, yesterday. Again, all of a sudden, man, this defense really letting down a scatter in this Colombian team.
Some breathing room for Cuba and a 5-run lead in the bottom of the 6th. Harold Ramirez, defense never the calling card. And, you know, those are those balls that are hit right at you. And, man, it is a crushing feeling right now for Colombia's fans. But a party on the other side for Cuba's contingent. The ball that's hit right at you as a corner outfielder, and even in center, those are the toughest ones to judge, and that seems to be what happened with Harold Ramirez there. But man, you maybe get one of those in an inning, but 2 big defensive mistakes in back-to-back plays.
Right, and we know the struggles he's had at a high level in regards to defense, but man, that's rough. You got to make these plays.
Santos goes down swinging, and that'll wrap things up. But 3 home in the inning, and Cuba is out in front by 5.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
Minos. And Doug.
Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
They customize car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this.
Douglas Jr.
Well, at least he spelled insurance right, right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. That's rough. But hey, with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Anywhere I want.
It's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want with SafeLight.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. The Desert Double continues with NASCAR taking center stage. Live from Phoenix, today at 3 on FS1.
So what's it like being a doctor in Port Win?
This town is ridiculous.
Tuesdays, Best Medicine is all new.
I don't care about festivals or games.
I'm here to work, and you can watch it anytime.
I love it here. I love knowing my neighbors.
It's the warmest, most delightful, and most charming show of the new year.
Come on, admit it. You're starting to like it here.
Release me, please.
Best Medicine is all new. Tuesdays on Fox or watch anytime.
Play. Every kid should have a chance to play. Play because it's fun. Play because it's healthy. Play because they learn. Play because they grow. Play because it builds character. Play because it matters.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of World Baseball Classic Incorporated and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. The first trip to the World Baseball Classic and some big moments for Colombia in 2017. And here today, the joy from the Cuban dugout and the dejection on the faces of Colombia's fans on the other side as it's fallen apart for their team here while we head to the 7th. 7-2 is our score. Cuba busting this thing open with 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th. A couple of crucial misplays. All of those runs unearned last inning because the fly ball to Polo would have ended that frame. And a new arm into the game for Cuba. It's Emmanuel Chapman.
Yeah, it was the second time we've seen Emmanuel Chapman, 6'6", 255 pounds. No relation to Aroldis Chapman.
Bouncing ball back up the middle. Michael Arroyo is on for the 3rd time today. His first hit of the day to go along with 2 walks. Looking to spark his team from the leadoff spot in the 7th. That'll bring up Harold Ramirez, who misplayed the line drive, leading to 2 more runs for Cuba. Trying to atone here on an 0-for-3 day.
Yeah, as tough as this is, Tyler, I guarantee you right now, Harold Ramirez is taking that defensive mishap into this at-bat. Sometimes you try and do a little bit too much. Wow, get out of the way of one going towards your head.
That didn't get anything on the bat and escapes from Hernandez, so easily Arroyo able to move up. Holy cow. Harold Ramirez, you see the blue hair for Harold Ramirez. That's a really meaningful thing for him and his family. That is in honor of his son, Elian, who has autism. It's an autism awareness color. Ramirez drives this one down the right field line. And slicing out a play foul. Also has a tattoo of a puzzle piece on his hand, which is a symbol in the autistic community, and a message that reads, "It's okay to be different." He's one of the really good guys, Harold Ramirez, 31 years old, from Cartagena originally. Cartagena on the Caribbean coast in Colombia. That's the baseball area. Colombia is fascinating in that way. Baseball, massive on the Caribbean coast. On the west side of Colombia, it's soccer. Bogota, Medellin, those are the football, soccer areas. But up on the Caribbean, Cartagena, Barranquilla, Monteria, a little bit further inland. Ramirez, grounder left side. Arroyo Barbuena still plays a really nice short. And a great play for the first out of the 7th.
A good throw, too, off balance, charging in. Plenty of arm strength.
So here's Donovan Solano, who is 0 for 1 with a pair of walks. Arroyo Barbuena has been really fun to watch at short. Pitch down and away to Solano. Tight on Solano. Not just a difficult deficit here, but Ryan, on top of all that, a team that just has not been able to put together a big inning to this point as they continue to battle here. It's 3 balls and no strikes on Solano, and you're just looking for base runners right now. If you're Colombia, you got 8 outs to work with, and you have to generate traffic and get those opportunities and hope you can deliver this time. 3-0 comes in at 96.
Before that mishap with Polo at center field, you're in striking distance. Not to mention, too, when you had Patino, you started to go a third of an inning, give up 4 runs. Since then, you're able to hold this Cuban offense against Solano.
Really patient day for Donovan Solano. That is his 6th walk of the Classic. 3 today, 3 in his team's first 2 games. And that'll bring up Jordan Diaz. Herman Mesa able to breathe a little easier in Cuba's dugout. First pitch there for a strike. We talked a little bit about some of the stuff that Mesa told us the other day, and he was explaining one of the reasons. Just look at his counterpart on the other side of the field, Jose Mosquera, and what is ahead for Colombia tomorrow with that matchup with Panama. Shot by Hernandez to keep that close. But Herman Mesa was talking about one of the reasons he loves this game so much, and he pointed at you and he said, you're a big guy, you're a tall guy. Me, I'm a small guy, but on the field we're the same because it's all about what's in your heart in this sport. This guy's showing a lot of heart today. Looking to move to 2-0 with the host team coming up tomorrow night under the lights here at historic Hiram Bithorn Stadium. Ball and 2 strikes on Diaz. He is gone swinging.
It's a nasty pitch. I hear a little depth slider from Chapman. Good tilt, 6'6", coming straight downhill.
So 2 gone for Gio Urshela, who walked and scored Colombia's 2nd run last inning. Luis Romero throwing. He's been up there for a while in Cuba's bullpen, just staying loose right now in case he is needed. But you would think Emmanuel Chapman's got a pretty long leash here.
Yeah,
with a 5-run lead. Chapman from the first base side of the rubber. And a bouncing ball back up the middle, ranging to his right. It's off the glove of Cape. Rounding third, Arroyo's going to score. Colombia gets one back, 7-3 now.
Well, there's that contribution from Gio Urshela. We said at the beginning of this game, we had that error the first night against Puerto Rico. Had that at bat, the 8th inning that we showed against Canada. came up empty. Finally getting on the board and getting that RBI and contributing.
Colombia trying to keep the line moving. Down by 4 for Gustavo Campero. Doubled in his last trip to the plate to put runners at second and third with nobody out. And Colombia only got 1 in the inning. He fouls that off the distinctive angular roof here at this beautiful early 1960s ballpark. Came all the way back out off the roof to Ronald Ramirez, the third base coach. Almost landed right in his hip pocket. Just an absolutely perfect day for the World Baseball Classic. First and second, 2 gone. 1-1 on Campero. That hit for Gustavo in his last at bat was his first of this year's WBC. He's now 1 for 8. And if he reaches here, the tying run will bat in the person of, as the baseball gods so often decree, a guy who made a pretty big mistake last half inning, Tito Polo, and that's the situation right now.
A big spot for Polo, you're right, Tyler. Always falls on you when you have that defensive mishap. Now all of a sudden you got a huge opportunity with 2 outs. Again, the key is here, and we've seen this a little bit from this Cuban bullpen, this middle part of this bullpen, trying to bridge the gap to Rafael Martinez. The command has been an issue. We saw that from Santos. We're seeing that now from Chapman. Again, it goes back to those at-bats you have.
Strike 1 into Polo.
That's a tough pitch down the way.
Center fielder trying to atone. 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts and a sac fly. And he takes it off the arm to drive in a run. And Colombia inching closer. It's now 7-4. And here comes the go-ahead run, potentially, in the person of Carlos Martinez, and it looks like that will be the end of the day for Emmanuel Chapman. Colombia not going away. Top of the 7th. They're still threatening with the bases loaded and a new arm coming in for Cuba.
Electricity in the air. This is a Big East tournament, folks. It's time to settle the score. This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned. You know the crowd is ready.
The Big East tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back-to-back on one track. The Desert Double continues with NASCAR taking center stage. Live from Phoenix, today at 3 on FS1.
The United Football League is back. Professional football in the spring. A game experience like no other.
Beautiful throw, right on the money.
Big energy, high-flying plays, innovative tech.
Wow!
This is just the beginning.
My goodness!
This is the United Football League. It all kicks off March 27th on Fox.
We need to get comfortable with breaking barriers. Women's basketball was never televised when I was growing up. Now we have social media. People want to be a part of it.
For 3, makes it in!
We bought something they hadn't seen.
The way the game was played exploded.
38-0. That is what your goals and dreams are. Every sport deserves a moment like this.
The biggest moment of game number 5 of Pool A in the 2026 World Baseball Classic is at hand. We've got a pinch hitter into the ballgame for Colombia. Daniel Veohin, one of the catchers on this roster gutted by replacements, especially at that position. Left-handed hitter will face the right-handed hurling Luis Miguel Romero, who is onto the mound and dealing with a pitch comm issue. So momentary pauses, that gets sorted out. Veohin set to get things going for his team here. As you take a look at the numbers with Veracruz for Romero last year.
Yeah, and you look at those walks too. Again, the middle part of this Cuban bullpen, you have to have the at-bats. You have to force them back into the strike zone here. And for Veohin, he's 0 for 4 in this tournament. Big spot right here, but you got it. It's so easy to come up and your eyes light up on that one pitch. Force the action. You got plenty of traffic. You claw your way back. Still a big deficit.
Cuba's 3 runs in the 6th inning are the difference right now in this game. They led this thing 4-2. Now 7-4. Jose Mosquera out to talk with our home plate umpire Trip Gibson. As Herman Mesa will go have a conversation with Las Diaz.
Not sure if this is to do with a mound visit. Just talking about pitch comm. Remember, hey Tyler, for a lot of these guys too, first time using pitch comm. Keep that in mind as well. Oh, we have a pitch clock violation. All right.
So we will start things at 1-0. And then while Chapman hoping that Romero can get his team out of this jam as the go-ahead run bats in the 7th for Colombia. Count even at 1-1. Now 2 balls and a strike. Veohin back to the mound. Romero is there to knock it down, and that will snuff out the Colombia rally in the 7th. But today's visitors continuing to fight. They get 2 to cut the deficit back to 3 once more, and we head to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 7-4 Cuba lead.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut focused Entyvio.
My car insurance bill doubled? You should try Insurify. In just a few clicks, you can compare rates from dozens of insurance companies. And you could... I just got the same coverage for half the price. Hey, that's what I was gonna say. Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
When you put that jersey on, something comes over you.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge.
The World Baseball Classic, Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
It has been a story of missed opportunities and defensive miscues for Colombia over the first 3 games of this World Baseball Classic, and they are feeling it. 2 crucial mistakes in the outfield today. Tito Polo dropping what would have been the 3rd out of the 6th inning, and then Harold Ramirez misplaying this line drive that led to 2 more runs, 3 across, all unearned in the bottom of the 6th. And as we move into the bottom of the 7th, we got a new backstop into the game who's dealing with, it appears to be, a pitch count issue.
Tyler, again, too, we talked about this with some of these teams when you're limited a little bit on talent. You don't have the players that these other teams have, and the depth and the weapons. You got to, as cliche as this sounds, you got to throw strikes and you got to play defense, especially with this Colombian team. Gio Urshela, we saw him going back just a few years ago. He's one of the better third basemen when it comes to defense. With that huge mishap on that first night against Puerto Rico, but some of the ones in the outfield, man, they are so tough to swallow, and you will anchor on them, and they'll live with you for years after this, especially if you're looking at having to qualify again if you're this Colombian team.
Harold Ramirez a second ago, just waiting in this delay, just turned around and waved to a couple of kids on the bleachers wearing Colombia gear, and I'm pretty sure just made their year. They were literally jumping up and down, hugging each other after Ramirez acknowledged and waved to them. That's pretty cool. And to see your heroes up close, and he and his team are still right in this game as we move to the bottom of the 7th. And the leadoff man for Cuba is one of 2 major leaguers from 2025 on this roster, Yohan Moncada. Big home run in his team's first game on Friday, and Moncada squares this one foul.
And this is impressive too, Tyler, getting, especially from the right side. This is something he's struggled with. Gets a pitch down, changeup. It's on that front foot, drives that ball into that wind, by the way, into left field. That's a good sign if you're an Angels fan.
This one's into the wind, twisting sky high and dicey, but Dayan Frias, nice job to haul it in. That is such a difficult play to make when that ball just goes straight up on a gusty day like this.
Right, and not to mention too, you know, firsthand witness those outfielders, misplay some of those balls. So it's in the back of your mind. Hey, listen, you got to be on your toes defensively.
How about that for Yohan Moncada? This is just his 2nd World Baseball Classic, and he's already a top 3, top 4 guy in most every category offensively. Is another inning of work here for Ezequiel Zabaleta.
And just to pile on here too with this Colombian team, obviously the defense, but you're in the 5th inning, you got 2 on, none out, ground into a double play. Harold Ramirez, who's been raking, by the way. And then the 6th inning, same deal. You threaten again, nothing doing. So you're not making it easy on yourselves at all. And again, we've talked a lot, Tyler, just about the fact that if it's, call it a Colombia and Panama, if they're the 2 teams that fall short here in Pool A, then all of a sudden one of them has to re-qualify for the next WBC. Makes it that much tougher because you've got to go into that qualifying pool. The time of year can be at your disadvantage. So there's a lot on the line. There's going to be a lot on the line tomorrow too if this score stays the same.
1-2 pitch, buried. Count even on Ariel Martinez. Ariel Martinez, how about that award? The NPB All-Star Game Fighting Spirit Award. Talking about some of the awards that they hand out in Nippon Professional Baseball in Japan. Talk about amazing baseball culture. Not much better than Nippon Professional Baseball.
And he struggled though in 2025, just 34 games, 174 average.
And he takes a call, strike 3 here. for the second out of the 7th inning. But this is the thing that set the tone today for Cuba.
Yeah, this is a pitch up and away, got into a good count, just unleashed, showing that power off. He's been such a presence in Japan the last couple of years. Off-road power, something real to right field.
And here is Yoel Yanqui, a 29-year-old outfielder who came on as the pinch runner in place of Alfredo Despaigne after Despaign's leadoff single last inning and scored the first of those 3 runs in the 6th. He is from Palma Soriano and plays back at home with Santiago, as we'll see. Formerly a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. He's a 2019 California League All-Star at the high A level. A really good season with Santiago. There's minor league numbers from his 4 years with the D-backs and the Reds as well. He takes a 4-pitch walk from Zabaleta. Cuba with some work underway. Yohan Lopez, the veteran, might get the 8th.
And good chance too. Again with Colombia, the opportunities get dwindled too when you got Rydell Martinez. He'll be coming out in that 9th inning if the score stays the same.
Pitch bouncer foul from Ro Barrena. Home run for him in the 1st inning. His first hit of the Classic here in 2026. See the numbers with Matanzas last season. Yanqui off from first. Throw down to second by Beohin is not going to get him. The hand slipped off the bag though, and the tag will get him. And that will end things in the 7th. The caught stealing sends us to the 8th. Cuba's got a 3-run lead over Colombia on day number 3 in San Juan.
Thinking of updating my kitchen?
Yeah?
Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone.
Don't get me started on quartz.
Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
Right over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I'm a star of your team. Check out my game day drip. It's custom. Forget the game. You're watching me. Who loves you? And if you don't have the right auto coverage, you'll be paying for that yourself. So switch to Allstate. You can save hundreds.
That's cold.
Don't know Domino's $9.99 best deal ever? Just pick your crust. Maybe
Pan pizza.
Gluten-free crust?
Thin and crispy, too.
load on up to 7 toppings like
Bacon. 3 different types of cheeses. Green peppers.
and get it all for under $10. Only at
Domino's.
When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just 1 dose of Aleve provides pain relief for up to 12 hours from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
Every legend starts somewhere, not in the spotlight, but in the work. It starts here, dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. From repping your country on the world stage to building a ball club. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
Rated everyone.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
Together.
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 Colombia down to its final 6 outs, trying to keep its World Baseball Classic hopes alive. They are on life support right now with a 7-4 deficit as we move into the top half of the 8th inning. With a loss today, Colombia is eliminated from quarterfinal contention. With a loss tonight, Panama would be similarly eliminated. And then tomorrow's matchup in the day game between those two teams would be a game to determine who gets relegated as the last place finisher in this group. We move into the top of the 8th, and Yohan Lopez takes over on the mound for Cuba. But Ryan, there's so much more that goes into that than just, well, you finished last place in your group. You got to go back through the qualifiers, and there are things beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, there's way more at stake, too. You think about some of those remaining games, like, okay, we've been eliminated, let's just go and have some fun with the boys. No. Because not only do you have to go qualify, I've said this a few times as well, but you have to make sure the time of year you can get the certain guys who are available. It just depends on where you have to go in the world to go qualify. There's funding involved as well for your team, for the national program. I've had to deal with that with Team Australia.
Getting things started on the right note here in the 8th, though. The 9-hole hitter, Dion Frias, who has had a terrific day, is now 2 for 3 with a walk, and he's on as a leadoff base runner.
Plenty of offense opportunities, plenty of traffic on the bases, plenty of leadoff hits. Just a matter of coming up with that big hit. Can they close this gap? Especially too, you got Yohan Lopez in the 8th inning. Going to show that upper 90s fastball. Then you're going to have Radel Martinez in the 9th, and we know how tough he is. One of the most electric arms on the planet. Pitches in Japan, one of the best closers in the MPB.
So we go back to the top of the order and Michael Arroyo. But there's so much at stake as you look at Yohan Lopez's numbers from the Mexican League last year. And we talked with Jose Mosquera prior to this event about what this means for Colombian baseball. And Colombia is a fascinating country. We mentioned this earlier. Baseball is really very centrally located in the Caribbean regions of Colombia. But in the more populated areas in the western side, in Bogota and Medellin, it's not really as big of a thing at all. Bogota alone has a population of over 7.5 million. Medellin is over 2.5 million. Cali, Barranquilla, and Cartagena, 3 cities that really produce a lot of talent baseball-wise, as this one is a foul ball. That just missed the line wide there for Arroyo. Those combined are just about 4.5 million. So there's somewhat of a disconnect in between the baseball region and the media markets, the attention, all of that. And one thing that Jose Mosquera said to us was, we really hope if we have success here, we catch the eyes of financial backers, sponsors who say, oh, I want to be part of that baseball program. And that's big. If you end up back in the qualifier, you don't move that needle that way.
Yeah, and look, you get on this world stage, say you upset a Puerto Rico or you upset a Cuba, whatever it may be, man, you open some serious eyes and get some serious attention. Again, man, look, I've been there before too in Australia as well. It's for Australia, for example, they use them as an example, but for government funding for the program, if you're in that top 12, the amount goes up. Now, baseball's back in the Olympics in 2028. That helps. I know when you're talking for Australia and some of these.
Arroyo lifting that one all the way to the track. Guibert, that just kept carrying on him, and a great job to stick with it.
They call them those non-baseball countries, and Colombia falls into that, right? As we know, and we've heard that is very regional on this part of the country. But a lot goes into it, and that's why tomorrow, again, if this score stays the same, tomorrow is going to be a huge game for Colombia.
Same goes for Panama. Those two teams have been in the qualifiers a lot. Panama, of course, qualified on home soil in 2022 at Rod Carew Stadium in Panama City. They did not have to go through the qualifiers this year, which was great, as Ramirez has another hit. Harold Ramirez, the hit machine in this Classic for Colombia, has his 6th knock in 3 games, and it's 1st and 3rd, and the tying run will bat with 1 out here in the top of the 8th.
Defensive mishap in left field, grounding into a double play in that 5th. But again, coming up big here and creating more traffic as they're down by 3.
Man, that's huge. Ryan, you noted it earlier. He said it's probably a situation where you're going into the batter's box, you're thinking about the misplay that you just had in the outfield.
Sure.
And for Ramirez to shake that and get another hit, he is now 6 for 13 here through his team's first 3 games of the Classic. And it brings up Donovan Solano.
And the same goes the other way too, man. You have that strikeout or ground out, and you ground into a double play when you know you're that big bat in the lineup, and so much emphasis is on what you do, what moves the needle here offensively, or how many runs you put on the board. You can take that out defensively as well, where you're anchoring on that last at bat, and it can really mess up what you do defensively.
Yohan Lopez, formerly of the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, also with Atlanta, Philadelphia, Miami, and the New York Mets. Sets and deals the 1-1, and Solano on the ground, 2-2, and the double play will kill yet another Colombian attempt at a rally. Nothing across for the visitors, who will take a 3-run deficit to the bottom of the 8th.
Behold the Branch Ergonomic Chair, a symbiotic companion for the working human, with 8 points of ergonomic adjustment and lumbar support, all for a price that's remarkably humane. Branch, wildly ergonomic.
In luge, every little detail matters. Races can be decided by 1,000th of a second. The last thing we need to be thinking about in those moments is payroll. Thankfully, we have Gusto as a part of our team. Knowing that compliance and payroll are being handled correctly, honestly, helps me sleep at night. When athletes are racing at 90 miles per hour, Gusto helps us stay focused on performance, not paperwork.
What are you doing?
We need to save time.
There.
What just happened?
I just saved time. By buying a car in Carvana. It was all online. Got pre-qualified instantly. Great terms. Save time and buy your car in Carvana.
You know, WeatherTech isn't just for new cars. No matter how old or new your car is, it deserves WeatherTech. With laser measured protection for practically every car on the road, we've got you covered. Because messes don't care what year your car is. Whatever you're driving, we got it. We got it. We got it. Got it. We got it. We got it. We've got it. Oh, we got it. No matter what year your vehicle is, it deserves WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection today at WT.com. We're WeatherTech. You know we got it.
TrueWork designs performance workwear engineered with advanced materials to be lighter, warmer, faster drying, and ready for real job site conditions. TrueWork, performance workwear. Shop now at TrueWork.com.
This is still Domino's best deal ever. I mean, it's the only deal that gets you any Domino's pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
You're saving $20. Said save like $32.89.
Only at Domino's.
This is a Big East tournament, folks. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready. The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
Beautiful and historic San Juan, Puerto Rico, the site for Pool A of the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Welcome back to Estadio here on Bithorn alongside Ryan Rowland-Smith. My name is Tyler Maughan. Day 3 in Pool A. Puerto Rico sitting pretty after the walk-off win last night. 2-0, off day today for them. Canada coming up this evening against Panama, a team with its back to the wall. And the other one in that same situation is out in the field right now. Colombia trailing Cuba and trying to hold the line at a 3-run deficit as the first pitch of the bottom of the 8th inning is bounced right back to the new reliever into the game for Colombia, Elkin Alcala, and he's got the first out as Isabel Barrena is retired. There's the look at Alcala's numbers with the Pericos de Puebla last year in the Mexican League.
Yeah, Alcala trying to get him back into that dugout. Then they got those 3 outs remaining, 3 runs. Man, it has been an exhausting day game here for Colombia. You lose your starting pitcher, Luis Patino, only gives you a third of an inning, gives up those 4 runs. And then you got to deal with this right here. Radel Martinez, one of the nastiest closers in the world, pitching over in Japan. Trying to muster up some offense.
Big hack and miss from Omar Hernandez. Ryan, I think the biggest story of this game can be told in one category. Cuba has left 3 runners on base and gone 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Colombia 1 for 11, and they have left 11 runners on.
Right.
And that's so similar to the way they started this game back on Friday night as well. Left 11 on in that game as well, the 5-0 loss to Puerto Rico. And in tournament baseball, you can't afford to have just a bad couple of days.
You get Jose Quintana just for 30 pitches, that's it. You lose Julio Teheran. Whether or not he was going to perform, regardless of that, with what we're going to see, right? We talked about Julio Teheran. Was it going to be that 2016 version of him? It didn't matter. What it does is just put so much more stress on the rest of that pitching staff having to cover 9 innings. And then you have Luis Patini only going a third of an inning. So you deal with that, you deal with the defense, and they're still in striking distance, which is wild to think.
Raidel Martinez, one of the greatest closers in the history of Japanese baseball. Incredible work over the last couple of years with the Yomiuri Giants in Tokyo, also a member of the Chunichi Dragons. But I mean, those
numbers,
so
fun to watch, man.
Yeah, he really is.
And staggering numbers he's put up in Japan. And with the conversation always is when you see a Cuban player, especially when they head off to Japan and have these crazy numbers. We saw that with Levan Moinelo having a sub-2 the last 2 years. Does it translate? And can it translate to Major League Baseball? And 1,000% when you watch Raidel Martinez, I'd love to see at some point in his peak, his prime years, pitching in the big leagues.
He also just has that aura about him as a closer.
Right.
You see him warming up, the physical presence, the stuff that he's got.
Everything just tunnels, man. That fastball and then that split that goes with it. It is so tough to pick up.
Arguably the best pitcher in baseball, not currently in the major leagues in the United States, as Yoelqui Guibert takes the first 3 out of the zone, trying to find his way on for a 3rd time today. He walked and scored in the 6th after a single back up the middle in the 4th. Takes strike 1. Looking ahead to the top of the 9th, Colombia's going to have the middle third of the order, Diaz, Urshela, Campero. Guibert to third. Urshela across the diamond, and inning over. Cuba might look at this. Cecilio Drake, the first base coach, was adamant that his runner beat that throw, and they will request a review here. Herman Mesa signaling to our home plate umpire, Trip Gibson. We'll get a look at it. And yeah, that's wow. That's a great challenge by Cuba, and Guibert is going to more than likely be rewarded with an infield single for that hustle.
And J.R. Urshela too. He just kind of played that ball on the hop, stalled, took his time. I don't think he really respected Guibert's speed down that first base line.
Colombia's infielders all huddled around the third base bag.
And you get another look at J.R. Urshela on this play. He kind of lets it back him up a little bit. And just kind of took his time.
That's a quick
review.
He
turned over.
That's a great challenge for Herman Mesa. Because, I mean, even though you got the lead, Ryan, we talk every single game about how important every run is in this event. And potentially you take this from a save situation to not.
Yeah, and look at this, right? So let's kind of back him up. And he looks, he's like, whoa. I think he, at this point here, is kind of surprised by how quick Guibert was getting down the line. Sure enough, beat the throw.
So 2 away, and obviously good speed on it first now for Lionel Moas Jr.
I tell you what, if this run scores, right? Like, now obviously Colombia's sitting there with 4 runs, but if this run scores again, you're going to have to tack that on to some of the defensive miscues.
That's a great point. That's a play that looks routine and instead extends this inning, and fittingly does so for Moas, who is the one who lofted that fly ball to center that clanked off the glove of Tito Polo and opened the door to the 3-run 6th. That is the literal difference in this game right now, a 7-4 score. First pitch up high to him. Moas has been on twice today, but he's 0 for 3. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th, and that error in the 6th came around to score on Yuri Cape's triple on another defensive misplay. 2-0. Swinging a drive, left field, maybe a game-breaking blast. No, it's off the base of the wall. Streaking into third, Guibert will hold there. A 2-out double for Moas, and here comes Cuba trying to take advantage of yet another miscue in the field for Colombia.
Well, the defense, man, the miscues we have talked about all game long get so magnified. All of a sudden, you got 2 outs. You're trying to get your team, have that quick inning, get your team back in offensively, make something happen. Now, all of a sudden, here they are threatening again after some poor defense from this Colombian team.
I mean, talk about it in that context, but how about the hustle from Guibert and the challenge from Mesa?
Right. And again, too, they don't have the resources, but underneath the dugout, like they do in the big leagues. You used to see him, the video of the guy, for example, Andy Bissell, who does it for the Seattle Mariners, says we have all kinds of angles. We move quick. We're trained to be ready for those challenges. They don't have the same resources like they do here, so that's a really good challenge, like you said.
And Guibert, wow. I mean, we talk about the hustle to get on, but not to get around the bases. I mean, there's 2 outs. You got to be running.
Man, it should be 4-8 right now.
0-2 count on Cape. And a swing and a miss as Alcala buckles down and bails out another miscue by his defense. We will go to the 9th. Colombia on the brink, 7-4. Cuba trying to close out a day 3 win.
And Doug.
Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
They customize car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this. Douglas Jr.
Well, at least he spelled insurance right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Polsky, and Cal Raleigh. Aaron Judge. Absolute madness.
Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
I was in a car accident and lost my memories of the last 8 years of my life.
Fox's critically acclaimed hit Doc is all new.
I need to be the doctor that I was. I will do whatever it takes.
And you can watch it anytime.
This is a formal investigation with regard to Dr. Amy Larson.
My job, I want it back. Doc, all new. Tuesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is Fear Factor. Here we go. 14 people will confront their worst fears and live with each other. Oh, they think it's so easy right now. It's going to get so much worse.
Fear Factor House of Fear, all new Wednesdays on Fox.
We call it the Unhappy Hour.
And watch anytime on Hulu.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of World Baseball Classic Incorporated and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
We head to the 9th inning. Cuba has a 3-run lead, but Ryan Rowland-Smith, it could have been more.
Yeah, and this should be run number 8. You can see Guibert just celebrating too much, thinking that ball's gone, bounces off the wall. Now he's stuck there at third base. And the other part of this is, too, it could have been a situation where you don't have to use a Radiel Martinez if you're up by 4.
That's a really good point, too.
But I'm not complaining. I love watching this guy pitch. Staggering now. You can see that ERA 1.1. over in the MPB, but that's not a one-year success story. That's 8 seasons he's had a 1.62 ERA. The best, if not the best, closer in Japan.
Starts Jordan Diaz with ball 1 and follows it with ball 2. Yeah, 8 seasons with Shunichi and Yomiuri, the Dragons and the Giants. 4-time All-Star, 3-time NPB saves leader. The fastest pitcher in Japanese baseball history to reach 200 career saves. He did that in 348 appearances. But he's wild here to start Diaz, 3-0.
See, he just generates that tilt. He's got that high arm slot. Comes from a high angle, and that split just comes out of that same tunnel straight downward angle.
And 4 pitches out of the zone to Jordan Diaz in a leadoff walk.
Again, this is that dominant pitching performance. Just made quick work of this Panamanian team. Just a bunch of weak contact guys just having those defensive swings against him. And finishes with a punch out.
The tying run has moved into the on-deck circle as Gio Urshela steps into the box. This has certainly not been a stress-free day for Germán Mesa and his team, even though they have led it since the bottom of the first. Colombia got the first run in this game, their only lead of the Classic. They led it 1-0. Cuba responded with 4, and they have led ever since as the first strike of the day for Martinez finds the zone to Urshela. Gio 1 for 2, an RBI single in the 7th. Couple of walks today. Doesn't chase. Count evens. Deflated dugout. Colombia 3 outs away from elimination here in 2026. Urshela trying to keep his team's hopes alive. One, 2. Cold strike 3.
And freezing Urshela. That's that split. You can command it, throw it inside the strike zone. And you can bury that pitch as well. It's just such a tough look, man, when he's going straight downhill, Tyler. You got that split in the back of your mind. Kind of Gio Urshela kind of froze. There we go.
96 from Martinez there. Yeah, Ryan, he's listed at 6'3", 190, but he's like 80% arms and legs.
Right.
And that, I mean, that is really difficult. The extension that he gets, the angle that comes at you from as a hitter. Those lanky guys can be so difficult to pick up release point and be able to time up, especially when it's coming in 96 plus. This ball tagged well to right field. Back on it, Guibert at the warning track puts it away. Diaz will retreat to first, and Colombia is down to its final out.
Guibert doing a good job to get to that part of the ballpark. He was playing a little bit deeper to his right. Guibert put a charge into this. Now all of a sudden they're down to their last out.
So with 2 gone, it all falls on Tito Polo to try to keep this thing going. A devastating mistake in the field that opened the door to a 3-run Cuba 6th, which is the difference in this 7-4 score. And he's down 0-1 on Martinez. Rydell trying to keep the tying run in the on-deck circle and finish off Cuba's 2nd win. One, 1-2.
It's just easy 95 at the top of the strike zone. Effortless.
World Baseball Classic hopes riding on Tito Polo in a 1-2 count for Colombia. Martinez ready. 1-2 on the way. There it is. Cuba is 2-0 with a 7-4 win over Colombia on a Sunday afternoon in San Juan.
Now, first of all, for this Cuban team, remember they went 0-2 to start off 2023 pool play in Taiwan. Much better start, way more dominant on both ends of the ball too. We talk about the pitching on day one. They a little shaken in those middle innings, but when you finish it off with Rodel Martinez, man, they are so dominant and obviously offensively getting things going early. But for Colombia, heartbreaking. Enough opportunity, not enough pitching. Patino only lasted the third of an inning, and just the defensive miscues made it so tough against this Cuban team.
The story of this World Baseball Classic for Colombia is certainly going to be what could have been, because they have had opportunities. They've gotten runners on base, they've threatened, they've been in spots to make things happen, but the key hits haven't come, and the defense has just let this team down for now 3 games as they drop to 0-3.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden they're again, this is not a situation, hey, look, we've been eliminated, let's just, you know, enjoy the last couple. No, you have to avoid that relegation, avoid that qualifier that is looming tomorrow, depending on what Team Panama do tonight, excuse me, but still a lot to play for right now for Colombia. But for Cuba, man, they look so dominant, and we have 3 teams, Tyler, in my opinion, when you're talking Canada, Cuba, and Puerto Rico for 2 spots. These last couple days are going to be huge games coming up.
We are finding some separation here in Pool A as 3 teams well positioned to move into the final few days of this World Baseball Classic pool round with a chance to move on to the quarterfinals. Tonight, do not miss our continuing coverage from here in San Juan of Pool A here on Bithorn Stadium, the site for a rare night game that will not feature the home team. Instead, tonight, we got a big one between Canada and Panama. 7 o'clock start time for that one right here at Huron Bithorn Stadium. For Ryan Rowland-Smith and our entire crew here in San Juan, my name is Tyler Mon. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Sunday afternoon and watching this presentation of the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
Electricity in the air. This is a Big East tournament, folks. It's time to settle the score. This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned. You know the crowd is ready.
The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
None of this was imaginable 30 years ago.
Gonzaga is like a family. We're beating teams 30, 40 every night.
It's one of the greatest stories in sports.
Giant Slayer and God's Chosen. He united a kingdom and changed the course of history. I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Good to have you with us. Welcome to America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack, South Ozone Park, New York. We're 15 minutes away from race 5, and we'll start the late pick 4 on this Sunday afternoon card. We also have live coverage from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Muddy conditions at Oaklawn. We are listed as good here in New York. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing handicapper Andy Serling. And we're going to look back on a busy weekend as well on the Triple Crown Trail.
Yeah, no question. The Tampa Bay Derby, a very interesting race, somewhat of an upset in there with the Puma getting it done and running a nice race and doing so. And talk about that and daylight savings. So we got a little bit more light going on here, and it's spring-like weather in the 60s here. And the fog finally lifted.
Yeah, it feels like summer. Yeah, it got really foggy. Well, I thought I was watching a John Carpenter film.
I got here at 10 in the morning. You still couldn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
We're going to get into our action straight away here in a minute. We'll send you just out to Hot Springs momentarily. They're 4 minutes away from the 4th. Here's what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, good condition here
on this main track in New York, Muddy in Hot Springs. Races 5 through 8 from New York, races 4 through 9, including very excited about to see the return of Stars and Stripes for Villemont.
Yeah, I had a lot of high hopes for him, and he kind of disappointed in his last start, but he never ran a fast race. He just ran to a horse at Gulfstream that just kind of ran out of his skin.
You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that promo code MATCH200 for new customers and sign up right there at NairaBets.com. Let's send it out to Hot Springs right now. Check in for the first time with the MIG and Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Greg. And yeah, beautiful day here. What a difference a day makes. We got through the storm and sunshine and just as nice a day as you can have.
Lighter, brighter, in a better mood. Not that we weren't in a great mood yesterday, but it just feels like a little pep in our step. Got the sun shining down on us and a great card ahead of us, Mig.
Yeah, and a real competitive, hard-hitting group here. A smaller field, particularly by Oaklawn standards, but $30,000 claimers going 6 furlongs. And I feel like you can make a case for just about anybody in here, Megan, but we'll start with the one in the post-break, Gun Flash.
Closer from the rail, who just really hasn't made me want to bet him in his last couple of races up there at 10-1.
The 2-horse Mischievous M coming in off a subpar effort.
32-1 upset 3 back. Another that's better when more mid-range tactical type, but I have my doubts. Did work well out of his last effort.
Yeah, the 3-horse Princetown getting back to dirt off a synthetic, and I feel like some of those races maybe dirtied this horse's form up a bit.
He's 2 for 5 on dirt, and Mike Maker's a decent 17% overall on that synthetic to dirt change.
And you got the 4 Nasty Habit. Peter Miller having a good meet.
He is. I thought this was a real stout, robust son of violence. A 7-year-old who I have interest in.
The 5-horse Lundberg made a real nice impression on the racetrack.
He did. Him and the number 4 were the best 2 lookers of the group, in my opinion.
And then the venerable, the 6 Payne, the 11-year-old, not allowed to race in New York anymore, comes off a really good effort last time. A little disappointed in his coat. Thought he was a little bit on the dull side.
It's, you know, it just, these horses that climb up in age, it kind of happens naturally as we all age. We're not as quick and have that pep in our step, but I'd agree. He's kind of losing that muscle mass behind, perhaps on maybe the regressing in his physical. But I mean, he is such a hard worker, 7 for 19 here at Oaklawn with earnings over $900,000.
Yes, such a veteran, 56 starts under his belt. The 5-horse Lundberg is ultimately where I'm going to land. He was a horse that I liked. He's got enough early speed. He can be tactical. And this is him with Payne a couple starts back where he got the best of it.
He did. He showed speed against the likes of American Experiment, who scratched out of this race. He was 3 wide. And made kind of an earlier move and looked like, you know, he had more horse there 3 wide and made that narrow win. But, you know, for a horse like Payne, especially as he climbs in age, you have to appreciate him closing like this. Back in December, he really did close on really well that day. I think he's a little bit more up against it today, but Lundberg's interesting, narrowly getting the win. He's been in bit way too tough, but 2 starts back against the likes of Vital Mind. Last time out, he kind of dueled on the front end and then faded. He's certainly getting back amongst his friends, though, here at a very reasonable spot.
Yeah, getting back to that $30,000 level where he was successful. Louis Saez gets the mount. Louis Saez, this is his last day riding full-time at Oaklawn, heading to Gulfstream Park.
He is for a couple of weeks before he moves, of course, his tack. Everybody does the Kentucky migration there at the start of Keeneland. But we're going to miss Louis. He's just been such a class act here as he has wintered since December. But the number 3 Princetown for Mike Maker, he's one that is kind of a heavier bodied individual when just looking at him. He's 0 for 2. We still have a muddy sealed track today. So I'm definitely still looking, although the sun is out and shining and things are drying out. We'll see how he gets over the surface, as it looks like he's taking tepid favoritism at the moment. He's dropping down in class, and he certainly looks like, to me, the win candidate of this group in terms of some of his past races. But at the same time, for some reason, I still have my doubts.
Well, again, if I can block out his last few starts on synthetic against tougher, and just focus on his dirt races.
Right.
It certainly elevates him in my mind. I definitely get what you're saying. I think it really points out to the track maintenance crew here at Oakland what a job they did, because there's still so much moisture in this racetrack, and they really had a good racetrack yesterday. I mean, it was a sloppy track, but a good, even, safe racetrack.
It was, and I think the key for the number 3 Princetown will be utilizing his speed, but also the cutback in distance. He's been routing and finally getting to that 6 furlongs here. Now on the dirt will be, I think will be to his credit. I went between him and the number 4 at Nasty Habit in here, Mig.
Okay, well, I landed on the 5 Lundberg. I wasn't quite sure where I was going until I saw him on the racetrack, and he just made, to me, the best impression. Payne would have been my top selection. Again, just, you know, would like to have seen a little bit more vibrancy in his coat. But I do think him now being on the outside with the scratch of American Experiment outside of him, I think it helps him because he hasn't been breaking quite as sharp as he once did, and that speaks to what you're talking about, that muscle mass behind.
Yeah, when you're having, you know, an older horse climbing in age, maybe doesn't have that power from behind, that's how you get out of the gate, utilizing that hind end to go forward. We'll see how he runs today, as he's a really fun horse to root for, kind of a fan favorite here at Oakland Park.
Okay, well, we're getting ready to get started here. Matt Dinneman, he's going to have the race, a call of race 4 for you.
Princetown coming forward, outside post, Payne. Working with Payne to come up to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Nasty Habit blasts out of the gate, takes advantage of it, strides in front. Mischievous M right there to the inside, not far away. Princetown running in the third with Lundberg. Payne second to last early. Gun flash at the tail as they head down the back stretch. Mischievous M moving forward, grabs a short lead. Nasty Habit the presser now from the outside right there. Princetown in a good rhythm, third on the inside. Lundberg shown more rain outside of him. Big space of 7 or 8 to Payne, and the trailers still gun flash as they go into the far turn. Mischievous M rounding the turn, narrow lead. Nasty Habit there to the outside, nickled along a bit as they round the far turn. Princetown still in third on the rail. Lundberg, he's all in. Payne has a lot of work to do here. Gun flash still the trailer as they hit the quarter pole. Nasty Habit takes a short edge now. Mischievous M right there to the inside, but Nasty Habit goes better. Nasty Habit off the turn, the leader now. Mischievous M second. Princetown trying to run by Nasty Habit in the final furlong. Nasty Habit still the leader. Mischievous M is second. Princetown third. Payne running on late, but it's Nasty Habit clear coming to the finish. Nasty Habit drawing away for the win. Mischievous M second. Princetown third, and Payne was fourth.
And it was the 4 Nasty Habit sitting a really nice trip, sat right in behind the leaders, Megan, tipped out under Ramon Vasquez, who is riding in tremendous form here, and Peter Miller with another winner.
Solid trip, got the blinkers off, and can kind of notice he kind of settled a little bit better than some of his priors as he's been down in Louisiana at Delta and gets the win. This is now, he is 2 for 2 on a wet surface now.
And really just looked like he was traveling like a winner every step of the way, tipped out into the clear, and got it done. It was Nasty Habit here in race 4. Greg?
Yeah, one impressive Peter Miller having a terrific meet. Ramon Vasquez, 7-year-old, wins for the 4th time in his career. As we get back to New York, race 5 post-parade in progress. As the win from Nasty Habit, well clear from that overhead shot. We're going to see Cavalry Hill first to kick things off. Blinkers off, big price from the inside.
He cuts back a little bit from the mile race last time in this field. Even his best races, he has to improve a bit.
State-bred maiden 40, by the way, at 7/8 of a mile of the condition here. 21 red, the current 8-5 favorite. George Weaver, Flavian Pratt.
A little disappointing as a heavy favorite last time, but in fairness to him, he did chase farther on the outside, and I wonder if 7 furlongs may suit him better.
Mock Schnell. You watch Cars?
No.
You don't have kids, so yeah.
No. Is that what it's from?
One of the cars, yeah.
Well, this horse potentially could be the controlling speed in here, right? I don't know how this horse is the third choice.
Todd Pletcherbarn, first-time starter. Gallant one.
One say somebody will explain to me how all these Galinians sold for a lot of money. This is a complete turf pedigree, too.
Eye on the ball, 7:01. Second start for Ray Handel.
If you want a price, this is where you're going to go. He does come out of a live race with a wide trip against a gold rail.
And the biggest price on the board, here's Pilot Knob.
Yeah, I wish there was taking a little money first time. He didn't do much running, at a mild excuse, though.
All right, back to the favorite. 21 Red. Dropped into this level last start, was odds on, and was a distant second.
Now, it wasn't a good effort, but I don't think it was quite as bad as the buyer suggests. And, you know, a 6-length loss at 3-5. It's 2 straight races. This horse has been wide against good rails. We have a much more fair track today, and I think he's a logical horse. But, I picked him, but I'm not sure I wouldn't have been better off with the 4. I'd actually liked the 2 Classic Commander, and I went 2, 3, 4 and just didn't swap my picks out because I'm not sure he's that great as a favorite. And I think a horse like Mockshell may have, especially with blinkers on, a tactical advantage over him.
Do we have the drum roll sound effect?
You know, she brings her own drum roll along with her.
4 minutes to post in the 5th. Let's check in for the first time with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I am not musically inclined, unfortunately, so I can't do a drum roll, sadly. But we'll take a look here at your current second choice. And while I do think that 21 Red, as Andy pointed out, should appreciate less ground because he is a smaller, shorter coupled type, he just hasn't really gone on, you know? So he left a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth not getting the job done at a very short price last time, but I totally heed the fact that he was against the racetrack on February 15th. Now, Max Schnell, he'll add the blinkers. He's gotten a really nice warm-up here beneath Christopher Elliott, too. Those shortcut cheater blinkers, he's not the most developed type. You know, he has a bit of a slighter frame, but, you know, relative to how he has looked throughout his career, he continues to progress and put on muscle mass. So I'm going to take him with possibly a tactical advantage here. Now, the horse that is dropping down in class here is number 6, Eye on the Ball. To be fair, he did finish in front of 21 Red the last time that they met, albeit finishing 8th and 9th in that maiden special weight field back on February 4th. Then there's also Manhattan Chrome, who would come out of that race and come back and win, too. Now, Eye on the Ball, I actually galloped this one's dam, and I just remember her being a horse that had an affinity for a wet track. Now, we are listed here as good, but even when the horses, you know, galloped off, you could still hear the moisture in the racetrack. So I think it'll actually help him a little bit. He's just not particularly well conformed. He has really poor conformations. Luckily, he's a homebred because he definitely wouldn't sell at a sale. Not a bad looking type, though, from a body standpoint. Has some size, has some scope, so a little more ground should be to his liking. Wouldn't be surprised if he wants even more, though, than the 7 furlongs. Now, the mystery horse, the first-time starter for Todd Pletcher in number 5, Gallant One. Now, as Andy mentioned, the Galileans, they seem to sell a lot pretty well, but haven't really turned out any results on the racetrack. They must have been pretty good-looking yearlings, as this guy is pretty good looking, to be fair. Big, burly horse that has a lot of muscle mass to him and substance, and he was pretty sharp back in the paddock. We saw Kendrick Carmouche kind of expend some of that nervous energy, and he does come in here with a fairly fast breeze from the gate to back. So he looks like a horse that could potentially have speed, and he's just giving all the signs that he should be quick away from there. That doesn't always bear out, but the problem is an entirely turf pedigree, and he looks like a turf horse too. So will this surface be to his liking? Then again, it might not be, and he still might be able to handle this field, Greg.
Minute to post. We will find out shortly. Debut coming up for this one.
Yeah, you know, and I think there's a chance this horse gets claimed. You know, a $220,000 yearling purchase, in for 40. And with that pedigree, you almost wonder a little if Todd they kind of like this horse. Why wouldn't they wait, or even put the horse in a maiden special weight race, see if he can run a little in the dirt, and then take a shot in the turf when turf racing starts in a month? It's not November or December. You know, why not try for the surface you would think that he's more bred for? Listen, he's not going to have to be a killer to win this race. It's not exactly the toughest field ever. But I just think that's kind of a negative. I don't know. Maybe Maggie has different thoughts. I don't know.
We're going to take a look at the 4, who is making career start number 4. Has shown speed already. Blinkers on today. I mentioned this one probably named after those Pixar car movies. In those movies, he's the 4 car.
Really?
Lunch play today, yeah.
Ooh. So you think all the kids are playing? You know, we probably should have lowered the age limit for gambling and encouraged children to be betting on Max Shell today. We could have gotten a huge handle in this race. He'd be 2 to 5
Tie
too.
it in with Disney.
Yeah,
Pixar.
I mean we really needed a child influencer for Max Shell. We really dropped the ball on this one, Greg.
Good chance this one steals it on the front end. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, look at the pace projector. Pace projector has this horse completely clear. Now, Flavien Prat, though, on the 3 is the kind of rider that knows those things, and so he's going to probably try to get the 3 a lot closer.
Second choice at 2-1 favorite. 21 red with Pratt for George Weaver. Beat at odds on at this condition, as we mentioned, back on February 15th. Will the second time at the level be the charm? Chris Griffin with the call to kick off the pick 4.
Pilot Knob. Pilot Knob steps back, now goes in, all set. And they're off. Pilot Knob tried to show early speed from the outside draw, but there's Mock Schnell, who's quickest. Gallant One is in that early mix, and here comes Pilot Knob, now recovering after breaking a step slow there towards the outside, and moving forward is Eye on the Ball. It's Mock Schnell who puts ahead in front of Gallant One back to second. There is Eye on the Ball in third. 21 red is right there in fourth, now making up some ground in behind that leading trio, Calvary Hill and the trailer, Pilot Knob. They work up the backstretch and tightly packed on the front end. Mock Schnell's the leader. 22.73 for the opening quarter mile, and Mock Schnell. Christopher Elliott will take him into the turn, is up by a half length. Gallant One is all in, trying to cut into the margin now, is rushing up on the outside. Here comes Eye on the Ball from third. Right behind them is 21 red. Just waiting for a seam here is right there in fourth. Traveling awkwardly and losing ground quickly. There was Calvary Hill just past to the outside by Pilot Knob. It's 45-4 for that half-mile time. Mock Schnell, Gallant One, they still go at it. 21 red has been off of that early pace, now moves towards the outside, has every shot to run these leaders down. Gallant One is finding more. Gallant One has put away Mock Schnell. 21 red is trying to commence a rally down the center of the racetrack, but running out of time. Gallant One is now approaching a 16th left to go, is well clear. Gallant One will win this one in dominant fashion. It's all Gallant One. Kendrick Harmouche to victory. 21 red second, then came Mock Schnell in third, and Eye on the Ball finished fourth. 1 minute 24.49 seconds.
Gallant One wins the debut and was taken. We'll try and find out by who, but we'll be moving on from the Todd Pletcher barn.
Obviously found the right field, but he absolutely smashed these horses. I mean, it was right on top of the pace. The pace completely fell apart for Mock Schnell, and he just crushed these horses. Fairly impressive time for a first-time starter running for 40, and he was claimed. You and I are both guessing it's Linda. We took the 3 to 5 shot on that. And I know the 3 and 4 aren't killers, but this horse destroyed them.
Very professional looking, too, doing it.
Yep, I agree.
First asking Gallant One at 7 furlongs. It beats a field who all had experience, except for him. And now it's on to a new barn. 5-3-4-6 finish.
Feels like a steal for 40,000 off of that race if they can get him to continue to run like that, because he obviously has a little bit of ability on the dirt, and maybe they can eventually try him on the turf as well, which he has pedigree for. So this one ran today, and whoever claimed this horse probably did well.
So Gallant One, son of Galilean, Fletcher Rapoli, Kendrick Harmouche, one and done in the barn. Moving on now at 5-2 here in the fifth to start this pick 4. Goes off as the third choice in this 6-horse field. Going to take a timeout. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll look back at the Triple Crown Trail from Saturday. And in the Tampa Bay Derby, a maiden breaks through. The Puma with the victory for connections that already have a Derby. We'll talk about his prospects going forward next.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat. An orthopedic designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-416-6308. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Why do I have to wait for payday? I should have access to my money when I want. With Chime, I get paid when I say, and I can overdraft fee-free. Finally, I'm in control of my money. Join the millions of members like us banking fee-free at Chime.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge.
Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
The game of survival is in your hands. Good luck.
They came out here to win $250,000.
Let's go!
You're playing a totally different game than we're playing in the wilderness.
You all want to hate me? That's fine.
Start scheming, boys. I need some goodies. Please hit that button.
Oh my gosh.
I should have applied for the floor. Rob Lowe wouldn't do this to people.
Extracted. Watch anytime on Hulu.
Who'd you make this for?
I wouldn't have lived this long if I discussed my clients.
You may not live long if you don't.
We do the job, we don't ask questions.
Hi, Dad.
I'm gonna cook and then I have to go.
What?
My mind, it hasn't been right. I'm confusing time. No one can know. My secret.
Memory of a Killer. Watch anytime on Hulu.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That's where you can play it all. Left-hand side of your screen at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Gallant one kicks off this late pick 4 with a victory, 5-2, and claimed by
Eddie DeLauro claimed this horse. Congrats, Eddie. That's a good claim. This horse can run. And he's got a turf pedigree, so there could be a lot of options for him.
Denner Carmouche, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, they get the win in the debut. And yes, on to a new barn. But yeah, this horse looked impressive. 124-2. The final time, winning at 7 furlongs at first asking. 21 red. Max Schnell complete the trifecta here in the 5th. Race 6. Early pick 5, not going to make you rich.
No, but he's losing. Yes, no.
$34.88.
Yes.
6.5 furlongs in the 6th. Allowance optional claiming field. Interesting race here coming up. Toxic Gray. I thought the one to beat. The public agrees right now.
I agree. You know, we'll see if Garamond cutting back a little in distance. And, you know, reading what Chad Brown was saying, how he didn't really want to come back at 1:40, but he wonders if 6.5 is too short. I actually think Garamond might be better going a little bit shorter, around the 6.5 to 7. So I don't worry with the distance. I'm just not sure how good he really is. And I think it's Toxic Gray has just been facing much better horses.
Yeah. Big effort for Ranger Battalion last start right now. Early money. That horse opens at even money right now. It's going to change.
It's going to change, but he's not impossible.
No,
I mean, I'm looking at the doubles right now, and actually Garamond is favored, but both Toxic Gray and Ranger Battalion are both taking a lot of money, and I don't think I'll be shocked if any of them win. I don't think you disagree.
A lot of talk going into the Derby prep yesterday at Tampa Bay about Further Ado making his 3-year-old debut. About the Pletcher and Chad Brown runners making their second starts off big initial efforts. The Puma winds up stepping up as a maiden, stealing the show.
I'll tell you, they persevered. I thought maybe they were being too aggressive with him. I was wrong. He ran very well. to win this race. An 89 buyer made a wide move in here. I thought he ran a terrific race. He got a clean, unencumbered trip on the outside, unlike last time where I didn't feel there was a lot of trouble, but maybe he was just better off getting out in the clear. I think further ado, even though he finished second, a little disappointing in that you kind of wanted to see more in his first start, but it doesn't disqualify him from being a player. And as far as, you know, the third place finisher, I think Chad Brown's going to, you know, sort of step back Canaletto, and probably not head to the Derby with him, you know, look for races, prepping maybe for later big pre race. But I thought he ran well being wide. Power Shift was the one in here that was so disappointing, and maybe it was just a bit of a rush getting to the maiden race first time out, coming back 4 weeks later in a race like this because he was a total no-show in there. We'll see. Is it really a legitimate race? Because Emerging Market's going to run in Louisiana in 2 weeks.
As for further ado, Brad Cox says obviously they would have liked to win it, but looking potentially at the Bluegrass next for him to give him another shot. As for the Puma, let's get Megan's thoughts on what they saw yesterday.
Yeah, guys, and Megan, I don't think any of the three top finishers lost anything in defeat. I thought Canaletto was wide. I thought he might have run the best race. He was caught in between horses. He didn't look particularly happy. And he did get bumped, and it kind of begs the question, whether you thought there could be a change or not, why there wasn't a steward's inquiry into the stretch run.
I thought the exact same thing looking back at the head-on of that finish where it just seemed as if there was a lot going on, but yet no steward's inquiry, as you mentioned. I totally with you on the same page, but the Puma gets it done. The maiden, as mentioned, with an 89 buyer speed figure. It was demoted from the initial buyer speed figure that was released, but they got some rain that day, so it's kind of more tricky as far as creating the buyers, as far as that's concerned, but he ran very well. When you look at him on paper, he was not far off of any of these horses. As Andy mentioned, it was an aggressive placement, but at the same time, he had been running races to be competitive. It's not like he was a major shock in my eyes, but Canaletto, you think you're right, was wide, not the best trip. He was really free moving on the front end when he got to the lead in his maiden win.
Well, and, you know, now he was kind of caught in between Further Ado and the winner, Puma, and he did take some body contact. And then, to me, he was kind of looking at the outside horse. I think, you know, it being his second start, that the inexperience caught up with him a little bit there, being in a little bit of a precarious position. But, again, the first three finishers, to me, lost nothing in defeat, and they all can take a forward move.
Further ado, I'm interested to see take another step forward. He ran well off of the bench for Brad Cox, and he'd mentioned he's not the flashiest, most imposing, substantive type horse, but he's going to have to face the likes of Paladin heading to the Bluegrass there in Kentucky.
Well, another round of Derby preps in the books, guys, and the most important one's still to come, and we'll see who continues to progress and take those forward steps towards the Kentucky Derby.
And I think the thing with Further Ado that should be noted is, and this is what Brad Cox is probably banking on, he ran that gigantic race at Keeneland when he broke his maiden. So Brad's thinking, I want to get him back to a track where he ran an otherworldly effort. Whether or not it'll matter remains to be seen.
Points leaderboard, here's how it's changed. Paladin's still at the top of the Puma, moving into the 2 slot. Commandment, who we've seen recently, Silent Tactic, Class President, and Patente, we'll talk about later in the program, all moving up the list as well.
Yeah, an expensive horse that ran well yesterday in California. Right now, I don't think California is showing to have the kind of strength they've had in past years, and of course, a lot of that normally depends on how strong Bob Baffert's barn is.
When we look at Commandment, though, how much he improved with relatively few starts. Patente, that was just his second start. We'll talk more about it later.
Yeah, he seems like a horse, Patente. He's going to be probably the one if somebody comes from California.
We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown having quite a bit of depth on this Triple Crown trail, and he's got a major contender in the 6th race coming up. Garamond taking plenty of support. Strong start to 2026. Strong career to this point for the 5-time Eclipse Award winner.
Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus.
Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift card. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com. Back on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Making the sport easier to follow, explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Still taking money and still the favorite, Ranger Battalion, 7-5 on the board for this 6th race.
Yeah, he's 7-5. Those odds aren't right. I think Garamond will probably be favored. I think it's crazy that Toxic Gray is the 3rd choice right now. What are we looking at here?
This is Ranger Battalion.
Yeah, he got a very good setup last time, but he ran well in that race. But he did have a good trip. You know, even though he moved outside, he spent most of the race in the rail before angling out. But he's in very good form for Linda Rice, and I don't really worry about the cutback in distance. I more would worry about the fact that there isn't that much speed in this race. You know, it's not the distance, it's the way the race sets up. And for a horse that comes from well back, even at a mile, he's going to be far back in this race. And horses like Toxic Gray and even Garamond are going to have a tactical advantage over him. So he really does need to be clearly the best horse in there, and that's debatable.
Well, for Garamond, that huge performance in April of last year at Aqueduct hasn't really fulfilled that promise since. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
That's right, Craig. That 99 buyer does live a little bit in isolation for Garamond, but I've always been of the mind that possibly less ground is better. As I'm going to move out of the way as we have Awesome Native in here. He's usually awesomely misbehaved and much the same as he does come back off the year-plus layoff. But back to Garamond, he is a bit of a horse that is shorter in stature, shorter coupled. Now, I always thought that maybe a mile is in his wheelhouse because he has that very laid-back disposition, that kind of long, scopy neck. But ultimately, he just really has not grown all that much. I do think his race at Tampa, however disappointing, was useful. Being upset at 1-2 is not something you like to promote, but at least it was a good tightener. 1 mile and 40 yards where he was battling on the front end. You know that there's foundation. You know that there's fitness in him. And since he has come from South Florida, boy, he looks tremendous here in the paddock. I think he's incredibly intriguing in this race, but there's a lot of other horses that I think you can make a case for as we head back out to Arkansas with Richie and Meg for their 5th.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, I mean, we've got a good competitive $20,000 claimer here for Arkansas breds going 2 turns. And we both, obviously, the horses take money at 3-1. We both like the 6 Chrome's Echo a little bit, although I question how far he really wants to go, although he did break his maiden going a mile.
I thought he looked best in this group here for Brett Creighton, but I just debated him off of that last effort. He was so flat, and he did so against the likes of Arkansas breds in and around this same tag. My eye gravitated towards the number 9 at Devils 4, who gets back out of that open try last time out, back with state breds, and he wants all the ground in the world.
Yeah, I thought he was very logical as well. From John Ortiz, short-leaf stable, John Ed Anthony. I thought the 10-horse Great Barrier was a little bit interesting. This is a horse that is back in the Steve Esmelson barn. His best races were when he was with Steve, and he really made an absolute outstanding impression on the racetrack.
It was nice to see him get a sharpener kind of off of that pretty long layoff from August of last year. Sometimes just getting that 6 furlongs into them to stretch them out and take that next step forward second off. I think he's going to be better for it. He is 1 for 5, 2 in the money on a wet sealed surface that we have today. And he just showed no speed last time out. He obviously needed it, and I think he'll hopefully be a bit more tactical from the outside.
Well, he should be. I mean, obviously with that outside draw, he's going to have to work out a trip. But I think coming out of that one sprint, like you said, race under his belt, he should be sharper. And Eric Asmussen's been riding so well. He's right in that sweet spot for a jockey where his confidence level is so high. It's just on the point of being cocky, but it's like right there. He's got some swagger, and he's riding terrific.
He does, but the number 9, Devil's Fork, is my top selection in here. I just think he's going to get a much easier field of foes than what he faced last time out. As mentioned in his 2-turn debut off of the bench, he's ran on it before. He broke his maiden around 2 turns, but this is the first time for him coming off of the bench. This horse, as mentioned, he's just huge. He's a 5-year-old, and he's a massive son of Double Irish, who last time out, we saw the antics in the paddock. He was incredibly difficult to manage and get the tack on. John Ortiz managed him a lot easier today. He was still very tricky, but at least not as strenuous an effort as it was when we last saw him.
Yeah, no, it was much, much better. Last time I thought he expended way too much energy pre-race. Difficult getting the tack on. It looks like they did a really good job schooling him. And, you know, in spots like this, you want them to conserve as much energy as possible.
The only thing I question with this horse is sometimes I find he gives himself too much to do. He gets off slow in the gate. A lot of times with these bigger horses, especially him, where he's not the most powerful from behind. He's a big, kind of takes up a lot of space in the gate. So I'm hoping for him to break clean. Last time out, he was kind of up against it on the rails. So break clean, go forward, use a bit of tactical speed, because there is some speed on deck, but not too much of it.
No, but, you know, I think what we were talking about, how he was acting, really kind of points him out. Because sometimes, Megan, when these horses are amped up and they're, you know, kind of a little too worked up, they don't set themselves up properly in the gate. And they wind up having to reset their feet that split second the door opens. And that gets you left. So I'm thinking more drawn towards the outside. Last time he had post 1. The fact that he's been acting much better, hopefully he will break better and get position. Because I agree with you. I think it's just going to be a moderate tempo here.
And it's promising that they used both of his waiver that they had allowed when he ran protected off the bench. We'll see if he can rebound off that last effort.
No, I think he's back in the right spot with Arkansas breds, and he's acting well. Let's see how it shakes out. Matt Ditterman, he's got your call.
On post position number 5. In Great Barrier to the outside post. Waiting for Great Barrier. Goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Devil's Fork away very slowly. And then after the start, Chrome's Echo had to take up. Towards the back of the field he goes. To the front, that's Reveille Valley striding clear of Party in the Streets, who runs in second with Great Barrier. Holding pattern down on the inside as they corner. Mansoura, 5 lengths off the lead early. Dinner at Crumpy's right behind him. Hoppin' John, 4th last today. Devil's Fork finding himself between horses. Ready Shoes on the rail. And Chrome's Echo, who's deep with that pair. Approaching the backstretch, Reveille Valley clear on the lead of length. Party in the Streets on a hold. He's running in second. Great Barrier, 3 deep onto the backstretch. Gap of 4 to holding pattern. He's 4 clear of Mansoura, taking the 5th position away from Dinner at Crumpy's. Devil's Fork in the bridle early. He's still towards the back of the field here. Hoppin' John to his outside. The 2 at the back, Ready Shoes and Chrome's Echo as they hit the half-mile pole. Reveille Valley, Amanda Poston clear by a length here. Party in the Streets second. So the 2 grays are 1-2 as they go into the far turn. Great Barrier about to claim second as I say that. Great Barrier under a bit of a ride, but he's claiming second from Party in the Streets. And here comes the rest of the field now. Holding pattern inside. Devil's Fork is making a rally on the outside. He's passing horses with confidence. Mansoura is next in the group as they round the turn. Party in the Streets is giving way. Then comes Chrome's Echo trying to mount a rally from last. The early leaders are getting gobbled up here. Devil's Fork is the one that gets the jump on the closers. Hoppin' John into the second position, battling for that win too. Devil's Fork, 1 furlong to go, getting towards the rail here, shifting ground, but is clear, and he's opened up 2.5 lengths, Devil's Fork. The slow start, no problem for Devil's Fork, who's going to report home a winner, and an open length winner at that. Devil's Fork, 4 ahead. Mansoura in a photo for second with Hoppin' John, and then Reddy Shoes, who was fourth with Dinner at Crumpy.
Well, it was the 9, Devil's Fork. He made some mistakes, Megan, didn't break particularly well, but he gets it done, and you are now 2 for 2 on today's card.
Goodness, now we're going to have to, like, really go to the windows. I'm joking, obviously, but the number 9, Devil's Fork, had those same issues as precluded him in the past. He did not get out of the gate well. Big horse, made a kind of a wide bid. He was in between horses early and powered away. He was best of this field and gets back into Archiebreds. And I thought down the lane, he either wins this or it was his to lose at that point, and he managed to seal the deal late.
Well, it looks to me like he hit the front, kind of got to gawking around a little bit until he was fully set down, but a nice ride here. Patient after breaking slow, and guys, favorites reign again here at Oaklawn.
Back to New York. See what happens here. Ranger Battalion has been sort of the story, at least on the board, continuing to be the favorite here throughout the wagering, and he'll kick off this post parade. Eric Cancel will ride for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some changes in here. He can win. He's good enough, but I think with the dynamics so much favor his chief competition, it makes it hard for him.
Soze, 6-time winner.
You just never know when Kaiser Soze is going to show up. He looks like the speed on paper, doesn't he?
He's incredibly quick. Yes, he does. Garamond, will turning back help him out?
I think it will. I'm just starting to wonder how good he really is.
Toxic Gray, 2-1.
I don't wonder how good he is. I believe he'll be favored by post time. I think he should be.
10 of his 17 starts, he's been first or second. And then Awesome Native, been off since December of 24.
This is an owner taking over the training of his horses. And as you can note, this horse has had 4 different trainers in his last 4 starts, which kind of begs the question, who's he going to blame if this horse doesn't win today? But I will tell you one thing about this horse. He's good. I mean, he's got back races that are better than anybody in this field. I just don't know if you can trust him, but he's got some real talent in there.
4 minutes to post here in the 6th. Back to this one. Garamond, 3-2. His comeback race, hadn't raced since July of 25, returns mid-January at Tampa and gets beat at 1-2.
You know, I was reading what Chad Brown was saying to Dave Grennan from the DRF about this horse, and it feels to me, and I haven't talked about this horse with Chad since his maiden win at Tampa, that he's frustrating Chad. Because Chad said, you know, I didn't really want to come back into mile and 40 with him, but I didn't really want to run him at 6.5 at Aqueduct. It was the race that came up. So what does he want for him? What do I think? I think his best race has been around 1 turn. I thought his Gotham was good, obviously beating Cornucopian. You know, a horse that, you know, we saw win impressively in a return race not that long ago. That was impressive, but that race, I know it got a decent figure at Tampa, but you remember that race, Greg. We showed it on TV. That was not a very strong field. It was a disappointing effort by him. I think less distance will help him. My question is, if the 4 and 5, and Maggie can work on this one, if the 4 and 5 both run their races, isn't the 5 just a better horse?
Even if Garamond, the numbers I look at, if he goes back to the best performance he ever ran, he's still not
That's what I
as
think.
fast as Toxic
So
Gray.
he's got to, if you like him, you have to get him to improve, I think, Maggie.
Yeah, any numbers that you look at, you know, yes, he does have that 199 buyer, but other metrics don't have it quite as fast as that. So I, too, went with Toxic Gray in here. I like what I'm seeing from him physically. I did 2 starts ago, to be fair. I wasn't here on February 7th. And, you know, he's a horse that has just been beaten by horses that on those particular days have run very fast races. Ignite the Light with a 100, 900, then running a 103 or 105. So he's run into some horses that are good and have run really good on those particular days. He looks great here, and I think he should be favorite, as we'll check in with a horse that if he can reach down deep, then he actually is the horse who has some of the fastest races, as you guys were mentioning, in number 6, Awesome Native. But he has a year-plus layoff, like 15 months nearly, to contend with. He's always been a good-looking horse. He's beautifully put together. So obviously there's the ability, you know, the openness to have that talent because he has the physical attributes. The problem is mentally, I think, a lot with him. He's always tough to saddle. He was particularly bad today as he almost ran me over in the paddock. He was shaking. Once he got with the pony, he was a little bit better overall. But a horse that, while he looks fit, he looks strong, physically, I like what I'm seeing from him. It's just that intangible of that long layoff, and mentally, you know, is he a horse that still wants to do it? That's kind of my biggest question mark with him, guys.
And we'll see what we get from this one on the long time away, but obviously big ability when he was running. 7 years old now, Awesome Native the 6. And, you know, back to Ranger Battalion for a minute. Obviously that last race, but for you, I mean, do you want to see more? Is there other races besides just the last effort that make him deserving of this kind of price?
The one.
Yeah.
No. I think the one good thing he has going for him is he's in really good form. For a trainer in Linda Rice who, when her horses are in good form, they continue to hold that form. My biggest problem with him is not his talent, because I do think that he is talented. It's a hard race for him to win because his chief competition has so much more tactical speed in a race that doesn't really feature a lot of pace. And he has no speed. So he's got to not just be the best horse in the race, he's probably got to be 2 lengths better than his competition to win this race. And I don't see his races matching up like that, if that's fair.
There's the speedster Soze about to step in. Favorite, though, the one we agree should have been and is, this gray. Center screen, Toxic Gray. It's been a while since he's won, but he's, as Maggie mentioned, has faced some really difficult company. We are set for the 6th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Awesome Native. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Toxic Gray is showing early speed. Awesome Native towards the outside. And here comes Soze. Soze is trying to challenge, but Toxic Gray is quickest. And now clears off, is up by a length and a half. Garamond with an early move is going to split rivals here and move up towards this leader. Soze is going to hold that position 2 wide. 4 wide is going to be Awesome Native. The one taken back was Ranger Battalion. It's a 4-way battle for the front, and Toxic Gray is at the rail. 22.61 for that opening quarter mile. Soze is now in the 2 path, is chasing out wider. 3 wide now is going to be Garamond. Taking off that pace was Awesome Native. Got over to the rail to save some ground into the turn, and the trailer, starting to pick up rivals from the back, will be Ranger Battalion. The leader is Toxic Gray. Toxic Gray is still in front. All in is Soze, not cutting in the margin. Garamond's got to pick it up too. He's back to 4th. Just got passed to the inside by Awesome Native. Ranger Battalion trying to pick it up from the back of the pack, but Toxic Gray is trying to run them right off their feet. It's Toxic Gray who's opened up by 6, 7 lengths now with a final furlong to go. Off the long layoff, Awesome Native has now run up into 2nd on the grandstand side. But this is going to be a dominating front-running score. Kendra Carmouche with another one. Geared down, Toxic Gray. Much the best. Awesome Native 2nd, then came Soze and Ranger Battalion in 1 minute 16.10 seconds.
Moving. And Kendra Carmouche says, I'm not going to mess around. I'm on the best horse. Let's just take command early.
Okay, Kendrick, you whined to me when I criticized a ride of yours. I will compliment you here. This was a very good ride. I know he's riding the best horse, but he rode him like the best horse. You know, he put him in front. He knew there wasn't a lot of speed. He was aggressive. On this racetrack, 22.61 is not that fast for this kind of quality horse. He took the race to everybody else, and he dominated. He rode the best horse, but he absolutely rode him the right way. And as we talked about, Port Ranger Battalion just couldn't overcome, you know, the fact that the race was going to be dominated up front. Nice effort by Awesome Native off the long layoff with his owner taking over the training. And as far as Garamond, I don't think distance is the question with him. I just don't think he can really run anymore.
It's a sharp final time, isn't it?
Yes, the track's pretty quick today. But this horse, yeah, but this is This is not the first good race this horse has run.
He's very talented.
You and I both thought he was a layover in this field, to be honest.
116.10. Toxic Gray, 4th win of his career, and wins by as many as he wants here.
Yeah.
Mike Maselli, winning trainer.
I just think sometimes, when heavy favorites win, listen, Kendrick rode the best horse, but he rode him right. And I think it should be pointed out. Sometimes, you just take for granted, but he did the right things with him, and I think that's important.
5-6-2-1, no doubt about it winner. It's Toxic Gray. Easy as could be, taking command from the outset, and it was over. We'll be back with prices next.
Any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 is Domino's best deal ever. Translation for basketball fans, it's like the GOAT of pizza deals. It's like down the baseline, through traffic, 360, double clutch, reverse, slam. Do I need to go on?
Domino's. I'm the guy sitting next to your girl on the kiss cam.
This game just got a lot more interesting.
Sheila? Mom? And if you don't have the right home coverage, you might have to kiss your savings goodbye. Let's go, beat it. Switch to Allstate and you could save hundreds. What are you waiting for? Make your move before I do.
Wings for Life World Run. Everywhere at the same time. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Go! On May 10th, we run together for those who can't. To find a cure for spinal cord injury. Join us now.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
The spotlight hits Jerry's World for the biggest race party of the year. The Java House Grand Prix of Arlington, next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox.
America's favorite sports television show. That's all. Speak it into existence.
Some sports talk shows have to be seen to be believed.
No other show in America has that.
No other show in the world.
Elite insight.
They can't get off the field.
Trusted voices.
That's what I'm banking on, their heart.
And self-proclaimed coaches.
Cogent analysis. No. What does that even mean?
And always calling it like they see it.
I love it!
First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Our heroes come home with sacrifices most of us can't imagine. As a veteran myself, I've been there and founded Purple Heart Homes to help.
When I tell the story of Purple Heart Homes, it's the freedom to not have to depend on somebody else to do the simple everyday things in life. I'm going to say emotionally they saved my life.
Visit purplehearthomesusa.org today to donate and learn how you can help.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races as Toxic Gray streaks down the Big A stretch, running a nice final time of 1:16 and change. And I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Mike Maselli here in the Big A winner's circle. And Mike, he'd been running into some pretty fast horses in his last two, not disgracing himself. Kendrick pulling no punches today and going straight to the lead.
Yeah, Kendrick's been after me to ride the horse, and he's been second his last two starts. And he's been a little farther back than what I wanted. And Kendrick says to me, well, you think he's got the speed to make the front? I says, with you, yes.
And that really paid off because you're right. Before the layoff, he was a horse that, was flashing the ones. What can you do other than the rider to kind of get a horse back to showing that speed?
He had a couple sharp works, not recently, but in the past he has. And, he's been a horse that we took back a few times. It might have been a mistake. And he wants to be right in the fight of things.
Now, graduating through this condition, what's the next step with a horse like him?
I guess the 3X, I'll have to talk to the owner about it, but that's probably the next stop for him.
Well, he's been a cool horse. Congratulations here. Really fast effort today.
Okay, thank you, Maggie.
All right, Mike Maselli getting Toxic Gray with an impressive win here at the Big A. Greg?
Impressive indeed, completely wrapped up, almost the length of the stretch. And fourth career win for Toxic Gray. Kendra Carmouche, third win of the afternoon. Our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Phasic Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.phasictipton.com. Let's get digital.
Nice to see his horse get a win here. First of all, for Mike, who's a good trainer. Nice to see him on a nice horse like this. But he's always run some good races. He's just going to meet some tough competition. I think Awesome Native ran well for a second. You know, his first start off the long layoff, he kind of got forced out in the stretch when Soze took a right turn. I thought it was a solid effort by him for second.
Race 7, mile and an eighth. We'll stretch things out. 2 turns, 50,000 starter allowance. Kavanaugh, big effort last start, won by more than 6 lengths in a conditioned $20,000 claiming race. At this distance, though, at a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, this is an interesting race. I think, you know, you go through this field. JJ's Raider, who's the speed, is Ranger's a little hard to make. You know, he beat a cheaper field last time out, a lower level field. And he's supposed to have House United close to him with Pratt. I like Kavanaugh. I never imagined he'd be the favorite. I have a double going with him, which isn't paying very much. I did not expect him to be this price, to be honest with you, but that's who I like.
All right, we'll talk more about this field when we come back from a timeout. The man aboard Senegal going to try and make it 3 in a row. A former force in the Mid-Atlantic. Shifting his tack here to New York and having lots of success. Taking a big shot in his career. Sit down with Maggie Wolfendale when we come back.
Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray. It's still there. Seize the Gray. Wins the Preakness.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We are 19 minutes away from race 7 and a rider on Senegal coming up in the 7th. We'll try and make it 3 in a row on that runner. For a time, he was the king of the Mid-Atlantic, racking up riding titles at Delaware and Laurel Park. But Jamie Rodriguez wanted to prove he could make it on a major league circuit and permanently shifted his tack here to New York. Maggie Wolfendale sits down with Rodriguez to talk about his career and what's next.
Jamie, we see you making quite an impression here in New York, winning races left and right. But many people might not know that you actually began your career here in New York 15 years ago. Talk a little bit about the early days.
I came in 2010. I came straight to Belmont. I rode in Belmont. We went to Saratoga. I was doing great and everything. And when we back to Belmont, I was a little bit frustrated because I was winning and everything like that. And I packed all my stuff. I got frustrated. I said, you know what, I'm leaving. And I said, once I finish riding, and then I just go back home, or I going back to a different track and everything like that. And that day, I think I went 4. And then I came back home, I unpacked everything. My ego went up and everything like that, you know. We came here in the wintertime, and we are doing amazing here. And I think I was leading Bug Boy. Ramon was first, I was second, and everything was going awesome.
After injuring his collarbone in December of 2010, Jamie spent the next decade riding at Tampa Bay Downs, Mahoning Valley, and Finger Lakes before finding his biggest success at Delaware Park and Laurel Park.
Shas Bullitt and Jamie Rodriguez. They're racing into history here at Laurel Park. It's a record-tying 7-win day for Jamie Rodriguez. Unstoppable Jamie Rodriguez.
You should be really proud of your accomplishments. But one thing that I've noticed that a lot of horsemen have noticed about you is your emphasis on teamwork, and that you like to go out, you like to work horses, you like to be familiar with your mounts from the morning to then get to ride them in the afternoon.
And I love it. Like when they tell me to work, I even told my agent, I say, I don't care, it can be cold, whatever. And I like that, you know, I like to see people, I like to see the horses that I work and everything like that. I never get scared of working.
Do you remember this?
My God, that's an old picture. Wow, that's Leah Grameri. Yeah, the great filly. Wow.
And it's going to be Greeley's Law. A decisive move by Jamie Rodriguez to the quarter pole.
It's been 15 years of starting proverbially at the top here in New York, and then having to slide back down and now work your way up. What's the next step up?
If everything goes the way it's going right here, you know, I would love to keep going with the meet, Belmont, Saratoga, and then that's one goal we gotta finish. I got the support from the family. My wife always tell me, I say, you can do, and then we be behind you 100%.
How important is it to have the support of your family?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. My 3 kids, basically they're my engine, you know?
Yeah.
If I gotta go to another side of the world for them, I do it.
I love that.
It's good, you know, because the way they grow, the time go fly, you know, and every time that I got a little bit of time to spend with them, and I go and do, and then if I gotta go back to work, they even ask me, Daddy, you go back to work? I say, yeah, I gotta go back to work. When will you back? So I'll be back Sunday night. And it's awesome, you know, and especially the little one, oh my gosh. And the older one, that's me completely, the older one, completely. She jump horses and everything, like, I love it. Whatever they want to do, I'm gonna be there, you know? When I'm gonna give them what I know how when I was a kid, you know, and then I don't care how much expensive they are, you know, and if they are happy, I'm happy.
Started riding in Puerto Rico when he was just 16 years old. Maggie's gotten some big opportunities here in New York as well. A couple of stakes wins for Brad Cox on My World. He won the Nashua, the Jerome. What have you seen from him since he's come here to New York?
I've been very impressed with him, Greg. You know, he was here as a young rider starting out. Maggie talked to him about that, 2010. And the maturation since then. I mean, he has become a race rider. The biggest compliment I can pay a rider is call them a race rider, not a jockey. Somebody who's dedicating themselves to the craft of it, who's paying attention to track biases, who's doing his homework, watching replays, really dedicating themselves to it. So as a kid, I saw somebody with a lot of natural ability, but it was very raw. And now I'm seeing a mature rider, someone that approaches it the proper way. And, you know, there's a window for every rider where you're at your best physically and your best mentally. And I feel like he is in that moment right now. That's when a rider's at their prime. Because when you start out, you have that raw ability, but it's, you know, just your youthful enthusiasm that sees you through and the physical gifts you have when you start to really see a race and that experience. So right now, to me, he's that perfect blend of that experience, seeing a race properly, and still the physical skills to suit as well. I've been very impressed. I really hope that he gets an opportunity to stick around New York. You know, it always gets a little tougher when all of the riders are back in one place or congregating in one place, but I think he's well on his way to establishing himself here.
Well, we're going to see him coming up in this next race as well as longtime agent. Tough to see him go, who worked with him all those years in the Mid-Atlantic, but said he's always there for him if he ever comes back. They won a lot of races and a lot of money together, but said as good a rider as he is, he's a better person and extremely happy for him. Here's the one he'll ride, Senegal, who's won 2 in a row with Rodriguez aboard.
Yeah, listen, it's obviously going to get a lot tougher for him when the big guns come back to town. Though Flavian's been here, and a lot of big guns have been riding here this winter. But it's going to get deeper, more competitive. But it's not going to. He's still going to get some live mounts. He'll get opportunities maybe to go out of town for some top riders. So I think he's going to do just fine. He can ride. There's no question about it.
What do you think of Senegal quickly here in this race coming up?
Let's see. I didn't like him. Probably bodes well for his chances. He's got to overcome his trainer. I don't like the fact that his last race was a big effort, but it was on a wet track, and I just don't know if he's quite good enough.
That was a shot at Maggie. Yeah, Tom Morley, the trainer of Senegal.
Maggie is like, she deserves some sort of Nobel Peace Prize, to be honest.
Race 6 at Oaklawn, 6 furlongs in this 12,000 starter allowance. Let's send it out to the track.
Yeah, Megan, this is a pretty hard-hitting starter allowance. I think you or I are kind of opposite in our analysis here, but we'll start off in the post at the 1, Mercy Warren.
I think this horse has a chance. She's got some back form that puts her in the mix.
The 2-horse Balladry from the Steve Asmussen barn looks great on the racetrack.
She does, but she's going to be speed, and I thought that she's going to have to sort through a contested pace.
And the horse right outside her could have a little speed, Argon.
Yep, speed once again. Petite, smaller made individual.
This is who I like, the 4, Icy River, daughter of Keen Ice. She just shows up. She's consistent.
She is. She's an out-and-out sprinter. Has to deal with pace directly to her inside.
But the 5, Miss Jeopardy, got the best of it the last 2 times.
She did. She's on a roll. Can she do it for the 3rd? We'll see.
The 6, Danced My Way for the King Pool Barn.
Honestly, this horse looked pretty good for a 7-year-old mare, though her form was lacking last time out.
Jetpack, the 7, taking all the money at the moment at 2-1.
Yep, they see that form lines, 3 straight wins, and she's won decisively.
Tartaria closed nicely last time, making the first start for Steve Asmussen.
She did, and she does get some pace in here today.
The 9, Singing Emma.
I just couldn't get with her as far as having to contest with some of the others that I think are a bit better on the lead.
And then the far outside, the 10, Laura Branigan.
I really like this horse. She looked fantastic in the paddock. She's coming off of some consistent efforts, and she's won over a muddy surface in just 1 try.
It's just a really competitive spot. I like the 4, Icy River. Ultimately, where are you going to land?
I really like the 10. I think she makes a lot of sense in here at a price. I liked price horses in this spot. I thought it was very competitive, all knowing that the number 7 Jetpack is in very good form right now. I'm going to take a shot with Mercy Warren. And I understand she doesn't seem to be the horse that she was in Saratoga when she managed to get a comfortable trip. And yes, in Saratoga when she was able to get to the lead and be gone from there routing. But I think I like her being able to cut back in distance. She can be a rateable type sprinter as she does draw from the inside. She's 2 for 7 on a wet sealed surface. She can be a bit tactical. I think she looks even better than when I saw her at Saratoga. She's got some power to her hind end. She's athletic. She's fit. I thought it was worth taking a chance between her. I was kind of between her and the number 10. And in these kinds of races, it's just so tough. These starter allowances, there's a lot of different form to sort through.
It really is. And, there's some horses that are more accomplished, obviously, like Icy River, the 4. I love that 9 wins, 9 seconds, 4 thirds. She just brings her game every time.
She always shows up, and she's just 1 for 6, though, here at Oaklawn Park. 2 for 6 on a wet track. She doesn't have any issues with that. And as I mentioned, she looks like an out-and-out sprinter. I didn't have any issues with her other than the fact that she's going to have some company on the front end.
And we should let everybody know at home, they have started to kind of back rake this track a little bit, opening it up in increments. It is now labeled good. And with this bright sunshine and the steady breeze we have, going to go a long way to being close to fast by the last race.
Oh, yeah, I think so. It's really sunny out here. It's warmer. I think we'll be really trending towards fast, particularly by our feature 8th race, I would assume. But
have you noticed any trends today? I haven't. It feels like horses are winning from any place.
No, I haven't. And we kind of thought yesterday making inferences, but horses were closing. Horses were coming from inside, outside. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, I think today it's really showing. Horses have come from last and have won right up on the pace. And they are loading up for race 6 here. Going along pretty calmly, coolly collected. A good group of experienced fillies and mares here. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Balladry. Singing Emma, Icy River, the next pair. 2 back, Miss Jeopardy. And Laura Branigan. Started the late pick 4 here. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Mercy Warren from the inside. Argon is sent for speed, has got a share of the lead, grabs a short edge here from Singing Emma, who claims the second position. Dance My Way pressing Argon on the front end. Argon a half length in front of Dance My Way. Laura Branigan claiming the third position with Icy River. Balladry's down on the inside. Singing Emma between horses, 3 wide. Gap of 2 to Jetpack. Mercy Warren next. Miss Jeopardy second to last. Tartaria at the back as they scoot into the far turn. Argon narrow lead. Dance My Way right there to hound. Laura Branigan coming on 3 wide in the 3-path. Gap of 2 to Balladry. Sent upon from 4th. Icy River being asked to pick up the pace. Mercy Warren trying to pass horses here. And so is Jetpack on the extreme outside deep as they hit the quarter pole. Argon drops anchor. Dance My Way on the lead. Laura Branigan right up alongside. Argon is given way down on the fence. Then comes Jetpack with Mercy Warren producing bids. Laura Branigan in front. Laura Branigan approaching the 16th pole. Clear by 2. Jetpack continues to run on here, but Laura Branigan's finding more on the lead, and Laura Branigan and Tyler Bacon will win it by about 2.5 lengths. 3-way go for second. It was pretty tight there between Mercy Warren and Miss Jeopardy. Jetpack didn't get it. She was 4th across the finish.
Well, it was Laura Branigan from the outside. The horse you liked at 17-1 under Tyler Bacon. And 6-year-old mare got it done. Now 3 wins, 6 seconds, and a third from 15 career starts.
I put some money on her. I really loved the way she was turned out, but also the fact that she's a tactical type. There was some speed to her inside, and she was able to sit off of the pace and be able to make a really strong run. She looked amazing. She ran very well. It was tight there for a second. I'm kind of hoping the 1 comes home because I had a 10-1 exacta, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, 17-1, nothing to scoff at there. Laura Branigan gets it done in race 6. Greg?
Who's famous for what, Megan?
Gloria.
Somebody
Someone
tipped
you
the
did
big
not
off.
know
I'm
that.
not buying this at all.
Who told you, Meg?
I'm not buying this. Come on, come clean.
Somebody tell us
Nice
who
call,
told him.
Meg, by the way. I think
That
you got
was like
second with the 1, by the way.
Sweet.
A big song when we were younger, Andy, right? I know she's one of your favorites.
I don't remember when I was younger.
Just gave it away.
It
You
was
had no
a
clue who that
long
was.
time ago. There's no way you've heard of that song.
Awesome Empire kicks off our post parade here in the 7th in New York.
Yeah, listen, this horse is in raging form for Gustavo Rodriguez, who won a couple races here the other day, and it's a big price.
There's Jamie Rodriguez trying to win 3 in a row in Senegal.
Yeah, I just thought the horse moved up a little on the wet track, but did run well for Tom off the claim.
2 just massive outlier performances from JJ's Ranger, which make him a contender here, but has never run those before.
Yeah, and also this horse is running in lower level races. At 16-1, you want the speed. It looks like him.
Pratt on House United for the Cantermachi barn.
Maybe Pratt will turn this horse around, but this horse does not want to win.
Even money on Kavanaugh?
I really like Kavanaugh today. I think even money is absolutely ridiculous, but he is in raging form and won against the track last time.
Carmouche looking for number 4 today on Corvino.
Corvino had a very good trip when 3rd last time. He does come out of a decent race. He doesn't have much speed. He's not my cup of tea. I think Maggie likes him more than I do.
Linda Rice, first off the claim with Kavanaugh, even money favorite. Wow, off a huge
Crazy,
victory.
right?
I do not get that price. Jose Lezcano will be aboard, was dominant at 1 mile and 1/8. First win at the distance last time out on February 12th.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very impressive win by him. You know, this was a day you wanted to be inside. He was never inside. He was wide the whole way around the track. I know they were inferior horses to he runs against, but he still ran a figure that's good enough to compete here, and he did it way against the bias. And it just feels to me like Linda Rice may have claimed this horse at exactly the right time.
If this one can back it up, 3 wins in the last 4 starts for this 4-year-old. So definitely going the right way as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, I think that might be the trend here with your current favorite, number 5, Kavanaugh, as I wanted to kind of knock him down a few notches because he was doing that and winning impressively against, non-2 for 20s, beating claimers for 20s. This is a real step up off the claim. But the fact of the matter is that this is a horse that I believe when he began his career, there were high hopes for him. So he's been a horse that has been cut out to be nice. He's had to slide down the ladder, but now maybe as a newly turned 4-year-old, he is realizing the potential that was carved out for him. He looks so much the best in here physically. It's a joke. And while I did end up with the other Linda Rice horse, I think Kavanaugh's going to win. To be fair, having looked at these horses in the flesh, but Curvino, I just thought, you know, last time he was coming back off of an 8-day rest, which Linda Rice, a trainer that is so well versed at doing that with her horses, but at least he gets a little bit more time between that last race and now. And Baron of Sealand, he was riding the rail throughout there. You know, Morlock and Sergeant Caps, they were kind of ding-donging on the front end, and Baron of Sealand sat back and just watched it all unfold with the perfect trip. And to be fair, Baron of Sealand came back against a tougher group that 2 days ago and ran very well to be second, I believe. And Curvino, yes, the fact that he doesn't have much early pace doesn't help him, but I don't mind him getting back out to this 1 1/8. He's well muscled. He is just that kind of big, laid-back, lumbering horse where 9 furlongs seems to be ideal for him. But Greg, no doubt about it, number 5, Kavanaugh, much the horse to beat, and it feels like Linda Rice is sending out a pretty gnarly 1-2 punch here.
Did you feel he was much the horse to beat?
The 5? I liked him, but it was the horse to beat. I didn't think he'd be 8-5. I mean, I think the morning line maker had him at 4-1 in here, and I thought I had a chance to get it. I mean, the problem with the race is, I mean, how is he like 8-5 and the 1 is 6-1? How could you predict that? Okay, I didn't really like the 2. I didn't really like the 3. House United is Pratt. He's coming off of decent figs. The problem with House United, the 4, he just doesn't want to win. He's gotten a lot of good trips, and you watch his last race. I bet him last time. He could not have gotten a better trip in there. And it's almost like he only got second because the winner blew by him in the stretch, and that caused him to sort of go forward and pass the horse inside of him. It's almost like he never would have passed that horse if he hadn't been passed. He doesn't want to win, and you can sort of see it, right? He's 2 for 22. He's been some short prices. He just doesn't get it done. I'm not saying he can't win. I guess he could, and Flavian, could anybody home, but, man, he gets this horse home.
I understand Kavanaugh's going the right way. There's no question. And Linda Rice can move a horse forward. That's fine. He looks great, too. He only has really that last race that makes him a major player in here faster than some others.
Yeah, Maggie made an interesting point. She said it on the morning show today, and she just said it now. He was a horse that was cut out to be okay. And maybe he's just taken a long time to sort of find himself. And it feels like Linda really got in at the right time. He ran huge last time, in my opinion, because he was way against the track, and he just absolutely galloped. It was a very, very soft field. I mean, First Trumpet would be 30-1 in this race, and maybe I'm being generous. Yeah. So, but he also beat him by a city block, and he did it while being against the track. These are the kind of horses I like, horses that run well against the track. But I'm not... Listen, I bet the double, even the double at like $13 for $2 is no bargain. I mean, I thought Toxic Gray would be tough to beat, but yeah, frankly, I'm not betting this race. I bet one small double, and I'm alive in the double, and I hope the horse wins. But no, I'm not betting him at 8-5.
Meanwhile, there's Pratt. It's gone back and forth now of late for favoritism between the 4 and 5.
They will not get off Kavanaugh.
No.
They will not get off him. It's probably a good sign. It does seem like Linda Rice's horses are very live on the board. They usually run to the money.
See how it plays out. Kavanaugh trying to win for the 4th time in the last 5 starts. Jose Lezcano for Rice first off the claim. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Kavanaugh. Curvino. Last to load. Opening the front of the gate there was Senegal. Direction that's towards the inside there. That was Awesome Empire. Now Curvino, last to load. Hit it. All set. And they're off. Awesome Empire breaks sharply, and so does JJ's Ranger. Hard sent towards the front, and Francisco Martinez wants to put JJ's Ranger into that first turn, and now is in front by 1.5 lengths. Down towards the inside is Awesome Empire, is going to get past to the outside by Kavanaugh, who now takes place in second. Senegal is in behind them, is in the fourth position. Out wider comes House United. The early trailer is going to be Curvino, who got over to the rail and is comfortable there. Is 5 lengths off the leader of JJ's Ranger. Front-running JJ's Ranger, 24.20 for that quick opening quarter mile. Right to the outside now, here comes Kavanaugh. Clear seconds to the outside of Awesome Empire. House United is a well-settled fourth, just moving forward in behind that pack, and then comes a Senegal just there in fifth. Losing touch of the field was Curvino as far back, and it's still JJ's Ranger. An ambitious journey up front, 47-4 for that half-mile time for the big long shot. Kavanaugh starts to move in closer in tandem with Awesome Empire and 3 wide House United. Senegal is asked for more. Senegal's trying to cut in the margin from fifth, and Curvino has trailed throughout. They haven't got JJ's Ranger yet. It's JJ's Ranger into the turn. Kavanaugh's asked for everything, and Kavanaugh just got passed by House United towards the outside, who's now taken second. House United and Kavanaugh, they chase this long shot in JJ's Ranger. JJ's Ranger's approaching, a quarter mile left to go. House United, Kavanaugh. JJ's Ranger hasn't gone away yet, is down on the inside, and House United with every shot. Just having to steady there was Kavanaugh in between horses. House United has now taken the lead. House United trying to sprint away. JJ's Ranger battles on. Kavanaugh's trying to re-rally too. It's House United. Flavien Prat is up by 2.5. House United will win it. House United over Kavanaugh. Then came JJ's Ranger and Curvino in 1 minute 51.13 seconds.
House United, Pratt for the Cantermachi barn, picks up just the 3rd career win in 23 starts.
Just give Pratt his 3rd Eclipse Award. When he starts winning on horses like this, short price or not, it's just over. I mean, this horse is a proven refusenik. Anybody that's watched his races has seen him hang week after week after week. Not with Flavien. Got him in good position and just took over. I think Kavanaugh was probably a little aggressive, not in the best of spots, but he was second best. He had every chance to beat this horse. And you and I were talking during the race. I didn't like him, but I have no idea how the 3 was 30-1. That's crazy.
I did like him a little bit, but that
you
was
liked him more than I did, but 30-1 is just crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You're right. I mean, look at the riders who've had chances on this horse, and he just does not want to get it done.
And he's gotten good trips in these races. They've all ridden him well. But it doesn't matter. Flavien Prat is like Merlin on these horses.
4, 5, 3, 6. House United winds up, by the way, going off the slight 8-5 favorite. And the Magician gets it done. Flavien Prat for Cantermachi. Owns part of this 5-year-old as well, Diane Balsamo. And the first win since May of 25 for House United. We're going to take a timeout. Look back to yesterday. Looked like it was going to be all Galinda in the Matty May, but Victory Hall turns the tables for trainer Tom Morley. We'll have that story next.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Dang, your score is higher than a giraffe on a pogo stick.
That's because I bank fee-free through Chime. Plus, I build credit through everyday purchases.
That's a big perk.
Yeah.
Introducing a better way to work with the new Desk Riser from Branch. Bring movement into your workday by transforming any surface into a standing workstation within seconds. Explore the Desk Riser and other ergonomic essentials at branchfurniture.com.
To those who innovate, who solve problems, who build for tomorrow. What you wear must stand up to the job, not hold you back. That's why TrueWork designs performance workwear, engineered with advanced materials to be lighter, warmer, faster drying, and ready for real job site conditions. Built like it matters, because it does. TrueWork, performance workwear. Shop now at truework.com.
This is Candy Crush Saga,
where sweet just got serious. Compete in All-Stars and make it to the live final.
For your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush All-Stars now.
A champion will be crowned.
The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
I'm Johnny Knoxville.
And this is Fear Factor.
Here we go. 14 people who will confront their worst fears and live with each other. Oh, they think it's so easy right now. It's going to get so much worse.
Fear Factor House of Fear, all new Wednesdays on Fox.
We call it the Unhappy Hour.
And watch anytime on Hulu.
So what's it like being a doctor in Port Wynn?
This town is ridiculous.
Tuesdays, Best Medicine is all new.
I don't care about festivals or games. I'm here to work.
And you can watch it anytime.
I love it here. I love knowing my neighbors.
It's the warmest, most delightful, and most charming show of the new year.
Come on, admit it. You're starting to like it here.
Release me, please.
Best Medicine is all new. Tuesdays on Fox or watch anytime.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for being with us on America's Day at the Races. We have the nightcap still to come here in New York. Plenty more on the way, including the feature from Oakland, Stars and Stripes. Very talented 3-year-old last season for Beaumont will be back in action here in the 7th. Flavian Pratt, Ilke Cantermachi. House United wins at 8-5.
Just can't stop Flavian Pratt. I mean, I know it's horse racing and it takes the horses, but this is a horse that has just been an absolute hanger week after week. It just seems like Flavian has a magic touch with horses. I give him a lot of credit for getting it done here.
He's winning it coming into today. 30% at the meet from almost 100 mounts.
He's getting a lot of live mounts. I'm not sure he has a positive ROI with that, to be honest with you, but he's just an exceptional rider. There's nothing else you can say about it.
$5.22 for the win. 8-5 on House United. And going to see a pretty heavy favorite to close it out here for the Linda Rice Barn. Kendrick Carmouche will try and notch number 4 for Linda on Moongate, who absolutely the one to beat, especially with a scratch of the 6 in here.
Yeah, well, it's not just a scratch of the 6, and I agree, the 6 was the other horse in here. It's very much the scratch of the 10, Daniil, because that takes out an enormous amount of speed from the race, and it helps Moongate. I'm not a Moongate fan. I don't know if she wants a mile. She may win because of the competition she's facing, but to me, 3-5, you can have her. I picked a silly horse, and she's complicated. The 3. who ran well enough to win this race 2 back, but not well enough last time. But she was against the track.
Okay. We're going to look back to yesterday. 2 stakes races on the Saturday card here in New York.
Got that out of the way.
One of them, I was very excited about before we even saw the race yesterday. Skolko's Folly for Rick Dutrow Jr., who a couple starts back, ran a very big race late January, backed it up in the Gander.
Yeah, I mean, you told me before his last race that if he ran back his race 2 back, he couldn't lose. And I kind of looked at you like you're crazy. And I mean, he won by 10. And this race, okay, he had a race go in a flow that was favorable to him. Got a 92 buyer. This was a very, very fast race. He backed up his prior race. And Rick Dutrow, he's got a horse that can run the Stallion Series races. He and Mike Dove have a very, very good horse on their hands that they can make really well with.
Showed, too, he could stretch out to the mile.
He can run shorter. He has speed. He's New York bred. He's got New York bred stallion race. I mean, this horse, this is a good horse. Really good horse.
4 for 6 lifetime. Now a stakes winner of the Gander. And this horse was in for 25 maiden claiming last summer at Monmouth, by the way.
I told you we should claim him.
Ran a 35 buyer that day. My, how things have changed.
Just a little over, there's about $700 a buyer point.
Yeah. Well, he's
5'7", exactly 700.
Very
71.
exciting New York bred. We had a big upset in the Mattie May. Looked like many thought a foregone conclusion. Galinda was going to run away with this. You liked Victory Hall going in, and she stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Galinda was the horse to beat. I picked her on top, but I picked this horse second. I honestly, I don't think this is a particularly clever pick. And, I was reading what, Ricardo was talking about with Tom Morley about rating her, and that's what I assumed they would do. The time before, off the layup, they went after Galinda. It didn't work. And then you go back and you change tactics a little bit. They comfortably rated behind her. She got a good trip, and she ran her down. Galinda didn't run a race. This did not come a very fast race. So it may have been partly a function of Galinda not running back to her prior 2 races. This horse paid 17-1. In my opinion, you could make an argument she could have been second choice. I have no idea what I was missing with Linda Rice's horse, who was 9-2. And no problem with somebody thinking a horse like Linda's horse could improve off her 57 buyer win against a very weak field. But she should not have been 1/4 of the price of this horse.
Santana, Morley, Twin Sports Racing, Cypress Head Racing, and a daughter of Independence Hall. Now 4 for 7 lifetime.
And Maggie told me that Tom kind of misbehaved at home after winning the big race.
Did he? What?
Yeah, he was very mad that apparently the DoorDash hadn't been delivered for his dinner. I don't know how that was Maggie's fault, but I'm going to come to the defense of our coworker.
Okay. And that was on Maggie.
Well, she ordered the DoorDash, but apparently it didn't come fast enough for Tom. What can I say? He won a big race. He got a little
race
cocky.
like that, you go out to dinner, don't you?
Well, they do have 2 kids, but yes, I would say yes. You get a babysitter, you take Maggie out for dinner. Maggie, listen, she's, she's the whole deal.
Here's what we have ahead this winter. Jimmy Winkfield, March 14th, Haynesfield, and then the top flight at the end of the month.
Oh, yeah, looking forward to some of those races. Haynesfield. Haynesfield, his claim to fame, which you may or may not know. You probably know, but you won't come out right away. He was the only horse to beat Blaine in what many of us believe was his Horse of the Year campaign in 2010.
He ran some huge races.
He did. Haynesfield? And, of course, even though he was partly owned by Toby Sheets, who was the assistant trainer for Steve Aston, who ran the show for him in New York, and he trained him as well. So a nice tribute to Toby.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Our colleague Tom Amos with a big shot in the next race at Oaklawn. We're 5 minutes away from the 7th. Yellow Brick gets an outside post. Tom Amos first off the claim. We'll have Rafael Bejarano aboard next.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridora. Gunrunner, breed true.
Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13th hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
I get goosebumps, Megan, every time I hear Tom talk about that race, what it meant to him. And, you know, now having worked with Tom for a few years and getting to know him even better, you really get why it means so much to him. He puts so much into his craft.
He really does, but an ultra-competitive field, I thought, to make here in this 7th $32,000 claimers, non-winners of 3 lifetime. I thought this was a really interesting race because you're having horses getting bet off of form on other surfaces.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I mean, you have a favorite right now, or co-favorite, the 2-horse Fireball Birdie inside post. Makes a lot of sense from the Asmussen barn. But the 3, Lucky Mischief, and the 4, from the Marcassi barn, to me, that's Time for Truth. Aren't they being bet 3-1 and 4-1 respectively off of their synthetic and/or turf races?
Right, the number 3, Lucky Mischief. I had interest in on paper. Dallas stored as 26 overall the past 3 years on the surface switch from turf to dirt. Statistics are great. Looking at him, he looks a little bit turfy, and he's got those slacker pasterns, a bigger hoof on him. I'm a little dubious of him getting back to the dirt where he does not have a win. And the last time he did run on the surface, he was up against the likes of Disco Time. So this is a very reasonable spot for him on the drop in class, but I still have my questions as well.
And the same can apply for the 4, Time for Truth. You know, the dirt races leave a little bit more to be desired, although the horse does have 2 wins on a faster track.
Yeah, the 4 at Time for Truth. His last race makes him competitive, but came on the all-weather. He has, as you mentioned, those wins. And to me, he's this is a logical play from the Marcassi barn, who's been a little colder, still 34%, but just a bit colder.
Well, it was unsustainable to keep the pace he was going. You like the 6 Lear, who's 5-1 right now.
I like this horse. I think that the jockey, who does remain, made a very premature move last time out at this mile distance. Gets back to the mile in a 16th. Big rowdy type. We'll see if he can put it together today.
And I like the 9, who is co-favored right now, Yellow Brick, from the Tom Amos barn. First time for Tom. And we're coming out of a feature about Tom. Been a pretty strong play. Definitely a strong play. Has to overcome that outside post, but they're all loading up pretty steadily here, so it's time to send it up. Matt Dinnerman, call of race 7.
One more story. Yellow Brick. Yellow Brick to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Laroff, Magna tap away very slowly. Fireball Birdie from the inside fairly close. Time for Truth aggressive here. Lucky Mischief in a line with one more story on the far outside. Into the first turn they go. One more story. He's going to take the initiative here, trying to cross over from towards the outside. Gets over towards the rail to save some ground and leads the way by a touch more than a length. Lucky Mischief second. Time for Truth parked outside now, claiming second from Lucky Mischief. Fireball Birdie happy to track in the 4th position. Lear to the outside. There's a gap of 2. Yellow Brick settling on the rail. Cobblestone Bridge alongside of him, and a big space to Magna Tap, who's well out of it, detached from the rest as they head down the backstretch here. One more story, clear on the lead, a length and a tail. Time for Truth second. Lucky Mischief getting closer on the rail is third in a pocket. Then Fireball Birdie, Lear, they're side by side. They're 2 better than another pair. Yellow Brick on the fence. Cobblestone Bridge to the outside, and still a big gap back to Magna Tap as they approach the far turn run here. One more story into the turn. 3 parts of a length ahead. Now it's a half length. Time for Truth turning up the pressure on the outside, and they start to sprint as they round the far turn. One more story, narrow edge here. Time for Truth doing it better on the outside. He comes calling for the lead, grabs it, and sticks his nose in front. One more story begins a retreat a bit here, and it's now Time for Truth. He's the one to beat. Time for Truth off the turn, putting away one more story. Fireball Birdie chasing hard. Lucky Mischief still behind 2. 1 furlong remains here for Time for Truth. Time for Truth, clear by 2. Coming on, Yellow Brick down the center of the track. He's rolling. Yellow Brick, Fireball Birdie coming after Time for Truth, who needs to find more. Yellow Brick, Time for Truth between them. Fireball Birdie, Time for Truth, then Fireball Birdie in a photo finish. Very tight. Yellow Brick hung in third, and then Cobblestone Bridge at a massive number 56-1 was 4th. It's a photo finish.
It was a blanket finish here in race 7. You had Time for Truth battling on. Here came Yellow Brick. This was, I'm not sure who got it, but this was a bang-bang finish.
It was a bang-bang finish, and typically in these kinds of cheaper races, kind of alludes to the fact that it wasn't an overtly strong race. The horses that we alluded to getting the money on different surfaces really didn't show up in the way that they were bet. Time for Truth putting in a good effort there, but the number 9, I think maybe have edged it out. Nice call, Miggy. Or Mig, I didn't. I thought I kind of merged our names together just now. I did not mean to call you that.
I think the inside horse might have battled them all off. I'm not sure that the 9 got up.
We'll see. It's close. I think the inside runner, you're right, might have gotten it done.
I actually think it was either the 2 Fireball Birdie, the 4 Time for Truth, and I think the 9 wound up third after making a bold late rally. But we'll wait on that photo. This was just a little too tight for me to call, guys. Noses up and down on the wire.
Let's run it out here one last time.
I thought the 4 got that bob at the wire, but it is a little tricky to call there, so I don't want to, you know.
So Fireball Birdie, the 2, or the 4 Time for Truth. We'll let you know as soon as they post it in Hot Springs. In a thriller.
They did. The 249.
It was the 2. Yep. Eric Asmussen for Dad.
And Eric has certainly improved his riding, no question. He's a far better rider than he was last year.
And still to come at Oaklawn again. Stars and Stripes back in action for Bill Mott. We'll see, maybe really only has that one race that was sort of wow, this could be a really, really good horse.
I agree. And when he ran badly here back in the fall was a day that a bunch of Bill Mott runners ran terribly.
Condition $17,000 claiming race. 1 turn mile to close it out in New York. Moongate, you're not a fan of.
Well,
3 to 5 favorite.
She's a horse to beat, but she's a tough horse to swallow at that price.
Here's Asa Ira, who is a player now, was behind Moongate 3 lengths last start.
Moving into her current trainer, Linda Dixon's barn for her last start, she really stepped forward, and she is a horse that has back races that can win this.
Dolce Serra, Eddie DeLauro barn.
Just doesn't really get it done. Eddie DeLauro with a good claim earlier today of that firster for Todd Pletcher that won.
She's complicated, could be forward.
I liked her race 2 back. I thought she really ran well today, and she's run well in the past. She was bad last time, but she was chasing wide against a gold rail. So at a price in here, I took her.
Santagata, not named after Nick Santagata.
Very disappointing. But I think this horse actually ran sneaky okay last time, and I think she has a chance to get a piece.
Amity Island, huge number.
She's a little tough to take in this race, second off the layoff.
8-year-old mare. Yep. Here's Moongate, 3 to 5.
No excuse last time. The horse who beat her was favored. They both rode the rail, but she had the benefit of a good rail last time. And I really question whether she wants to go this far, but she should be the main speed with a 10 scratching.
A lot easier for the 9. Does drop, but has been against easier and done nothing.
But does cut back a little bit. But you're right, does drop down. But has run this condition before and not run well.
Some okay efforts for the 11 at a huge price.
I agree. For a horse that's a crazy price, this horse wide last time on a day the rail was the place to be, and does have some back races. It's not a rider we see a lot, but for 30 to 1, this horse has some credit.
All right, let's go back to the one you like. She's complicated.
I don't. It's like as a she's my pick
or selected.
Yeah, my feeling here was that. Well, first of all, let me start by saying when I picked her, I thought the 10 was in the race. And that was going to hurt the 7. Having said that, she's a forwardly placed horse, so the 10 scratching helping the 7 doesn't really hurt her, and I think she can sit second here and be effective. Her race 2 back, she held together in a race where the pace fell apart fairly well, and I thought it was her first good race in quite a while. I don't trust her. She was against the track last time, and I figured I picked her last time. I cannot pick Moongate, so I had to find somebody else, so I'll lose a few bucks on her.
I send it downstairs to Maggie. Shame on you for that DoorDash order.
I know, I just could not cook the Peking duck in time, Greg. Took a little longer at the dumpling house to get our order done, but it was delicious nonetheless when it did arrive. As we will take a look here at your favorite, Moongate. I copped out and took the favorite here. As Andy touched on, I just thought her job got easier with the scratch of the other speed horse in here. I too, given her physical confirmation, question her affinity for a mile because she is a little bit smaller and compact, but she's actually a little bit more tucked up than what I saw from her last time here for Linda. So I do think she looks the part, at least as a favorite. We'll check in with the second choice down on the rail. That's Asaira, who did run an improved effort for Linda Dixon first time in her barn, but she is a horse that you see that gap from July to November. The reason, or one of the reasons for the layoff was she lost her eye. She lost her left inside eye, and 2 back, they decided to take the protective goggle off. She ran really badly, but she was running badly without the eye before that. Then I know Linda Dixon and her team wanted to put the goggle back on, but they didn't declare it, so they made her run without it again. So she ran okay without it. Now they put it back on her. I don't know. In my experience with one-eyed horses, and to be fair, a lot of them have dealt with the missing eye for a bit longer. They actually run okay without anything over that eye socket. So we'll see how she does here. She was moving very well over the track, so that I can appreciate. I too am interested in the long shot Santagata here. I noted she had improved in many ways for her first start for Devin Giddens. Her disposition, she was a lot less nervous. She was carrying good weight. Her coat looked great. Were all things that I had problems with her in the past with. Today, now that she's second off the bench, just a bit more defined, but still strong looking, which I appreciate. So I do think she is definitely live in this spot, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Wow, 1-2 now on Moongate.
Maybe she just goes out and just wires this field, but I can't stomach her at that price.
And look, the other one who's second choice right now, that's Asa Ira down on the rail. She was 3 lengths clear of her, Moongate was, when they met back on February 15th. See if the tables turn today. 8th finale on this Sunday card from New York. 1-turn mile. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
There's Gregorian solo to the outside. Gregorian solo. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Tough break there for Santa Gata, and also She's Complicated got squeezed at the start. The leader and clearing off is going to be Moongate, who finds the lone lead, is now a little keen, wants to go, is well out in the center of the racetrack and is up by a length. At the rail is Asaida, is going to try and apply some pressure, and She's Complicated now rushing up after the start. Also moving forward there is Moonlit Weekend. Santa Gata's worked to the far outside as they're now tightly bunched. Towards the inside and the back end of that group is Dolce Seta. Second to last is going to be Gregorian Solo, and Amity Island is the trailer. 24.02 for the opening quarter mile. Asaida has now taken the front, is up by a neck. Followed by Moongate to the outside, and here comes She's Complicated towards the inside, a challenging third. Moonlit Weekend is outside of them. Dolce Seta, nowhere to go, is right there in fifth. From the back, Santa Gata very high up in the saddle there. Gregorian Solo is making a wide rally. The rider is well up in the saddle there. Almost standing straight up, is going to be 5-6 wide. 47-4 for the half-mile time. The trailer, Amity Island. Asaida is all in. Moongate is back for more, and Moongate is now a neck back in front. Santa Gata is all in towards the outside. Dolce Seta is trying to rally on at the rail, and also She's Complicated. They reach the top of the stretch, and Moongate was trying to put away a stubborn Asaida, who just won't go away. Asaida is now back up by a length, almost a length and a half. Moongate, looking out towards the grandstand on the right-hand side, is trying to straighten up, but Asaida has a 16th left to go and is drawing away. Asaida will win the finale. Moongate finished second, then came Dolce Seta and Santa Gata in 1 minute 39.04 seconds.
Asaida turns the tables on the odds-on favorite here, Moongate, to close out action in New York.
I don't think anyone could have predicted this horse would be in front. Now, maybe they got a little cute with the favorite not trying to get the distance. We believe the 7 took out half the field to start as well. She came in, hit the 6, who interfered with the 4, who really interfered with the 3. So that wasn't nice. And then they rated her in front, but I give a lot of credit to Christopher Elliott, who was aggressive with Asaida, and the only way Moongate was ever winning this race is if she was able to clear the front. So I don't really quite understand the tactics there, to be honest with you. But as I said before the race, I wasn't a fan either. And this horse was best, and she got the best ride.
2 for 12 coming in, 3 lengths behind this one last start. Different story today. 1-7-2-4, 47, a one-shot. Dolce Seta completes the trifecta.
I mean, Kendrick did his best to straighten the 7 out after the start. No way was I intimating that it was his fault right after the start, but the 7 did take out half the field. And you'll notice the horses that she took out did not finish.
Yeah.
One did not finish in the top 3. Only Santa Gata finished 4th.
So Christopher Elliott, Linda Dixon, and this 4-year-old filly by Maximum Security.
Not a lot of them
Wonder with the win.
Not a lot of them around.
5-2 to close things out. Asaida, 3rd career win. Turning the tables on Moongate. We'll be back.
Talk about a pro's pro. Magnificent.
No catchphrase?
You got to bank through chime to get a catchphrase.
Well, but...
Not now. My man is building his credit score with everyday purchases. Mama, there goes that man.
In luge, every little detail matters. Races can be decided by 1,000th of a second. The last thing we need to be thinking about in those moments is payroll. Thankfully, we have Gusto as a part of our team. Knowing that compliance and payroll are being handled correctly, honestly, helps me sleep at night. When athletes are racing at 90 miles per hour, Gusto helps us stay focused on performance, not paperwork.
outfits.
Watch me.
Oh, we're watching, Gary. They're right. We need weather tech.
I thought they only make floor liners and cargo liners.
Really, Gary? Really, Gary? Who do you think made the seat protector, side window deflectors, no-drill mud flaps?
And the cup foam.
And I just ordered WeatherTech's newest products. Ta-da!
Hitch Basket makes for easy loading of heavy and bulky gear and increased storage capacity with a roof basket up top. Buy American at WT.com.
WeatherTech for the win.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic.
Bryce Harper, Paul Skeens, Cal Raleigh,
Aaron Judge.
Mexico versus USA, only on Fox.
America's favorite sports television show. That's awesome. Speaking into existence. That's right.
Some sports talk shows have to be seen to be believed.
No other show in America has
no other show in the world.
Elite insight.
They can't get off the field.
Trusted voices.
That's what I'm banking on, their heart.
And self-proclaimed coaches.
Cogent analysis. No. What does that even mean?
And always calling it like they see it.
I love it!
First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
At Angel City Sports, we're dedicated to enriching lives through adaptive sports, providing opportunities for children, adults, and veterans with physical disabilities and visual impairments. With free access to diverse programming, expert coaching, and competitive play, we ensure that everyone can participate. Our community is more than just sports. It's a vibrant place where connections are made and everyone is welcome. Register, volunteer, or donate today at angelcitysports.org.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance.
SAS, the official airline of Gainesway. That's Swiss Air?
Don't know. My son would know.
Really?
It was all the airlines.
Really?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Plane nut? It's Scandinavian airline. Thank you. Somebody help me in the truck. Dan, thank you.
Christopher Elliott, he lands himself in the winner's circle with a forward ride from Asai Rod in the finale.
I thought this was a terrific ride by him, you know? He realized they didn't want to be aggressive with Moongate, and he just took advantage of that situation, and I think probably knowing if somebody looks Moongate in the eye, she ain't winning.
One more look. And you see that patch over that left eye. The other two really good performances that kind of show up, well, three of them was forward before.
It's the saying, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So, worked out here. And a nice job by Linda Dixon. Honestly, she doesn't have a lot of horses. This horse really got back to some of her better races from some bad form.
Yeah.
Taking over last time and getting the win here. So congrats to her and Christopher. Both of them did a good job with this horse.
$7.32 for the win to close out New York action on this Sunday card. Modest pick 5. Pick 6 comes back $440. Well done if you had it on yet another full card.
Agreed.
Here in New York. We're going to say so long to Andy. I'm going to be joined by Maggie Wolfendow here in a second. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
We got Stars and Stripes coming up at Oaklawn next.
All right. Good luck with that, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Sounds good.
See you.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 13 minutes away, race 8. Get you back out to Hot Springs momentarily, and we'll tell you about this new series at the new reimagined Belmont Park with Woodbine, that Empire Trillium series. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
lights out. Locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Right around the corner, the newly reimagined Belmont Park, set to open, soft opening, with limited people. I believe I'm going to cap it around 65, maybe between 65 to 8,000, I think. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, hey, it's more than Laurel's allowing for the Preakness.
Yeah, that number's very low. Maggie Wolfendale on the desk. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Good to be up here. I heard a rumor that Kendrick Carmouche is actually making crawfish in the paddock. So, yeah, maybe we need
this on the road?
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Bring our cameraman, Sal, with us.
Let's go wireless,
Let's go.
please, and we will head out there and let you know how it is. We have a good race coming up at Oaklawn. Stars and Stripes back in action for Belmont. We'll talk more about that in a moment. First, we just saw that ad for the new Belmont, and this is going to take place at the new Belmont. This new series with Naira and Woodbine, the Empire Trillium Series, 14-race program. Races restricted to horses foaled in New York or Canada, worth $3.2 million. It begins at the new Belmont with 8 stakes between December and February at a mile on the Tapeta surface. And then we'll head north to Woodbine with 6 more stakes, 4 on Tapeta, 2 on turf, between April and July. And the marquee event of the series at Belmont, late January, the inaugural running of the Long Island Derby and Oaks.
Yeah, looking forward to that. As just looking forward to getting back to Belmont, obviously.
Yeah.
I've missed the place. I feel like it's our kind of home track, if you will, at least from my perspective. And, you know, I think a really forward and proactive thinking on behalf of our racing department here. Rob McLennan, who is our racing secretary, partnering with Woodbine. Because, look, with the new installation of the Tapeta surface, reaching out to our neighbors north of the border really just makes sense because obviously that's the surface they race on. So I think it's a really good partnership that we have with Woodbine.
We're going to see a big Canadian invasion, I would think.
Yes.
Yeah, with that surface here.
Absolutely.
Going to get you back out to Oaklawn. Right now, we're about 7 minutes to post. In race 8 mile and an eighth allowance optional claiming field. And yeah, the story here, Stars and Stripes put together back-to-back efforts, including a big win at Saratoga last summer, but then disappointed in that next start. The comeback January 16th, not as bad. We'll talk more about it in a minute.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Tracking
honestly.
error, we'll start with blinkers on.
They paid $150,000 for this horse at the Keeneland Fall Sale. It faced a decent field last time out, but he's going to have to find a lot more to be competitive here.
Keith Asmussen riding for Dad on Imperial Gun went by.
Yeah, a horse that caught a sloppy track in the return effort in a race that virtually held together.
Dive Bomber, 12-1.
Could beat a speed in here as he stretches it out in distance. Was flattered by a couple of next time out winners in that race, too.
Peter Miller Barn looking for another win today.
Yeah, this horse ran very well, I think, because he was headstrong early and was still able to get the job done in his last.
7-year-old by Keen Ice, Keen Cat.
This horse I don't really get. He was really far back, never picked up the bit last time.
Here's Happy Strike, 7 for 18 lifetime.
Yeah, he's been big prices in his last few, and I think we'll see much the same here again.
Manny Esquivel rider change on Classify.
Yeah, here's another one that's stretching out in distance. Not quite as much speed, but should be forward with getting more ground.
And Stars and Stripes start number 2 of his 4-year-old campaign for Belmont.
Yeah, I thought, ran well behind Solo Venturi last time. His stablemate Batten Down, he kind of ran off. Both of these horses coming back off layoffs, but Batten Down would come back and win the illustrious Pig Trail, going 1.5 miles with the 99 buyer in his next.
Yeah, so flattering his form, no question. Let's take a look at Stars and Stripes in action. Back on that return race at Gulfstream.
Yeah, we're going to see him. At first, Greg, he was sitting comfortably, kind of stalking 3 wide. Then the eventual winner came and passed him from behind on the second turn, which kind of re-engaged him. And ultimately, he would just play second fiddle to Solo Venturi, chasing him home. He took a little while to switch leads in that short stretch to the 16th pole there at Gulfstream Park. But I thought a useful return to the races. And I do think he is truly a horse that wants 2 turns, whereas you go 2 back to the Dwyer is around 1 turn and never really picked up the bit.
Yeah, and look, his biggest performance, I know he got a 93 buyer last start. The Thurgoff had a totally different. That Saratoga race was just next level compared to what he's done. That was at 1.1 miles.
Yeah, that was very impressive on that fast racetrack back on July 17th. I remember talking to Bill Mott after that victory, and he really thought that stakes were definitely in this horse's future. Obviously, there's been some hiccups and some bumps in the road, so hopefully he can get past this condition, Greg, and try stakes again.
Well, let's take a look at his competition here. Gunrunner Charlie right now is really the only one below double-digit odds in this field. Peter Miller, Ramon Vasquez, as mentioned, they teamed up to win one earlier. This was back on February 16th. Most recent effort and was a win.
Does this horse really want to go 1.1 miles? I think that is the biggest question I personally have for him here. Now, like I said, he was a bit headstrong early on in this race. He was eager all the way to the backside. He kind of went to the 2-path to challenge a leader, and he was dogged in victory. I mean, he wanted it, I think, more than anybody. He was flattered when expect the best, came back to win with an 86 buyer. So Gunrunner Charlie, he projects to be more forward than your favorite, and maybe that's where he could hold an edge over Stars and Stripes.
Stars and Stripes, 3-5 though, as we send it out to Hot Springs.
Yeah, very short price on Stars and Stripes, who has shown a great deal of ability, and he's only one of 2 horses that have won at the mile and a furlong distance. The other being the one, Tracking Error, who was in good form. His last race, first time in the Great Compton Barn, left a little to be desired.
Did not do very much running last time out, and it's been kind of a trend, unfortunately, with some of those horses of racing age that Great Compton has kind of moved over to the barn and not really done as much running. Tracking Error we're familiar with from New York, from the Chad Brown barn, and he absolutely looks fantastic today. He looks more fit and more prepared than when I saw him last time out on December the 28th. And let's see if he can return to that form. I still have my doubts, and I still have my doubts particularly with him on the inside. We shall see. I also kind of find myself maybe thinking 3 to 5 on Stars and Stripes is too short, but we both discussed it, Mick. He does seem to be just better than these.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to reach a little bit here, but let's talk about the 4, Gun Runner Charlie, who I think we agree was probably the most likely upsetter if there's to be an upset.
I was discussing, you know, with his connections that they really wanted to get him to this 1.5 mile distance. I thought last time maybe even they did as well, that the mile was probably too short as he was able to get it in the end. They had to use him a little bit there, but they're anticipating to be about 3rd around the backstretch, settle him, and hopefully be able to make their run late. And as Maggie had mentioned, the trip issues this horse faced in his last victory, or excuse me, yes, he fit 2 back, had a couple of trip issues, and he's also one that potentially doesn't love to get out of the gate, and he's not the strongest behind, so it makes sense with him. But I'd expect him to be forward, as mentioned. I think he's going to be able to get this distance, and honestly, I kind of want to take a shot against your favorite. I might be mistaken for it, but we're going to try.
Well, I am going to take a little bit of a swing against not a little bit, I'm going to take a big swing, okay? I'm daring to be great. I am going to pick the 7 Classify. This is a horse that's spent predominantly the entirety of his career sprinting. He does have 1 race at Canterbury going a mile where he won off by 5-6 lengths. Now, the 1 1/8 is a little scary to me, but I've always contended that when horses are going a distance that maybe is a little out of their reach, they do it best the first time they're doing it. And I think with Manny Esquivel taking over, Sahin Carmona injured, he's going to put this horse, I think, on the lead on the stretch out, and they're going to have to catch him. So at 20 to 1, I am going to take a stand with Classify, admitting that Stars and Stripes is going to be very tough to beat.
He is. Here's my issues with Stars and Stripes is he honestly isn't all that physically imposing. Maggie had kind of discussed this horse back in the New York races going back through our shows that he wasn't all that fit 100% when she saw him, but he looks fantastic today. I think that was maybe something I was looking for now that he's 2nd off of the layoff. Got a race under his belt, as mentioned, getting the best of Batten Down. So the class is all there. He's dappled out. He looks resplendent in his coat. I don't have any issues with him physically. He's just not the strongest behind. I'm not quite sure. We shall see. I don't think that he beat an all that great field in his 2 wins, and he did put together a really nice effort off the bench last time out, and as mentioned, he could be very well just better than this group. This is a very a good spot for this horse, as Bill Mott has kind of been filtrating more and more horses in as we gear up for Sovereignty next month.
Well, and Batten Down also came back to win the stake here, going a mile and a mile and a half, excuse me, and he won quite easily. We are going to have to switch over to the Fox app or the NYRA YouTube channel in about 30 seconds here. We will be switching over, so I hope you follow us along, because this race is going to start in about that time frame. We don't want you to miss that for sure. But we're going to take a quick timeout as we make that move over to the NYRA app and YouTube.
America's favorite sports television show.
That's awesome.
Speaking into existence.
That's right.
Some sports talk shows have to be seen to be believed.
No other show in America has No other show in the world.
Elite insight.
They can't get off the field.
Trusted voices.
That's what I'm banking on, their heart.
And self-proclaimed coaches.
Cogent analysis. No. What does that even mean?
And always calling it like they see it.
I love it!
First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
If you let them, the Husker fans would have lined up 2 weeks ago, right after the Hawkeyes stormed the court on the Huskers in Iowa City. A rivalry that has true venom between Iowa and Nebraska closes out the Big Ten regular season on Sam Hoiberg's senior day. The 5 seniors, including Rink Mast, Marcus Lawrence, will close out their careers here at Pinnacle Bank Arena today in Lincoln against their rival. The seed is set for Iowa. They will be the number 9 seed play on Wednesday morning in Chicago at the Big Ten tournament. For Nebraska, if they get a Michigan State loss, win this game against the Hawkeyes, then it will be the best finish ever with Nebraska as the 2 seed in the Big Ten tournament. Can't wait to get this one going. Glad you're with us, Nick Bob. I'm Connor Onion. if Iowa's going to go to the NCAA tournament, which they're in a good place to do, it's going to be Bennett Sturtz as the headliner all March, as it has been all season.
Absolutely. He did it a year ago, leading the Drake Bulldogs to the NCAA tournament, and you can make a case there's more on his plate for what he has to do for his team than any player in the country. He's got to play 40 minutes, and for a team that plays late in the shot clock, he's terrific in late shot clock situations. He's also going to be tasked with guarding that guy, Bryce Sanford, whose movement and shot making really unlocks everything for Nebraska offensively. He's quite possibly the best shooter in all of college basketball, for sure the best shooter in the Big Ten Conference. So those two superstars going at it's going to be fun.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Almost time to tip it. Our Ram starting lineups, powered by Ram trucks. Nothing stops Ram. There was a surprise late change for Iowa. Their best defender is Tavion Banks. He's not in the starting lineup. It's Isaiah Howard getting his first start since the 4th game of the year. So one subtle change for Nebraska. Clinch a 2-seed with a win here, and keeping an eye on that Michigan State-Michigan game that's going on in Ann Arbor as we speak. Iowa will be the 9 seed, but they want to make this a sweat-free Selection Sunday, and off we go in the rematch that Iowa won in Iowa City a couple of weeks ago.
Jamarcus Lawrence getting the assignment first on Bennett Sturtz, but there will be switching. And there's got to be multiple guys ready to defend Sturtz in every area of the floor, and in particular late in the shot clock.
We'll get one of these spots right away, inside 10 seconds. And it's Cam Manyaw giving it up for a Cale Combs 3, and that's how the day starts for Iowa.
Love it. That is Cam Manyaw's game, a short roll, and against Nebraska, who will rotate to the roll man, it's that look. Catch the roll, look to the opposite side, and you get open threes. Great opening possession.
Well, he hit a shooter that doesn't hit a lot of threes. Combs with just his 13th of the year. As Sanford's looking close, doesn't go for Nebraska. Well, this was an absolute rock fight the first time they played.
Yes, it was. In the 50s, it was physical, it was intense, just like you'd expect in a rivalry game. And it's how Iowa needs the game to be, especially on the road.
And it's 57-52, the final in Iowa City. And a top 10 win for the Iowa Hawkeyes. 3 to shoot. Manyaw with a fumble. Got to get one up, and it's an air ball.
Got to really worry about Bryce Sanford's threes in transition as well as rink mass. So it's Iowa late in the clock with their star, and it's Nebraska early in the clock where you really got to be aware.
Well, they won't get one up. Manyaw with the takeaway. 2-on-1. Lawrence strokes it away.
What a play from Jamarcus Lawrence.
His final game on this floor. One of the 5 seniors. We got 3 of them out there in the starting lineup for Nebraska. And there's a check off the ball against Iowa. It was Cale Combs that knocked down the opening basket.
This is going to be a theme, Connor. I apologize here. Watch this. Manyaw's going to come set the short roll, and I want you to keep an eye on the left side of the floor. See how 2 white jerseys are fully rotated over, so Cale Combs is all by himself. Ben McCollum's going to come back to that look a lot. They did it a lot in the first matchup. Going to get good, clean, open threes if you run that action.
And Nebraska looking to sit their fans down for the first time, staying standing until that first basket. And here's Lawrence with a deep 2. Won't roll home, and Howard, who gets the start today, has the rebound.
And Tavion Banks is available. He's expected to play at some point, but that's significant. As you pointed out, he's not only the best defender, he's the second leading scorer as well. So Howard is a pretty emotional guy too, good defensively, but you're losing a lot without Banks right now.
The kick for Koch, and that's off the rim, and Nebraska clears.
So kind of that's the exact same look. Short roll kick to the opposite side of the floor.
Combs had just hit on that. Here's Lawrence lining up the 3.
And the three-point line, so important for Nebraska. This is a team, over half their shots are from beyond the arc. It's a huge source of their offense. Nebraska has to make threes.
They've been incredible in this building and doing just that. Another corner 3 and another one that goes wayward. This one for Howard.
And Howard's not a great three-point shooter. Not his strength.
26% on the year for Howard from out there. So Iowa got their first one up and down. Nebraska answered. Now Rink Mast has it torn down by Howard.
2 good rebounds, though, defensively for Isaiah Howard.
This feels a lot like how the first game started. 3-3, 3.5 minutes in, and there's Sam Hoiberg doing what he's done a ton in his career.
Great weak side positional defense from Sam Hoiberg. There on the roll and gets the turnover.
Mast triple is long.
Man, that is just an area that has to change for Nebraska. Rink Mast over his last 16 games, 13 for 58 now from 3. That's 22%. Mast needs to start knocking down those threes.
Didn't have a single 3 against Iowa the first time. Combs aggressive early, but it rolls down to Nebraska.
Something to watch we haven't pointed out is Bennett Sturtz chasing Price Sanford. In the first matchup, he did a terrific job, and they're a turnover. But Sturtz is going to have to not only score, but chase Price Sanford for 40 minutes as well.
They'll match up on this end, too. And Sanford digs it out of there, and Manyow retains it for Iowa. Combs passes on this 3. Manyow fills the lane and puts it home.
Great pass. Again, Nebraska's going to trap every penetration coming to that baseline. So you better have vision and have a plan. A nice cut and finish.
A real unique defensive look. Iowa hasn't seen this a lot. As Buchtengel has it off of Nebraska. A couple of 3-pointers in between a good defensive start at 5-3.
Short roll, kick, Combs lining it up from the wing and drilling it. Something to keep an eye on all game. And Nebraska, Lawrence, senior day, feeling good.
Take me to the river, drop me in the water.
With the all-new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid's 500-plus miles on a single tank, 30% more cargo space, and legendary 4x4 capability, you have everything you need to get to the river safely.
Bye, Billy.
He's doing it. But after that, you're on your own. Stay safe with 140 safety features in the all-new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid.
Ooh, that new Cologuard Plus test. 10 out of 10.
Now I detect 95% of colon cancers, similar to colonoscopy.
Somebody's been working on himself. Girl, those blue arms say I got you. The square jaw says trust me.
And the free return label says I'm going places.
The Cologuard Plus test. Non-invasive, no prep, and better than ever. For people 45 plus at average risk, it's the box that checks all the boxes for screening. False positive and negative results may occur, not for those at high risk. Ask your provider or request Cologuard Plus online.
This or that.
Here they come, yo. Here they come.
You can Venmo this or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this or you can Venmo that. I think you Venmo this, y'all. Swears that. Yo, liftily. Yo, we can make it. Hip to me. What we are, cuz what we be the epitome. Do, da, dippity. You can Venmo this or you can Venmo that. I think you Venmo this.
Get your Venmo debit card today and get up to 5% cash back.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, we've got the quality tools and savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
Look at this. Endless big butterfly shrimp for us, endless steak for them.
Oh, did you know that buffet is French for happy wallet?
I take German.
Well, amigo, you just got schooled in buffetonomics. Yodelay.
Oh, these Katie's are fire. Katie, you work here?
Whatever, kid. Take notes.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Fox College Hoops is sponsored by Ram Trucks. Nothing stops Ram. Welcome to Lincoln, Nebraska for game 180 of the Big Ten regular season. It's Nebraska and Iowa, and the number 9 Nebraska Cornhuskers with a win today, coupled with a Michigan State loss, playing right now at Michigan, would be the number 2 seed in next week's Big Ten tournament for Iowa. This is all about looking ahead to Selection Sunday. They're locked in as the 9 seed, but they want to make this sweat-free next Sunday.
Yeah, so not a lot of Big Ten tournament implications, but both these teams certainly have their eyes on the NCAA tournament and wanting to build momentum for March Madness. So important, not to mention the fact that it's a rivalry game as well. So it's intense first 4 minutes, just like we would expect.
By the way, that's Nick Baugh, Connor Onion. Glad you're with us. Rude of us not to say hi as he joined us. As Iowa goes back to the rim with Cale Combs, who has 5 early points.
Again, Iowa tests your defensive discipline. They are going to chew all 30 seconds of that shot clock. You got to stay locked in and finish every possession if you're Nebraska.
One of the most deliberate offenses in the country, the Iowa Hawkeyes. And the game was played at their speed last time they played, and on his senior day, Sam Hoiberg with an outside hit.
And interesting, Price Sanford doesn't post up a lot, and Iowa immediately comes with a double team. Great read from Sanford, looking at that weak side, and always good on senior day to get your first shot to go down if you're Sam Hoiberg.
And there's Combs back in tight, so the full national audience joins us, and so does the shot making in this game.
Absolutely. You see Price Sanford, he can score in a variety of ways, and Isaiah Howard's going to come trying to dig that out. Perfect on-time delivery, and Sam Hoiberg drills it. And if you're Nebraska, that's not a bad place to keep on going, because certainly not only can you shoot out of those kickouts, you can also drive closeouts to manufacture offense as well.
And a close loss to Michigan. 6 points for Cale Combs. He already has 7 in this game with less than 6 minutes gone. Well, these are the 2 best scoring defensive teams in the Big Ten. It was 57-52 Iowa in the first matchup, and Sam Hoiberg with 5 quick points.
Everybody worried about handling Price Sanford's movement on the baseline, and they took their eyes off the basketball, and that was Sam Hoiberg who drives and finishes. 5 points for Mr. Hoiberg.
An outside hit and an inside hit for Hoiberg in his final game here in Lincoln. Another clock that drips down to single digits. And the slowest high major team as far as the pace of their offense, and Sturts with a second chance thanks to Combs.
He's going to have to defend for another 20 seconds.
And Combs having a real active start with his 7 points plus that offensive rebound. And Isaiah Howard carries it. Well, Ben McCollum got his first taste of this rivalry with his home fans storming the court with that 5-point win in Iowa City a few weeks ago, and that's part of what's really ratcheted up the venom between this Iowa and Nebraska side.
He's the DJ Khaled of coaching. All he does is win, 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 no matter what, anywhere he's at. Northwest Missouri State, Drake, and now at Iowa. Just a terrific young coach.
If you could see the eye rolls from the table down the row there. Sam Hoiberg. Not for me, by the way.
Okay, you appreciated it. All right, no eye roll from you.
Iowa by 1 in possession. Alvaro Trigueros is swiped by Kel Jacobson. A high-energy defensive player, Jacobson, wins it back for Nebraska, and that's to nobody. And one of the big reasons why Iowa won the first matchup is what they did off of turnovers. 13-3, they outscored Nebraska in these chances. And they don't convert here.
Dodging a bullet there and leaving Sturts off of a simple ball screen. That hedge has got to be there the whole time.
Top scorer for Nebraska, Sanford gives it up. It's Braden Frager running into the freshman Tate Sage. Sanford, nothing clean yet. It's Frager instead. And masked over the top, but turns it over.
Isaiah Howard is physically blocking out. Fred Hoiberg wanted to foul, but Howard is attacking every single checkout situation.
Boobird's out as Sturts draws the foul on Hoiberg. This place is absolutely bumping. Rivalry game, Iowa and Nebraska. There's a big debate. Who has the better corn? Who has the better basketball team? We'll find out in round 2 today.
There's hearing about it, and then there's being.
Electricity in the air. This is a Big East tournament, folks. It's time to settle the score. This is what it's all about. A champion will be crowned.
You know the crowd is ready. The Big East Tournament, March 12th through the 14th on Fox and FS1.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
King Saul, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
America's favorite sports television show.
That's awesome.
Speaking into existence.
Some sports talk shows have to be seen to be believed.
No other show in America has that.
No other show in the world.
Elite insight,
They can't get off the field.
trusted voices,
That's what I'm banking on, their heart.
and self-proclaimed coaches.
Cogent analysis.
No. What does that even mean?
And always calling it like they see it.
I love it!
First things first, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Spotlight hits Jerry's World for the biggest race party of the year. The Java House Grand Prix of Arlington, next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races and back with our FS2 audience. Good to have you on Fox Sports 2 on this Sunday afternoon. We still have the nightcap to come from Hot Springs Track Good. If you're just tuning in, 15 minutes away from the finale. Greg Wolf, Maggie Wolfendale. We'll get out to our crew in Hot Springs with Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess momentarily. We've been talking about the Triple Crown Trail and out west yesterday. Bob Baffert back at it. We'll get to Patente in a moment. Could he show up here in the third and final leg of the Triple Crown? Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, likely your last chance to be part of history, last chance for a Belmont Stakes Triple Crown event to be held at historic Saratoga.
It's truly been the most amazing day/week in Saratoga that I have ever experienced. I did 16 Travers, and not taking anything away from the Travers, but I have never felt energy like I have on those Belmont Stakes days at the spa.
It has been incredible. We're going to get 51 days of Saratoga this summer, but get your tickets now for that Belmont week, June 3rd through 7th, I believe, and be part of the action. Final chance to see a Triple Crown event at Saratoga. It really has been something else the first 2 years we've had it.
It really has, and obviously with Sovereignty last year made it that much more special. What an amazing horse.